Good morning and welcome to the Standing Policy Committee on Community Services for this Wednesday, May 8th of 2024. My name is Councillor Evan Duncan. I'm the chairperson of this committee. I'm joined here today by Councillors Wyatt, Eadie, and Santos, and also by our senior committee clerk, Mr. Prinsloo. We will be joined today by members of the public service. We will start with our delegations, but before we do that, I'd like to acknowledge that we are on Treaty 1 territories, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Innu, and Dakota people, and the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. Could I have a motion for the acceptance of last minute's meetings, please?
So moved, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Councillor Eadie. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And that is carried. We will go into delegations and I'll turn to our committee clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. First up, we have Councillor Lutz from the Waverly West Ward to be heard with respect to South Winnipeg Recreation Campus, new Recreation Center budget status, which is report 4 on our agenda today.
Good morning, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. I will be speaking to item number 4 on the agenda, the South Winnipeg Rec Campus. So there's an excellent sort of history to the evolution of this campus. And I guess I could start in back in 2003. But the essence of the story is in 2006, the first shovel went into the ground in the area now known as the Waverly West Ward. At that point in time, the City of Winnipeg had determined in the southwest quadrant of Winnipeg there was a recreation deficit in a study that they had done in the GCWCC's 2030 plan, I believe it was. But back in 2006, the city had identified a recreation deficit and a shovel had just gone in the ground for Waverly West. So the community has developed. It's 2024 now. I did hand out a chart, and Councillor Wyatt or Councillor Eadie, I will send it to you digitally. I did send out a chart on the population of the Waverly West Ward and also the other wards in the City of Winnipeg as of the 2022 July Stats Canada estimate. So this ward has grown through Canada's very open and positive immigration policy. As you know, the City of Winnipeg is growing through immigration. This is how basically Canada is growing because we've got an aging population. Some of us, I did my bit, I had 3 kids. Some of us, I think you did too, Councillor Duncan, some of us are contributing to the population in a way a little more aggressively than others. But immigration is how we are growing. Immigration is how the City of Winnipeg is growing. We need immigration because because of our aging population. We've got young families moving in. We have a shortage of workers for jobs. So this is how we're growing. The federal government is being very aggressive in their immigration policy. The province of Manitoba has an excellent provincial nominee program. So we've had a very rapid growth in the City of Winnipeg over the last, basically, I'd say from 2012 onwards. We've also had a rapid growth, which is not reflected in the population numbers due to the international student population. The international student population exploded in 2012. Many of you will recall my initiatives against illegal housing and the need for more housing for students. So all of this has combined to a very, very rapid growing Waverly West Ward. Currently in the Waverly West Ward, it is the most populated, and this is without the thousands of international students. There is, as of July of 2022, we've got 60,239 people. That has been an addition. Well, when I started in 2014, I think there was about 3,000 people in the ward. So we've got rapid growth, fast growth, and now we're here to talk about amenities. So just so you have an understanding of what's going on in the ward, we do not have a library. We have one spray pad. We have we have one spray pad. We have a 1960 facility, the Waverly Heights Community Center, that doesn't have an indoor gym. It's just got a couple meeting rooms. We have no pools. We didn't have a fire station until literally a sod turning 2 weeks ago, which still is only a portable. It's not a permanent one. So I am here requesting, you've got a motion in front of you to determine how to continue with a rec campus. Back in, I believe it was 2009, a report was prepared, the Braid report, that looked at amalgamations of community centers and how we would deal with this projected new development. So when I started in 2014, land wasn't secured for a fire station or a rec campus. Since then, I've been able to secure land for a fire station and funding for a fire station. I secured land for a recreation campus. I did secure funding from the province, the city, and the federal government back in 2019. In 2019, the federal government said, hey, we've got a grant, the Infrastructure Canada, the ICIP grant is what the acronym is. So the city of Winnipeg said, great, this is an opportunity to secure some funding from the federal government and the provincial government, because the provincial government would match the federal funding. So in 2019, the city put together a Class 5 estimate for this recreation campus. Came out to around $79 million. Essentially what it is a box like the Dakota field house that was built. It contains 3 courts, it contains a running track, it contains a few meeting rooms, and an outdoor spray pad. And then, of course, we have to pay for services to hook up to water and sewer and parking lot, because it's in the middle of a field, a farmer's, or now it's been rezoned, a middle of a field. So in 2019, the city put together this class 5 estimate, and they've refined it now down to a Class 4 estimate. Of course, in between all of that was the pandemic, supply chain issues, cost of goods moving up, lots of drama. So now the exact same facility to support what's a regional, it's a regional, designed as a regional campus. It's to support not only the 66,000 people that live in the ward, but another 60,000 people in the area, because it's a regional campus. So basically the refinement of costs came out to another $23 million, and the whole project got put on hold about 4 months ago until the decision was made on how to proceed. So we're here today asking how to proceed. The city has given 3 options. One option is to keep the project on hold and continue going back to the 2 levels of government to try and get more funding, which we've been doing ever since we found out that it was going to be an additional $23 million. So we're still in dialogue with the province and the feds. The mayor is, through his intergovernmental role. One of the options is to reduce the scope, take out the running track, chop off a gym, probably get rid of the spray pad, make it a small rec campus. Well, we all know how additions are in the future and how that goes. That's one of the options. And then the other option is to request $23 million to get council approval in debt servicing, and and I would say continue asking the feds and the province to come to the table. So my request to you folks is to choose the option to continue the project. We've got architects hired, we've got planners, designers. I think we'll hear from the public service who else hired and put on hold. My request is for the $23 million, and then to continue asking the feds and the province for funding. So, you know, I've been at this podium for 10 years trying to get this project done. I want to thank Councillor Eadie, who's been incredibly supportive of it. Councillor Wyatt, who's been supportive. He knows his rec campus is next up in the queue. And Councillor Santos, who understands how important recreation is to communities. We've got kids now climbing all over the entrance signs and the gateway signs. That's what they're using as play structures. It's, you know, I don't have to tell you the value of recreation. So how did we get in this situation? Well, we're growing fast, we're growing rapidly, and I'll go back to, you know, what many mayors prior to me have said, and our current mayor is the funding model for cities, the tax funding model for cities, really, it's not equitable, it's not working. Out of, you know, we all pay city taxes, provincial taxes, federal taxes, and when we look at what percentage of $1 comes to cities, it's 10 cents. 40% goes to the province, 50% goes to the federal government. I will say, page 50 in the last budget that Premier Waub put out, he is open to discussing a new funding model. So that's great. I'm inspired by that, but we're here today. We have to make a decision to continue on with this rec campus. Otherwise, costs will only continue to go up. So I'm asking you for your support on this, and I'm asking you to lobby your provincial and federal counterparts and explain to them that's why we have potholes. That's why we can't grow in some parts of the city, because our sewer plant is over capacity. Anyways, I could go on that, but I think you guys get my point. So that ends my presentation.
Thank you, Councillor Lukes. I see a few hands here. We'll start with Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you for your presentation. Yes, I'll be very supportive. The reason we have potholes is because we've practiced a system of austerity, of running the city into the ground by freezing taxes and cutting taxes for far too long, and not raising taxes or having the courage to do so like other cities, but that's another story. But what I don't understand about the report, Councillor Lukes, and I'm supportive, as you mentioned, it's asking us to receive it as information.
The department presented 3 options for us to make a decision.
I see it on page 5, yeah.
Yes.
Now, what are we supposed to do now?
Make a decision on one of the 3 options.
So why didn't they put that in the, like, typically we have a recommendation that says, okay, here are the 3 options. We're asking you, we recommend one or something, and then you guys decide. Like, why didn't they write it that way?
I do believe at the bottom of the report, I think it is, I know that the mayor wanted options presented. You can ask the department for further details, but I know that the mayor and many of us wanted options, and we wanted to present this to council.
Does this go to IEPC?
Oh, yes, everything.
Like, I guess the question is, if it went, like, the administration should be coming out with a report saying these, I mean, we can do that, but I don't know why the administration wouldn't have written the report the right way.
Well, you can ask them on that. I know you weren't here, but in previous councils, and Councillor Klein actually had made a really good point on multiple reports saying, look, give us options, let us decide. Sometimes they give us recommendations, and
Right.
sometimes we'd like options. So this is, I think it's important for transparency for people to understand also that what options there are and the repercussions of the options if they pick them.
So, how do we know, is 20 million is the shortfall? 20 million is the shortfall? The shortfall is 20 million?
I think it's 23.
23.
I think it's
So,
23. Now, that brings it to us a class 4, but I sat down on day 1 with the architect and said, look, this isn't going to be one of your signature projects. You're going to value engineer right from the start, because I knew it was a class 5, right?
Right.
So I think instead of, having limestone, we'll have buffed concrete or something. But I think the most important thing is to build it to the size that we've currently got, because all we have to do is look at the St. James Civic Center and see the complications of adding on.
So that's the class 4, and 23 million is based on what construction year?
The class 4 is based on last year.
Okay, so these are 2023 construction numbers.
So, and if you're looking at some of the costs that are coming in, I believe it was the Bonnie Vital pool came in under budget. I think costs are leveling out. We're seeing a lot more development occurring. We've seen a lot of multifamilies on hold. Now we're seeing action again because the prices are leveling out. So I'm going to be optimistic on that. We're also going to be doing a private capital campaign, but we've got to build the box.
Have you thought about, we still have room within our existing gas tax formula, P3s, and doing a public-private partnership here. I mean, our public service has never built a rec facility of this size and scale since the Pan Am Pool.
Well,
I
now,
don't know-
okay, so
I don't
just-
know if they have the capacity to do it, to be honest with you.
Well, let me hold on to you on that one. This is actually like Dakota's Fieldhouse. it's like the Dakota Fieldhouse. I was a city councillor for the St. Vital area when the Dakota Fieldhouse was built, the new Dakota Fieldhouse. I went through that process with the GM at the time, did a lot of value engineering and changing, but essentially, it's the same as that.
But-
When you say the largest, it will be the largest campus when the pool comes, when the arenas come, all the other phases. But right now, we're building the box the same as
Why don't we build the pool right now?
Well, that's a good question, because we like,
I
I'll go
mean,
back
I-
to my 10 cents on the dollar and our debt ceiling.
I don't know. We should be building rec facilities properly right up front like every other city. And because we're going to pay for more for the pool later. Pool is a lost leader, right? It's the one that
Yes.
doesn't make any money. So
Yes.
I guess the question is that, it's going to be debt financing. We're going to have to amend the debt strategy going forward.
Well, right now, it fits in the debt strategy, it fits in it, but, and we do have things coming off, we'll take ownership of the William Clement Parkway, there's different things that are playing into this, and we're not giving up speaking to the province and the federal government.
The other question is on the provincial money. The province gave us fairly significant capital dollars.
Yes,
I know I mentioned this to you, so I give you a heads up, but the administration has decided to earmark those capital dollars within our capital book to offset our spending on certain capital projects. They unilaterally have done that, to my knowledge. I don't know if there's been a political arm to that, but I found out one project in particular where they decided to put provincial dollars on it and not tell us, or at least the area councillor. If we got, the province is going to, we can lobby the province is going to say, well, we gave you tens of millions of dollars more for capital. And you guys decided to offset existing your existing capital budget to save money on your end, rather than to increase it, let's say, on this. How do we respond to that?
you know, I think that I'm just pulling up some financial numbers
Yeah.
here for you. I think you need to speak to the, where the heck is it here? I think you need to speak to the department on that. I will say that the contribution breakdown for this rec campus, which is 71 million, not 76, the contribution, province of Manitoba gave 13.2 million, the feds gave 31, and the city of Winnipeg gave 26. So, you know, I will say, and I told the former MLA and I've told the current one, I'm a little choked at the contribution that the province has made due to, if you think of all the PST that's come out of this ward with development. But, you know, we want to work with them and continue on. I would like to see a ratio contribution from the other levels of government, like the ISIP grant had set out, which was 36% for the city, 46% from the feds, 18% for the province of Manitoba. If they did that, and it's noted in your report, if they did that, the city of Winnipeg would only give 8 million, the feds would give 9 million, the province would give about 4 million. But, you know,
Well, it's ironic the federal government never comes in on a capital project on time or on budget, but they expect us to. So I guess the question is, you know, class 4, when are we going to get to a class 2 or 1? When are we going to get to tender on this thing?
yeah, so.
I guess that's the thing that I like to know, so that we know, because my fear is we're going to, yeah, we prove it today, which we will, but then, I'm guessing, and then we go forward, and a year from now, we have another report. And then a year from now, after that, we have another report. And, we, you know, and then the joke will become, well, this is a project out of control. Well, the reality is it's not a project out of control for spending, it's a project out of control when it comes to managing the capital project, and that's not our fault as elected officials. I put the onus back on the public service. When are we going to get this matter moving so we can get out to tender?
Yeah.
The mayor pounding the table with the senior administration of the city and saying, get this project out. Because the longer you wait, this is going to keep going up and up and up. That's what I want to know.
Well, they're going to be up here, you can ask them, but we're not
I'm
going to.
asking you because you're deputy mayor. I want to know, is the mayor pounding the table on this?
We're pounding the table. I've been told not to pound the table so hard because I'm upsetting people and ruffling feathers, so
No,
I'm
keep
being very
pounding,
constrained
Councillor.
here.
Keep doing it. Keep go back.
I'm being very constrained.
We have several questions
All right.
here.
I agree.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wyatt. Councillor Reedy, you're up on.
Just on the population thing, Councillor Lukes, and I point out, you've been on that side of the microphone, but you've also been on this side, right? And over time, and we've had a lot of discussions about Waverly West and the regional recreation campus, which, you know, I do support, right? But I just, like, Waverly Heights existed before they started Waverly Heights. And,
Waverly West,
like,
yes.
I just out of curiosity, what portion of your ward is population, like,
Pre-Waverly West. Good question. I can I'll break that down for you and send it to you.
Okay, anyway, I was just curious.
But I have the numbers. I do have the numbers.
Yeah, just curious, and I have looked at the population stats for everybody's ward over the last couple of years, and I appreciate you summarizing it for us. That's great.
It's interesting to note that the 3 lowest growth wards is the Daniel McIntyre ward with 391 people
Yep.
since 2016.
Yep.
Then it's St. Boniface with 2,236, and then it's St. Norbert Seine River with 3,400 people.
Yeah, and Old Kildonan has grown immensely, but they keep shrinking the boundaries, so.
Yeah.
I'll just make a note, I did do a study when they had the number of new dwellings built, and I took the population stats we had for, not 2021, the previous anyway, and what was interesting is that in Old Kildonan, for every dwelling built, there was more people, more population increase than the amount in Waverly West, so that was kind of interesting. But I just thought I'd make that point out to you. But, you know, going back to 2003, I was around on City Hall issues and was aware of it. And I understand and I really appreciate and support the mayor getting a better funding deal, but property taxes are pretty steady. And I don't know if you know this, but, so in that study, they said, oh, with all the new dwellings built and stuff, there'll be more than enough money for fire halls and a regional recreation facility, okay? Now, here's the real problem, because they said the money was there, and we've had huge amounts of property taxes added to the roll from Waverly West. There's no doubt about it. But as Councillor Wyatt mentioned, we didn't raise property taxes. And what we do is, all that new infrastructure that comes on, we don't take that money and allocate it to add for, say, the increased maintenance of cutting grass, for example, or cleaning streets. We don't allocate a portion for the rec facility. So it's 22 years later, 21 years later, and all that money was just folded in to cover off our inflation within the city. I hope that you will take to the mayor in the next budget update that what we do is when we get new infrastructure and new property taxes new property taxes from all those dwellings that are being built, that rather than folding it in to cover off inflation, we should be raising property taxes to cover off our internal inflation like every other city does, and allocate money, and that might be a potential source of some money to cover off the cost of the extra 23 million, and it'll be.
Are you going to vote for a tax increase there, Councillor Eady?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I
As a
just
matter
throw
of fact, the
one?
mayor told me to back off. I was going to add an extra 2% to cover off operating inflationary problems. But anyway.
Can I just add just a comment to that? So I just want to comment that we have to think, you know, in our Winnipeg, now actually Councillor Duncan and Councillor Wyatt weren't here, but Councillor Santos and Eady were, and we all voted for 50% growth in greenfields, 50% in infill. And, you know, I get hammered about evil urban sprawl, Waverly West, but if we didn't have that area, where would these people live? They wouldn't live here. They wouldn't be living downtown because we probably don't have the sewer capacity yet to handle it. And where people would be going is in the capital region. I drove by the other day from Birds Hill. I went from Birds Hill to Roblin Boulevard. I almost drove in the ditch off the perimeter. There was so much growth going on in East and West St. Paul. It was mind-blowing. So people that want to, harp on evil urban sprawl,
Yeah.
everyone has to
Well, I don't-
remember, we voted
Co-
50% greenfield,
Mr.
50%
Chairperson, she's
infill.
answering a different question. I
Sorry.
don't call Waverly West evil. The city grows, some people want new houses, some people want to live in old neighborhoods, some
Yes.
people want to live, the market is what decides.
Well,
But
exactly.
that's not what I'm trying to get at.
But there's some
What-
urbanist
That's not what I'm
writers
trying to get
that
at.
don't seem to understand that.
It's not, I'm not, a lot of the people who live in my ward say it's evil, but I'm not saying it's evil.
Okay.
Winnipeg is Winnipeg.
Thank you.
So, no, and that's my belief. But, so you want the option to build it as designed, right? You don't want any more
Correct.
value engineering
No,
involved?
no. Well, they'll still value engineer the interior and stuff, but not the square footage.
I don't agree with value engineering personally. Right, yeah. Anyway, value engineering, it provides a crappy facility, okay?
Okay.
So, no, it does.
If you want to add another 10 mil on, I'm supportive.
Well, there's going to have to be more money once you get to a class 3 and above. This is a class 4. We know, you can say construction is leveling out, but it's still going to increase.
Thank you.
No, it will. So, anyway, the last question I just wanted to ask is, now I forgot. Anyway, just don't promote value engineering.
No.
Counselor.
We got Counselor Santos next here.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm not quite familiar with this project as you are, but I did wanted to ask just a bit of, get an understanding, how come there's a childcare center and a vocational building that's been added on to this project?
Okay.
Because it's not technically, I'm assuming that's not technically City of Winnipeg facility, right? So how
No.
did we ended up getting here with a childcare center and a vocational building?
So under Premier Pallister, he decided, or the government decided, that if the city built a vocational facility on the high school, and if the city built a childcare facility, that money would allow us, when we applied to the federal government, to get more, right? It was a matching a percentage ratio. So those facilities, the province is covering the costs, the province is covering the overage. The city is responsible to build them, and this has also caused a lot of extra workload. We're getting a report on how much extra workload the city's project managing it, all of that. But it's a big rabbit hole. The childcare facilities, according to provincial legislation, new childcare facility is to be built every time a new school is built, high school or elementary. They decided to put it into the recreation campus, and because the city was building it, it gave us, like, in theory, more money. So, the city's making X contribution, federal government, can you give us more money?
Okay.
So it was a leveraging tool.
And so if those costs for the childcare center and the vocational building, we won't be
No, the
responsible.
province has provided letters and guarantees that
And they will continue to be responsible for operating.
operating, maintenance, all of that. So you can well imagine the negotiations that have to go on right now that are going on.
Probably another joint use agreement, because there's going to be green spaces, I'm assuming.
Parking for the childcare facility, yes.
Okay, and this might be questions of the administration, and I'll ask them that, but I'm going to ask you anyways. Do you happen to know what the life expectancy of the new building will be? Are we looking at 25, 30 years? Because if we're,
Well, if I look at some of the life expectancies of the current community centers, I've seen them since the 60s, right? So I don't know,
so you're thinking maybe
forever and ever,
35, 40 years?
at least.
So of course, that comes with operational and maintenance costs.
Correct.
For the next 30 years, let's say
Correct.
30 years. Do you happen to know, I'm assuming this is obviously going to be a city-run facility, similar to what we do with Seven Oaks, right? It's a city-run facility. It's not community-based, volunteer-based, like some of the
That's a
small-
concept that's out there. It can be city-run. Because it's a brand-new facility, there are options. It can be city-run, and it can also be, perhaps the YMYWCA could run it. Every city in Canada has the YMYWCA in some form of another, working in a community center, operating components, whatever. So at this point in time, the desire is to have it city-run, but I look at that as being an open option, because the thing isn't built yet, so.
Okay, and then last question, as you know, as you might be aware, the federal budget had recently made their announcement to add, I'm going to read it here, $500 million over 5 years, starting in 2024, 2025, to support more projects, libraries, cultural and community centers, and recreation facilities through the Green and Inclusive Community Buildings Program.
Correct.
So, do you happen to know if this building could possibly be green retrofit program?
100% I'm aware of that. So the funding parameters around the ISIP grant don't allow stacking of other federal grants. They do allow gas tax, but they don't allow stacking of other federal grants.
Okay.
So we've gone down that rabbit hole too.
Okay.
Other places have.
Okay,
But it's
let's-
Councillor Wyatt?
On that point, in light of the circumstances, like the federal government's going into a federal election in the next year, has that matter been revisited with them to say, look, grant us an exception here in light of what we're dealing with? Thanks to the inflation, Mr. Trudeau, that you've driven up, not to mention the cost of borrowing.
Yes, the mayor has been very actively engaged in this conversation, and I've been told to restrain myself on that topic, so.
Never. I want the real Genesis. Anyway, so, and then I guess the other question I had was, we went to the dance with Mayor Bowman on the impact fee.
Correct.
And we were taken to court. And
Correct.
some of us advised Mayor Bowman privately, you can't create it as a slush fund citywide. We're going to get sued. That's against the law. You have to earmark it to the neighborhood for specific things, as other municipalities. By the way, East St. Paul, the last time I checked, it was $15,000 a door in East St. Paul for a area charge / development fee that goes to fund specific infrastructure in the area above the property tax. Would there be any kind of political courage, or has there been any discussion, or if you're able to share at the EPC level, that you still have a lot of land still undeveloped in your ward?
Not a lot, actually not a lot.
No, but you
Very
will have
little.
new stuff coming on, because there's going to be, Qualico's been assembling a ton of land, and we could do it via the permit, right? We don't have to do it via the application. We can do it, and we've got HAF potentially coming, right, which will intensify development. We can do that by the permit. But to have some sort of impact, I won't call it impact fee, I'll call it an area charge, development area charge, that is specific to the area to help subsidize, because Councillor Eadie is absolutely correct. I voted against Waverly West. I'm the only person on this committee who was here back in 2002, 2006, when Waverly West came forward. And, a lot of us pointed out that it was flawed. The cost-benefit analysis was flawed. It did not include the extension of Kenniston. It did not include those 4 lanes. It did not include...
Which the developer did pay for, the extension of Kenniston.
No,
A portion,
not
a portion.
all of it. The province came to money with tens of thousands, tens of millions. And then rec facilities, fire halls, all that stuff was not in there.
Right.
Libraries
Right.
that you mentioned. And therefore, I think a case can be made. I know the developer quite well who spearheaded this, but I also, it was ironic, it's not only Gladco, it was Gary Dewar and the NDP who spearheaded it. So, Waverly West. So I guess my question is this: can we get an area charge going in this area to help us? And I would be supportive of that in my part of the city to help finance this, because I don't like the idea of debt financing if we can avoid it, right? And what are your thoughts on that?
We're in discussions with both of the developers that are out there right now.
Okay, well, I hope you set a precedent, because then we can copy it. But I don't think it should be up to developers. I think it should be council who should be setting the policy and informing the developers.
No, well, we're
That's what
having
That's what every other
conversations.
municipality does, right? And if
We're
50
having conversations about contributions to these facilities.
Well, it's
So-
interesting that in East St. Paul, $15,000 a door, to your point, has not stopped development. The other point I want to make here is that you mentioned East of the Red Recplex. One of the things we've attempted to do there is to build into the project other sources of revenue. So for example, we've accommodated housing on the site.
Yeah.
And we want to do ideally a TIF scenario, right? And we take the future taxes of that property and we pour it back into the capital cost of the facility. Is that something that's been contemplated here? You could build above this building and then that would lend it, you know, to a public-private partnership more, because then they would build it with the housing and you would basically lease back the facility and own it in 30 years. With the taxes coming in there generated to help pay for the lease. So any thoughts on that?
Well, I commend you for your approach to that for the rec campus in your area. The city never brought that forward to contemplate, and we had a real challenge just getting the land. We've filled it up with the fire station and other things, so that's not on the table.
And I would really, more of a, are you aware that we've attempted in the city in the last number of years to build beautiful in the last number of decades? That we tend to do things, we're very functional, and I agree, the functionality is important, but so is aesthetic value. You want a landmark here. You want a facility. I mean, I just to give you an example, when they did the first design of the Transcona Library, I said it looks like a bloody barn. And the residents all showed up at the open house, it looks like a bloody barn. And guess what? They changed it now, it looks like something that would be in Washington, D.C. It's a landmark. Would you be supportive of that? In terms of
Well, actually, the design that they put together is right beside the new high school and the new elementary school.
Okay.
And it's just sort of a concept draft. I sent you an email there.
Yeah.
We want this to look like a cohesive campus, and it will be when it's done. And the design is leaning towards another component of the design of the schools.
Yeah. Well, you got a lot of interesting design guidelines or design ideas in your neighborhood, especially with the University of Manitoba there that you can borrow, right?
Yeah.
Now, the last thought I had here, and I want to run it past you, we have option one, which is the city of Winnipeg would amend the project budget and solely fund the estimated 23 million budget shortfall through increased debt funding as one possible source. So as not to have this constantly come back, because I'm sure you don't want to have to come back again, ask for more money and everything else. The administration is famous, okay? They often will ask for delegated authority when it suits them. Now, I am suggesting here that maybe that we grant, in the event costs change, we delegate authority to the public service to address. And maybe we add, I like your thoughts on this, that they consider new revenue sources minus, to Councillor Eadie's point, any value engineering or project scope cuts. Okay, so I'm saying we add right at the end of that sentence, we delegate authority going forward, that if in the event costs continue to rise, the administration has to come back, has to determine it, has to deal with it. Because we're often the ones who are we're made the bad cops, and they're often made the good, like, no, this is, who's the one run, I remember, I'll never forget, when we were building the Plessis underpass, and I heard another cost overrun, and Brad Satcher, the head of public works, said, well, you got to issue the press release. No, you're the one running the project, you issue the press release, you're the one dropping the ball. But they have us, so I want to put the accountability where it deserves to be, with the public service who is running the project. We approve a budget, get the project done, right? What are your thoughts?
Well, I mean, you have to put a dollar value on it, right? You have to put, I mean, if you're going to give delegated authority up to X amount, you know, if I think it's up to, Public Works that comes forward, if it's up to 5 million, I mean, I'm sure, go to town, add another 5 million, I'd love it. Delegated authority, that would be great. But we have to put a number on it of delegated authority.
Well, I guess I'll ask the public service when they come forward, where do they see this project going?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you know, my concern is that if they don't get it out the door right away, then we're going to continue to see costs go.
Right.
I mean, but I want to thank you.
Sure, I support you putting that on.
No,
up
but
to-
Councilor Lutz, I just want to say I've been working with you for many years and previously, and I know you've been hammering this project for a long time. And your persistence is commendable.
And I'm here because of the project, so when the project's done, you probably won't see me anymore.
Well, we hope not. Well, hopefully see you in another life.
That's the news
too.
story of the day.
Another life we'll see each other.
A couple points here I wanted to make that are a part of this, obviously I'm supportive of this project going forward. I've made it quite clear that recreation, leisure, libraries, and our first responders should be our priority here with this committee. So I am driving that bus, and that includes your campus. It also includes East of the Red Recplex. We need to get these projects done. To Councillor Wyatt's point, we can't keep pushing the ball down the road and hope that the prices all of a sudden change to be more amendable to our budget. We need to get the work done. So with that, I will be putting forward a recommendation here that is not to receive this information. However, before I get into that during our regular agenda, I do want to point out that the ISIP funding of the 71 million, and this is a friendly reminder to our colleagues at the federal level who are heading into an election and our recently elected provincial level, the agreement was 36.8% from the City of Winnipeg, 44.6% from the Government of Canada, and 18.6% from the province of Manitoba. Unfortunately, we cannot control inflation. I believe that the federal government has a hand in inflation. However, now is the time that we all as partners here, as we speak loud and clear to the public, working as partners, let's be partners in this piece too and cover the costs. And that'll be included in my motion.
Perfect.
We will. It's been circulated to the committee. Yeah. Councillor Eady, final comments here before we let Councillor Lukes get on with her day.
Well, hang on, but I look forward to the motion you're having written up to figure this out. But I have two questions, though, only, because my colleague who's had more tenure on council than I seems to project certain perspectives that I haven't really noticed over 14 years necessarily. Number one is it the private sector who does up the design and builds the rec center here and the vocational school and the daycare? Is that the private sector who does that?
So the City
Hard-
Community Services Department is working hand in hand with the architect to design the layout and what programming is needed or what they think is needed. And we also worked hand in hand with the community because we have a very diverse community that,
Good.
you know, has
So-
perspectives.
So, but the private sector actually builds it, right?
That builds it, yeah, the city doesn't build
Yeah, the
it.
city
It'll go
doesn't
out to
build
tender,
anything, yeah.
people will bid on it.
And the other question I just have, just for clarification, this whole P3 concept stuff, okay. So just for clarification, I think you know this, but did you know when it's looked to be a P3, they budget differently so that it makes the private sector look really good? So they overestimate, just like they did on your Phase 2 Southwest Rapid Transit Corridor, where, it's under budget. Why? Because the private sector? No, it's because of the way they budgeted for it. So you're aware of that though, right?
Yes, and I'm not really going to go down the rabbit hole on P3 perspectives right now.
Anyway,
But I have a lot of
heard somebody
perspectives.
say something about administrative failure. And I just want to be clear that, you know, if our administration used the P3 concept on every project, but didn't go P3, but used the same concept, we'd always be under budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Righto. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Councillor Wyatt.
Oh,
has
one more
a
question.
Question?
That also, it doesn't have to be a traditional P3 model, but it can be a lease back. We did it for our libraries, by the way. We did it for the one up on Keewatin. Private sector built it. We were leasing it. We bought it back. It was in the contract that we could buy it back anytime. But the nice thing about that is we choose the timing. We choose the timing, and when we have the money, you know, that's what we did up on Keewatin. And the other part of that that's neat is that if we decide not to, the private sector hands back in 30 years a facility, exactly the same condition it was open to, that the public service or the city of Winnipeg can't wrap its head around right now. and do. And when it does, then maybe I'll think differently on P3s. But until then, I like P3s. But anyway, okay, thank you.
Okay, so I encourage you to ask the public service, Councillor Wyatt, I encourage you to ask the public service these questions. And I will be listening.
We'll be getting into a good debate.
I'm sure we will have a healthy discussion when the public service comes. Thank you very much, Councillor Lukes,
Thank
for
you.
the rest of your day. We are going into our second delegation of 12 listed here today. This matter is around the Happy Land Outdoor Pool motion that came forward from the Riel Committee. Councillor Allard is joining us next. I'd just like to remind those that are presenting today, we did have a very robust conversation around the closure of pools in the budget process. And this motion, item number 9, the extending operations of Happy Land Outdoor Pool for the 2024 swim season, has specific notes in it that I would like our delegations today to stay on point with. And if somebody before you has already made a point, I would appreciate it for the sake of everyone's time here, that we potentially not repeat those over and over again. And with that, we have Councillor Allard here today. Yes.
Point of order. We have a right to speak our mind on this committee. You can't censor us for what we want to say.
Nobody's being censored here, Councillor Wyatt.
Well,
I'm
I
saying
know,
that
but
we
point of
spent,
order. I will not-
Councillor Wyatt, I appreciate that, and if you want a response here, the fact is that we spent hours and hours and hours, and there was a council decision made on the specific issue of closure pool. I am happy to hear, and the committee, I believe, is on the same page, we are happy to hear the option here now that the public has come forward with funding. That does not, I do not need to revisit the decision made by council in the budget process. That's what I'm saying.
But that's what they're here for.
They are not here for that. This is a new proposal from private funding,
Well, they're here to revisit closing, which was a direct decision of the budget.
under the private funding clause, yes.
Well, I still don't understand your point, but anyway.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Okay.
Councillor Wyatt, or sorry, Councillor Allard.
Ooh, that's a new one. Okay, well, I'll put my coffee down for now. So first off, Mr. Chair, through you to the public, who I know some of whom are in the gallery. Thank you very much. Thank you to the committee. You're the same committee, I think, that I spoke to, and the community did during the budget process. So thank you, Councillor Duncan, for the many, many phone calls that we had, the debates that we had, private, public. And so I appreciate your time and consideration. Councillors Edie, Wyatt, for your support during the budget process. Councillor Santos, Mayor and Executive Policy Committee for reversing some of the decisions that were made in the budget, such as giving Windsor 2 more years in conjunction with the now about $12 million renovation of Bonnevital Pool, for their amending the budget for a $50,000 allocation from ward budgets to have a city-led, corporate city-led consultation process, which I hope will lead to a Transcona Park-style aquatic facility recommendation for council's consideration. I understand that would be something that would have to be a budget amendment, but that is where I'm focusing my attentions. The matter before you today is in that context. I had said during the deliberations that if anyone had that this was the council's decision, this is as far as I believe council would go in terms of the budget amendments, which I'm appreciative for, and I plan to work on with as much gusto as I did during the budget consultation period process. I think it started February 7th, and I think I had the primary thing on my mind for that entire period and in my conversations was pools. And so thank you for that. Thank you as well for MLAs Robert Loisel, who had sent in a letter of support during the budget process, as well as MLA Renee Cable. So as you know, as you may have seen in media reports, as you see in the motion, I want to provide a forum for the community to speak to you. They have raised, according to media reports, according to, well, I believe an attachment that should be included in the report. If not, it should be the Riel Community Committee in terms of funding sources. And I just want to commend the community for getting together and putting a lot of money together, something that didn't happen in the case of the Norwood Pool process, where St. Boniface did lose that pool, but we also got a renovation for the regional indoor facility of Bonavitale Pool, which without those dollars and without a $4.5 million contribution from the provincial government, that pool would have been in the same risk category as many pools in the city, including these two, including Provencher. So I have a few points I've noted down, ensure that I get them all out. So whatever you decide today, and I know we've discussed, I've talked to you all offline and discussed a number of possible options if you decide to do something with the motion. And so whatever you decide, I plan to bring to the corporate councillor tag team consultation that I expect to happen this summer in line with the Executive Policy Committee amendment to the budget, which I hope to be kicking off soon. So in terms of the general direction I plan on having in terms of aquatics in St. Boniface, I ran on being a father first, politician second. I think what that means for me is that I want to have a sustainable city, one that's sustainable financially as well as in terms of our environmental impact and commitments. Pleased to see the Green Box project moving forward. For example, in the case of environmental sustainability, and I think there's work to do, as I heard the former discussion on economic sustainability in terms of the city's finances. I've already thanked the province of Manitoba for the $4.5 million for Bonavitale Pool. I also want to point out that as well as the Bonavitale Pool upgrades, the St. Boniface community did, and this is happening soon, as part of the budget amendment 2022, a new splash pad in Norwood in the Champlain Community Center, and that's about $1 million in investments in aquatics in St. Boniface. So we are, I mean, where there's been some really big losses in terms of pools, we're also seeing investments being done as well. And that's what I'm hoping will happen out of this consultation process. I realize there's no money earmarked at this time. I realize that there is no capital page at this time, and so those would be the first steps that I would be taking. Community first with a recommendation, and then lobby with you and council to see if I can get a page in the capital budget, and then assembling those funds and getting into that lobby. Okay, just Councillor Wyatt's getting in the speaking line, I guess.
Yeah, continue on.
Yeah. So that's the next thing that's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen here today. There's been a lot of discussion, and I guess you'll have a lot to hear from the community as well, and a lot of conversations with them. And so the focus of the consultation is for a regional facility in St. Boniface to really look at that, the portfolio. Like I fear in the long term for Provencher, it has a very similar deferred maintenance portfolio as many pools in the city, as does, it's around the same figure as I saw for the other two pools. So I'd like to see, I'd like to see a Provencher pool that continues. But that's a conversation for another day, and not to alarm anyone. It's not slated for demolition, and it was not one of the pools that was slated for demolition out of the budget process. But it does have an equal amount of deferred maintenance as do the other pools. So I want to see permanent solutions, like I think, well, permanent solutions that'll last a generation, like I think we'll see with Bonaventure Pool. And I think what we'll see if a new pool is granted by councils as a capital project, and hopefully supported by other levels of government as a capital project. So the one thing I'll be bringing to the consultation, other than whatever you decide here today, is that, and I mentioned it at council, is that I would like to see a taller slide than the slide that exists in the Transcona Aquatic Facility. I want it to be taller and faster. And so that will be the one thing that I'll be, well, taller and faster. So it's kind of kidding, not kidding. I think it would be a good sell to a new facility. And I know those are going to be robust discussions as well. I was just being lobbied by residents of Windsor Park who want to see a new facility in their ward. We see here residents supporting Happy Land Pool with a private initiative. So there's a whole lot of balls up in the air, and I'm hoping to sort that, well, as much as we can all out during those consultations on the future of aquatics in St. B. Did I get all my thank yous? I did miss one thank you. Thank you to MP Vandal for his communication as well with me and with council. I know he was involved in those conversations during the budget process, and I'll certainly be knocking at his door if the council endorses a new capital project in the upcoming budget update. And I know that when I stop my delegation, I'm done. So I want to make sure that I have everything said. And just maybe I'll end with just thanking the community once again. They really put their money where their mouth is, and unlike what we saw with the Norwood Pool, we saw the community quickly mobilize and put a lot of funding together, and now they're here and they'll have their requests, and I leave it with you on how to address those. I'll be focused on this. I want to be here to give the community a forum to speak to you with the funding that they've assembled, and I'll be laser focused on this consultation corporate process on what happens going forward. So,
Thank you, Councillor Ard.
Yeah.
A couple on deck here, starting with Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to acknowledge, I understand what the chairperson was trying to say at the beginning. I just want to preface that, because that we don't want to bemoan the point that it was tied to a budget, but I think it's also important just to say this at the beginning, and that's it, that to acknowledge that this was part of a budget that cut it. And now, having said that, I want to say that very committed today to proposing a solution, so looking forward. And to that end, I guess I'd like to ask you, this anticipated $50,000 commitment from the provincial government, what does that mean?
Well, I've had conversations with the local MLA, newly elected MLA. I don't speak for the MLA. You may review media reports. The number came from delegations at the Riel Community Committee, as well as the apparent commitment from the province of Manitoba. So that's the information available at this time. I've had communications with the MLA, but I don't believe to be in a position to speak on the MLA's behalf.
So is the $50,000 real, or is it not?
You would have to speak to the MLA and the provincial government, and this, for me, this.
But you've included in a motion of Riel.
Yes.
That's why I'm asking you.
I included that as a motion of Riel because I heard firsthand from the Save Happy Land Pool Committee that Robert Loisel was extremely confident that there would be $50,000 for the pool. That's where that came from.
Okay, all right, well, that's good to know. And the greatest challenge here is that, the pool or the swimming pool season's about to begin, right? July 1. And for our public service to get the pool up and operating, Now, I understand that I've been talking as well to the Happy Land group, and they need time to reach out to different stakeholders, potential faith groups or not-for-profit groups who could potentially take this facility over from the city. But of course, that's something that takes time, right? It just doesn't happen overnight. Now, the city could assist, as we've done in the past, with that process. Namely, the city could issue what's called an expression of interest, an EOI, to go out, and therefore it would garner not-for-profit groups, maybe something like a Youth for Christ group, a faith-based group, to come forward to respond and to take the facility over and run it. Now, that would probably take, a process like that takes typically, 6 months to 9 months to do. If it's in the past, that's what it took. And then we would come to an agreement with a user to take it over in terms of the terms of that agreement. But in the meantime, it takes time. And so would you support that, number one? And number one, two is tied to that, though, that the city, for at least this season, keep the pool operating to allow the EOI process to go forward.
Mr. Chair, through you to the councillor, I think I really am looking for the committee to make a decision. Whatever that decision may be, I'm focused on the commitments that were made at budget time. I don't want to. That's where I am at. Will I support? Not support? I think there's going to be a number of options that are going to be presented at committee today. EOI is one approach. I leave it to you to discuss. There may be some costs to what you propose, Councillor Wyatt, and so therefore I leave it up to committee. EOI could be.
I didn't get an answer from you, but that's okay. I asked the question.
Well, Mr. Chair, through you to Councillor Wyatt, I think EOIs can yield any number of ideas, like skate parks, who knows what. The adaptive reuse of facilities is something that's complex, and any number of options might come out of an EOI like that.
Well, number one, would you support a motion that keeps the pool going this season by the city, and it concurrently does an EOI, expression of interest, for the future seasons to be taken over, so it's no longer on the city books going forward? Would you support that? Yes or no?
Well, I believe if you follow my presentation, Mr. Chair, through you to Councillor Wyatt, I said earlier in my presentation that I am bringing this forward. I bring this forward to you. I look to the committee to make a decision. Whatever that decision is, I will bring to the consultation process. And so I think if you hear what I'm saying, Councillor Wyatt, through the chairperson,
I'm listening.
if you hear that I will take the committee's decision today and bring it to the consultation, and I think if you're making a proposal that the committee would then support, that's something that I would then take to the consultation, corporate-led consultation that's happening. So
The only reason I ask you the question is because you the word counselor.
yeah.
Okay, I'm going to the question.
Thanks, Councillor Wyatt. Councillor Santos?
Thanks, Councillor Allard. We all know that these decisions are not easy. I faced similar consequences in my ward, so I'm very cognizant of the issues at hand. But we are talking about community coming forward and raising private dollars. So I want to talk a little bit about that. And you are the numbers guy. I know you are. You're very good at the numbers. And I will probably have further discussions with the administration too. So, but I just wanted to kind of bring it out now. So for clarity, do you happen to know how much it will cost the city to operate Happy Land for the summer months? Do you know?
So, Ms. Chairperson, through you to the committee, what I have is information from the Free Press. which may or may not include the facilities management numbers, which, if you recall, the debate was for Happy Land under $100,000. I also heard during the presentations the facilities management charges line departments for their expenses. So it may or may not be the case that the line department has charged these pools and that those were included in the free press numbers. So there's a bit of an asterisk there, but I know that the asterisk is under 100,000.
Okay, so with that bearing in mind, let's just call it 100,000. You operate, maintain, hire the lifeguards. Thank you, Councillor Eady. Okay, so we are, to date, from what I'm seeing from the presentation, $30,000 short. If we were to receive this, so is it under the expectation that this group, that the city would fund $30,000? Are you under that impression? I'm sure the delegation will come and speak, but I'm asking the questions of you.
Well, I mean, Mr. Chair, through you to Councillor Santos, I mean, I don't speak on behalf of the committee, but I presume if you're offering them something that in line with what they're asking for, that the answer would be likely yes.
Okay.
But you'll have to ask them directly.
And then
I mean, if I were in that position,
And then in their letter here to you, dated April 30th, they had said they received news that Kiwanis Club, the original founders of the park and pool 90 years ago, will be coming forth with a very strong message of support. Have you received anything from this community with respect to the Kiwanis Club? What their support is that financial or just a letter of support?
Mr. Chair, through you to the committee, I have been in communication with, or received communication from the Kiwanis Club. It was not to do with that issue, but we are.
No funding attached to it?
I'm not aware of specific funding from the Kiwanis Club. I do know the French Canadian community. I do know the St. Boniface community. I expect that as time goes on, there will be more and more funders that would come online. I don't know how many of those funders would be repeat funders, but certainly St. Boniface is rich in organizations, and they're very active.
So I guess what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask a little bit more questions of the administration, how that's going to work. If we receive $70,000 now and say another $100,000 comes later on through their continuous fundraising efforts, how do we continue? Because that's, for me, it poses a bit of a challenge financially for the city to continue to receive funding from outside source. Are we going to continue to do motions and et cetera, et cetera? So that's going to be my question for the administration on clarity. And then secondly, talking about the idea of, similar to what I've done, is declaring this land surplus or the pool surplus. I know Councillor Wyatt had mentioned an EOI, but I would be interested on discussing possibly declaring it as surplus, instead of doing an expression of interest, declaring it surplus, which would require 2/3 council vote, of course. I'm suggesting a different model. You're suggesting EOI. I'm suggesting declaring the land surplus, which requires 2/3
We'll clarify
votes,
from the administration because you'd
All right,
have
let
to.
Councillor Santos finish, please.
We'll
which
clarify.
require 2/3 council vote, but would open up the opportunity for, say, a nonprofit organization, Friends of the Happy Land Park, to come and bid and purchase the building and operate.
Councillor Duncan, through you to the committee, I'm leery of anything that has to do with declaring anything park surplus. If there were anything, I'd like to see it tied to something very concrete, because just declaring, I mean, we just went through a very big conversation on the future of 219 Provencher. We're still having those conversations, and that was as a result of land being declared surplus. This wasn't even parkland. This was a building that's important to the community. But I think the declaring park surplus route is a dangerous one, and the only time in my career that I saw parks successfully be converted into something from a private party was the Bruce Oak Recovery Center. And we can remember how that barely passed with 11 votes, and I think it's 11 hard votes, not two-third council, it's 11 votes. So if you're missing a few councillors that day, you get two-thirds, you still lose the vote. So, I mean, I think one of my colleagues, Chairperson Duncan, who is sitting at this table, and I won't name them for confidentiality reasons, but they'll know who they are, they told me early in my career, Councillor Lard, I found out that you don't touch green space. So I heard that from a member of committee, and I won't say who that was.
That's good advice.
So on to last final question. You had mentioned that possibly or will be doing a consultation for a new aquatic facility in St. Boniface. With Happy Land, let's say we do have this open, and I'm playing devil's advocate here, we have it open for this year alone. Your consultation obviously is going to take a couple of, maybe a year or a year and a half, and then we obviously need to have budget lines on what that new aquatic facility we're to look at. No future dollars have been allocated to keep Happy Land open for, say, 10 years. I'm just spitballing numbers. Let's say it takes 5 years. There's no money in the future to keep Happy Land open while we're building this new aquatic facility. So we're just keeping it open for one season. Wouldn't you say it'd be better use of private dollars instead of keeping Happy Land open and that money disappears, that they continue to fundraise efforts for a capital campaign into a new aquatic facility, such as when you're discussing kind of that's going into the future?
Councillor Duncan, through you as chair, to Councillor Santos. I mean, the community's fundraised for a specific cause. You know, I commend them for doing that. A lot of money in little time. Certainly, maybe this doesn't answer your question directly, but I will be going cap in hand to anyone who will listen if a concrete project comes from these consultations that we're having on the future of aquatics in St. Boniface. In terms of telling a group what to do with dollars that they've raised, I don't know. I don't think that's my place.
Okay, I'll wait to hear from the delegations.
Thank you. We have Councillor Edie up next and Councillor Wyatt on deck.
Yeah, I just, so Happy Land, it was a whole package thing. Budget was voted on, but, and first thing is, you are aware that there's an unfunded project to expand and make better the Provencher Pool?
Mr. Chair, through you to Councillor Edie, I am aware.
Okay, thanks. The other thing I want to point out, Councillor Lard, it's very difficult with pools and stuff closing. I have that happening in my ward, but, and there's some unfunded projects in my ward that, anyway, so you're also aware that you're going to be competing with the needs of some other councillors in other wards for potential new capital budget sheets to say, for example, renovate the West Kildonan Library. There's a for St. John's Park's wading pool, there is an unfunded thing, and that's going to be the only pool left in the, what the real estate agents call Scotia Heights, up to at least on the south part. Anyway, so you're aware that you're going to be competing for trying to add, well, and I think we all agreed here at the committee that we're adding the extra 23 million onto the Waverly West project, which is, like, these are all needed, right? So you're aware that there's going to be a lot of fighting between ward councillors about what projects get funded, if at all, right?
Mr. Chair, through you to Councillor Edie, I'm very much aware, as was the case with Taché Promenade, as was the case with Bonavental Pool, both $10 million projects, that there are competing priorities, and as the ward councillor, I will be fighting hard to get those capital dollars into the ward, and I do realize that there are requests coming from across the city. I just heard Councillor Lukes talk about the increase in funding that the council is asking for in the recreation project in their ward. So yes, I mean, this is council. We're all elected independently. We all represent communities, and we all come to the table and we make decisions with 9 votes at the end of the day.
Thank you. Back to Councillor Wyatt.
Yeah, Counselor, are you aware that the original budget, when it was came forward that Eldon Ross Pool was to be closed, but this committee, out of his goodwill, worked with the area councillor who happens to sit on the committee to keep that pool open for the good of the community. Are you aware of that?
Mr. Chair, through you to the councillor, I am aware of that. I saw it happen. I also saw a motion defeated relating to the St. Boniface situation. So I think the committee made a decision in that moment.
And I was happy to help on that effort.
Yes.
And number 2, are you aware that as a former chair of finance and a member of the budget working group, that the public service, every budget comes forward with a list of cuts? That is the same garbage list that is always closing libraries, closing pools and everything else, but they never propose, funny enough, to eliminate FTEs of senior administration. They always propose cuts that are frontline services, and we've told them, when I was chair of finance, and so was Sondel, we told them, you know what you can do with that list, or this meeting's over. Are you aware that goes on every budget?
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt, through the chair, Councillor Duncan. I am aware. I've been a member of the budget working group.
Okay.
And I mean, in terms of your very solid affirmation that FTEs are never included, I would respectfully disagree with that, given that this budget did have additional FTEs.
Well, that's probably because EPC pushed it out. We did the same when I was chair of finance, and they didn't like it. Anyway, so are you also aware that the 23 million that we're proposing to spend, like to authorize on the project you heard before, which we support, I support, now that's capital, so we can't really talk about it being in terms of the same thing here, operating, right, to operate Happy Land. However, 23 million at 5%, because they're proposing debt, will cost the city out of its operating budget 1.15 million a year. In other words, 1.15 million a year in new operating costs because the debt that we need to borrow now on the Waverly West Rec Campus. Not even a fraction of what Happy Land needs to keep going. Are you aware of that?
Mr. Chair, through you to Councillor Wyatt, I am aware that every time that we borrow, it impacts the operating budget, and I'm also aware that that is one of the factors for which we tend to lean into capital projects relative to operations.
And I hope that this, are you aware, I hope that this discussion that we see taking place here does point out the fact that it seems to be kind of like Charles Dickens' Tale of Two Cities. You know, I don't begrudge Waverly West. I hear everything Councillor Luke said. But do you not agree that a working class neighborhood like South St. Boniface should be treated no differently than the new neighborhoods like Waverly West?
Well, Mr. Chair, through you to Councillor Wyatt, I think the city's finances is built on a house of cards, and I think Waverly West is probably at the top of that house of cards. And we build suburb after suburb of houses and concrete without having, as the former councillor, as the councillor speaking prior to me said, without those amenities that are vital to communities. So, do we need recreation facilities? I'd like to see a mini St. Boniface throughout the city of Winnipeg with walkable amenities. What we have today is the Winnipeg that we have today, and what we have today are the decisions that we need to make with the hand that we're dealt. And I think the hand that we're dealt is the house of cards. Mm-hmm. And at some point, without more support, who knows? Maybe there'll be university. Maybe there'll be Unicity 2.0 one day when we're out of buildable land and we can't pay the bills.
Well, and are you aware that when I was chair of finance, I one day got a very angry call from the former president of the Winnipeg firefighters, you know, because I was pushing down on their contract. It's either in the gallery today. right? And my argument coming back was that we can give as much as you guys want on contracts, and same with police and everybody else, but we're gonna have to shut down pools. We're gonna have to shut down libraries. We're gonna have to shut down everything else in the city because we can't fund anything else because we're not prepared to raise taxes. Do you foresee this now, what's happening? Everything that was predicted before is actually happening. Do you see what's, you hear my, it's not really a question, it's a point, I guess.
I guess that would make you out of order, Councillor Wyatt.
It would make me out of order.
Yeah.
Heaven forbid. Anyway, you know what? I hope, would you hope, my last question, would you hope that this is an exercise today, not about proving somebody wrong, not about proving the budget bad, but more about what's, to do what is right for the kids of the neighborhood? Don't you think that's what this should be about today? Considering we want kids to stay off the streets, we want them to have recreational activities, we want them to be in a place that's safe and have places to go that are safe, and that Happy Land was one of those places, to ensure that they don't go down the wrong track in their life, and sometimes that's the case if recreational facilities or other alternatives aren't there. Do you believe that that's really what this should be about today, Councillor Lord?
I do believe that we need to invest more in recreation services. I mean, I looked at the portfolio. There is significant deferred capital. The latest number for the City of Winnipeg is $2.8 billion. The latest number for pools, I think it's $230 million deferred capital over 10 years. Do the math, chop a zero. You can come up with what number that is. So I think across the city, there is a need for more funding for recreation. And I think if you talk about that risk list or the budget process, you know, council needs to make a decision within a box, and that box is the fiscal situation that is what we have, usually based on who's elected for mayor.
Yeah. And my last question, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Is that we always, when we did close facilities and stuff, we typically rolled it out as part of programs. So for example, the arenas. We reduced the amount of city-run arenas, but we added new arenas as part of that, right? Usually we amalgamated with community clubs. We did it together. Wading pools, same thing in this budget, as part of a program. Build new splash pads. This one seems to be an outlier that's on its own, where all of a sudden, at the last minute, a promise was made to you that you mentioned the Transcona Aquatic Park, something like that, maybe, but no money was put in the budget. There was no plan around it. It was just kind of that's why I know it was part of that list the administration always brings every budget. Shouldn't we stick to that tradition in this council where we have found ways to, yes, reduce the asset footprint of the city, but to do it in a way that does not decline the quality of life or services being offered to the city, because we offer new amenities hand in hand with that?
Chairperson Duncan, through you to Councillor Wyatt, I believe that that is what we're doing as part of the lobby from the community, as part of my lobby, it's part of the lobby from the MLAs, the MP, and the consideration of Executive Policy Council. Councillor Eadie's motion at this committee, I think it's all a result of that. And if it hadn't been part of the original budget package, I believe that is what is being done here now.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Santos?
Please bear with me, Mr. Chair, but Councillor Wyatt had brought it up, and I want clarity on the record. Are you aware the motion that I moved during budget season was to declare the Eldon Ross pool as surplus and sell it?
I think now that you mention it in no uncertain terms, I think I was aware of that, yes?
Okay. Are you aware that if the pool, maybe you're not aware, but I will make you aware, are you aware that if the pool does not sell, the plan is to conduct a feasibility study to repurpose the building, and then the pool will not be reopened, but the building will be repurposed into another facility, recreational amenity? Are you aware?
I am now aware of that, and if I might add a third option, like 99-year lease, Festival de Voyageurs style on the Fort Gibraltar. I'm not aware of when you declare a pool surplus. Is it only the pool?
Pool and the waiting pool.
But does it include green stuff around?
It's just the building.
Just the building?
Yeah, the whole building and the waiting pool.
Can you do that?
I did it.
Anyway, I'd
Well, the
love
report
for
is-
you to ask the
report-
question.
The report is coming back to this committee in July.
So what I did see one time was a building sold for a certain purpose, and there was no guarantee of the
Correct.
building being used for that said purpose. And there was a moment in time in North St. Boniface where we didn't know what we thought would have been a medical facility in North St. Boniface, which was the will of council at the time, and the sale that was made at the time. We weren't sure what was going to happen to that building. And through investigations of the public service, there had been no provision made in terms of if that thing weren't done, then it was basically a big question mark on.
Well, this one is
What would be done
definitely
there?
a pool. It's a pool, to sell it as a pool.
Well, Bruce Oak Recovery Center was declared surplus, and then it became a recovery center. It was not an arena as it was originally. So I think when you declare land surplus, you're not sure what you're going to get back.
Fair point.
But
So if you
I like the green.
make it subject to the UI, you could.
Counselor.
You can, but it wasn't in this case.
You have a
I
question?
understand.
Anyway, just to clarify things, I heard from my previous colleague make some comments. You know that Kildonan Park is serving the working class people of Old and West Kildonan for many years, and that's the only outdoor facility that Old Kildonan and parts of West Kildonan have. You know that, right?
Through you, Chairperson Evan Duncan, to Councillor Ross Eady, I'm aware, and I'd also like to make the point that my family and I from St. Boniface also enjoy those facilities because I believe that all facilities in Winnipeg are accessible to all Winnipeggers.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and I want to assure you, I think you already know this, I have talked to you, regardless of what the decision is today about Happy Land, I made it clear that my family used Happy Land, actually. My wife and I, anyway, best man and maid of honor actually lived on Archibald, and we used to bring our kids over there. But the other thing I just wanted to clarify, anyway, I'll deal with it in the,
Okay.
Oh, that's what it is. So I also mentioned this to you. I heard somebody say something here which is not necessarily true. Yes, there's all these things on a list, and you can decide to close them or not. You have to figure out how you get to a certain money thing, and when the mayor has set how much he's going to raise the property taxes, you're stuck with trying to figure out what the hell to do. So, but I want to assure you that the public service, community services, had a plan for several $1 million to look at the Provencher pool unfunded, which was part of closing the existing pool plan. So there was, from the public service, here's what they were proposing to do. And they focused in on the lowest income area in your ward and said that's where we should invest the money if we're divesting our investments from Windsor Park and Happy Land. So you are aware that the public service did provide a plan.
Mr. Chairperson Evan Duncan, through you to Councillor Eady, I became aware of the plan through the budget discussions, and I was not in a position where I was going to decide who the winners and losers were in the community.
Yep.
And so that's why I asked for consultation. That's why I asked for a stay on the demos. Thank you to Council and EPC for the stay on Windsor. And thank you for the opportunity at a shot at having a new outdoor facility as was discussed during the budget process. So now, my next fight is trying to get that capital, trying to get first a project vetted by the community, and then two, start lobbying councillors, other levels of government, third parties for the funding. And I've already assembled about $500,000 in ward funds towards that future project.
But you shouldn't have to.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Seeing no other questions, appreciate you.
I do have to go to the washroom.
Yeah, okay, we can take a quick break here. If we could reconvene at 11:30 here. Appreciate it. Thank you, Councillor Lark. Welcome back to the Standing Policy Committee on Community Services for this May 8th, 2024. Appreciate your patience as we had a quick break that went a little longer than expected. We'll get back into delegations. From our list here, we have our third delegation, Tom Scott, with respect to item number 9 on our agenda today. Mr. Scott, making his way down.
I'm here today on behalf of the Friends of Happy Land Pool and want to thank you for this opportunity. We heard a little earlier about the everybody wanting green space and recreation space, and we know that's true, that's all everybody wants, and that's what we want. But we're trying to come out together with a proposal so that we can achieve that without it costing the city money. So the decision to close Happy Land Pool was a hard one and deeply affected us all, but we respect the process and the decision made. We would like to present to you a proposal that does not change the budget decision of last month, nor does it take away from any recreational opportunities to other wards. We understand providing affordable recreation opportunities to children, teenagers, and seniors are important, and that is our motivation in this cause. We heard the financial restraints that the city is under and resulted in the need to close the pool. And with that in mind, we looked at what we could do as a community to assist the city in achieving a way to keep the pool open while keeping the budget decisions intact. The Friends of Happy Land Pool partnered with Francophones, which is a community foundation that has been part of fundraising in the French community for many years. A fund was set up with the goal to raise the operating costs of keeping this pool open. And once funding to operate this pool has been achieved and confirmation of the opening of this pool is announced, we can focus our resources to look forward to how we can work with the city in future years. This fund, which provides a tax receipt for any donation over $10, has in a short period of time raised a total so far of just over $75,000, which was about 90% of our goal. We also are very close to 2 more commitments for another $15,000. We are quite confident that by the time the pool is open, we'll have far exceeded our goal. And that money can be used for next year. We ask you today to approve your request to work with the city and have your funding go to support the pool being open this year. I would like to just address a couple questions that I don't think were asked before that weren't fully answered. I think it was Councillor Santos who asked about the money going towards the new facility that might be. Well, this fund is set up in 2 ways. Part of it is a fund where the money goes in and stays in that, and if it doesn't go to the pool, then it stays in the community for recreational services. So this money cannot be put into any other thing. The other part of the fund is a pledge, and that is pledged only to Happy Land Pool, the operation of Happy Land Pool this summer. So I hope that helps answer those types of questions. I mean, we could talk here forever and ever, but I think the basic principle here is that we want to get across is that we respect what the decision was made. We did our best to try to help the city overcome this. We will work with the city in the future, but our goal is to get a commitment from the city to open it this year. And then we haven't heard really from the city what we need to do. We took this on our own based on the little bits of information that we heard. But if we can get the pool open this year, we can talk. And we have a full 8-10 months before anything serious needs to be done for next year. We have lots of things that we're looking at and discuss, but we don't really have a plan put forward because we don't know the dynamics of what we're going to have to be investing ourselves in. Other than that, I really don't know what to say, but please work with us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scott. Councillor Santos?
Thank you. I appreciate you answering the question. But you had mentioned that the goal is to open the pool and give you guys an opportunity within 8 to 10 months to figure out. As we heard from the previous delegation, Councillor Mathieu Allard had said there is discussions to do a study to do an aquatic facility. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I'm not going to discuss this full length, but we just saw Councillor Lukes up here about the discussion of a rec center in her area that's taken years and years to go. We don't want to be without a pool in that period of time. We don't want maybe even a full generation of children not having the opportunity for a pool. We know this pool is not going to last forever, but we want to keep it operational, as viable as possible. So any shortage of time that the children and the teenagers and the adults in this community are without a pool is as short as possible.
So then to my second question, if you're looking to continue to have Happy Land remain open for over the course of how many years until the new aquatic facility opens, you do realize there will be some capital money to go into Happy Land to remain open.
Well,
Because you're, right? So I'm going to go on to my next question, but can you answer my question?
yes, we know that.
Are you guys then willing to raise capital funds to have the pool open? Or are you just wanting to use the money to operate?
We're willing to discuss what is needed for next year after we have this year put behind us. For next year, we've got people that are talking to now about taking over the pool, about different things. We don't have anything concrete because we don't have anything to go to them and say, look, this is what the city says. Bring them a plan in 6 months and let's put that plan together. Once we have that, we can bring a plan together. If we don't have the plan that the city wants to hear next, let's say January, February next year, whenever it is the city tells us to bring that forward, the pool will not be open next year. We understand that.
My understanding is the plan is to close the pool and have a new aquatic facility.
At some point in time, yes.
Yes, that's the plan.
That's the city's plan.
Yes,
Yes.
that's the city's plan. But you're looking for a new plan.
No, we're not looking for a new plan. We're looking for a plan in between. We're just looking for a plan to, not to close this one. And we heard earlier today, I forget who it was that said it, sorry, but we heard about how recreation facilities were being closed down with nothing there to back it up.
Yeah, so the plan in between is to have Windsor Park Pool remain open for 2 years. That's the in-between plan. So that's the plan. So what are you asking for Happy Land is a new plan.
Well, Councillor Santos, I understand what you're saying, but as a community, we know that Windsor Park and even Provenche are very limited in space, just like Happy Land. The 3 pools in total, if they were fully staffed, cannot serve the population of the community. The capacity is less than half of what Councillor Wyatt has in his, or Kelowna Park, or Westwood. So we need all 3 pools. But we've also heard at the committee here and at EPC and that from the public service that of the 2 pools, Happy Land's in better shape. And we actually heard from the mayor's assistant chief of staff that it probably can operate for another 5 years without any major thing. The fear we have is that we heard that the liner in Windsor Park is ready to go at any time, and it may be closed next year. So that really doesn't satisfy having a plan in place. We want to ensure that there is a viable plan in place, that it's not going to cost the city any money.
Thank you.
Councillor Eady?
I think you partly answered this question, but I was explaining how at the time that my family didn't have a lot of money, we went from West Kildonan down to, we would take our kids to Happy Land. But my question is, and I think you answered it, but like to get to the Windsor Park outdoor water facility, it doesn't sound like it doesn't sound impossible. Like, why wouldn't parents make sure their kids got over to Windsor Park for that outdoor water experience?
Well, I appreciate the question, Councillor Eady. The problem is we noticed when Norwood Pool was closed, that the capacities of the other pools filled up, and people would go to another pool and they couldn't get in. Now, if you take out one more pool, you're taking 1/3 of the capacity of the pools in St. Boniface out of the equation. So there isn't the access really there. There is the 2 pools, but the access for the number of people is not adequate for the population in the area. And it is from Happy Land. When St. Boniface built the pools, and they did it on a taxpayer's vote, it went to a vote, and the taxpayers overwhelmingly voted for the money for the pools. They built the pools 2 kilometers apart so that they were very close together in walking distance. People didn't need cars. You could get to it, and it was someplace where a teenager could go on a Friday night or Saturday night and hang out with his friends.
Okay. I do have one more. So that's pre-Unicity. Like, are you aware of why some formerly separate cities invested money different ways, but you're aware that since, what was it, 1972 and on, we've had this problem in that we haven't been able to serve the greater Winnipeg with the amount of money that we budget. You understand that, right?
Do I understand that?
Yeah, like,
Yes,
this is where the pressure is coming from. I don't like closing any pools, but
Yeah. No,
we have a budget problem, right?
Yeah, I understand that, and that's why we took it upon ourselves to help the city raise the finances so they don't have to cover the operating costs.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt?
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Scott, thanks for your presentation. You prefaced it by saying at the beginning you wanted to find a solution that did not impact the city budget.
Right.
But I'll kind of push back gently and say what you're asking does impact the city budget. You're asking for us to keep Happy Land operating this year so that you can find solutions in the future years. Therefore, the city does then have to find the money for this year,
The money for,
keeping Happy Land open this year.
well, we will fund the operating costs of it being open.
Okay, because I got confused there. I got impression in your presentation that you were saying the money that you're raising now would be for the future years, not
No,
this year.
once we get the confirmation of the pool being open this year, then we can start working on raising the funds for next year. The money we are raising right now is the operating cost.
Okay.
And I'm sorry if I confused you
No,
on
that's
that.
okay. No, I'm glad to clarify with
But
you.
we will achieve our goal in that by the time the pool is open.
So the Friends of Happy Land / the South St. Boniface Resident Association, if they were to contribute let's say we use a number right now, because you mentioned 75,000, you said there might be more money, but let's say we use 75,000. And if the province of Manitoba were to contribute their 50,000 that we're hearing about, that in 2024, the city of Winnipeg continue to operate it subject to that, and that B, the city of Winnipeg can currently issue an expression of interest for the future seasons to find another operator where you as residents and the area councilor could be on an advisory committee to the EOI, participate, but that the EOI has to be closed no later than, and a decision made by, let's say, January of next year. So that there's determined whether or not there is a not-for-profit or a private sector entity or something that would operate it, right? Does that sound acceptable to you?
It's entirely acceptable. That's what we want to work with the city at. We have people who are interested in doing just that thing.
Okay.
But in the short term, we don't have the commitment from the city to allow us to have discussions with those people.
And you're aware that Happy Land right now, like all of our infrastructure in the city, inherited prior to Unicity, 1972, has a massive deferred maintenance that is not thanks to the municipalities that gave us these assets, but thanks to the city of Winnipeg's own mismanagement. You're aware of that?
Sad to say, yes, totally aware of it. We've seen money go into other pools and nothing into our pools. So yes, we are fully aware of it. But we know that's where we are at now, and we want to work to overcome that and to keep the pool open.
Right, but then you're aware that ironically, it's the city's own mismanagement of its assets that they're throwing back at you at the community. You're aware of that irony?
Well, let me phrase it this way, if I could, maybe you would understand a little bit better. We hear about the pool reaching its age of life. The pools in St. Boniface were all built around the same time. Other pools in the city of Winnipeg, like, let's say, Kelowna Place, were built maybe 3 or 4 years later. We don't hear that they're reaching their end of life in 4 years and going to be closed down. So we know that it's not age, it's the fact that they were not taken care of. And that is why they're in this position today. When these 3 pools were built, the city of St. Boniface passed a spending bylaw of, I think it was $205,000 to build the 3 pools. Other municipalities, as an example, Fort Garry, turned down a $40,000. They voted against a $40,000 park recreation fund. City of St. Boniface has shown in the past that we're willing to spend money on recreation. We know the value of it. And you see now with the donations and the commitment from the community that it is still there, that we value our recreation and we value our amenities and we value what they do to the benefits of the society that we live in. And St. Boniface pools are not St. Boniface pools. They're in St. Boniface, but they are open to everybody. And we do know people from across the city that come there just because they're free.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scott. Seeing no other questions, appreciate your time today. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Our next delegation on the same item is Teresa Quick. And following Teresa, we have Sandra Dupuis. So Sandra, if you want to just grab a seat on the bench.
I'm going to reserve or waive my right till the end, please.
All right. Then the next person after that is Natalie Kleinschmidt. Natalie, if you want to grab a seat on the bench.
We might need a few minutes for her. She's at an appointment.
All right. And then is Michelle here?
Yes.
All right, Michelle, you're up on the bench.
With respect to everybody's time here in the gallery, we will continue on with delegations. I appreciate that other people have things on their agenda today. However, we do have people patiently waiting here on several items. So, good morning.
Good morning. I'm here on behalf of the Friends of Happy Land Pool, and the City of Winnipeg had made a decision to close the pool, mostly due to the lack of the funds in the budget to operate the pool. The cost of operating the pool, I believe, is between $80,000 and $85,000, and we are now asking the city to go back and review this decision, as the community has been able to raise most of the funds needed to keep the pool open. As Tom said, we have raised just over $75,000 at this time, and I'm confident that we will have the full amount and more, given a little bit of time. However, we would need the city to operate the pool this year, as we are running out of time to put together a plan. Keeping the pool open would give us the time needed to consult with the community and explore long-term plans for the pool, to look at different options, but we need the pool open to be able to do that. By keeping the pool open, it will also help fill the void left with the closing of Bonaventure, as there were lineups at Provencher and Windsor Park pools when Happy Land was closed on weekends, and you could not get into the pools due to overcapacity. The pool does not need major repairs at this time and is good for up to another 5 to 10 years. So why would you close down and demolish a perfectly good pool at the cost of several $100,000 that does not need major repairs, instead of letting the community use it for this year or until a new pool is built, which we don't even know if that will happen? Where's the value for our money by doing this? It is only common sense to keep the pool open. I could see if the pool was in bad shape, but it is not. And you do not throw away a car because it needs an oil change. You don't demolish your house because it needs some maintenance. So why would you demolish a pool that has many good years left in it? It does not make sense. By taking the pool away without another pool to replace it, you are taking an amenity away from this community, but the people still have to pay the same taxes. When you do this, the people will eventually move away and the area will decline. And no, the people will not walk to Provencher or St. Vital pools because they are not nearby, and especially if you are disabled or too young to go by themselves. The pools may also be full to capacity if this pool is closed. Maybe we should look at the St. Vital pool as an example of how an older pool can be revitalized. The city said that the pool will need $3.6 million in deferred maintenance over the next 10 years, but this is only an estimate. However, we are not asking for 10 years. We are only asking for this year, and this year the pool does not need any major upgrades and will not likely need any for the next few years. We pay taxes, and the operating costs of the pool should have been included in the budget, as the operating cost is only approximately 0.004% of the city's operating budget. The pool is an asset that the city should have been maintaining and budgeting and not closing down. The pool is the lowest cost of all pools to operate. In actuality, the people should not have to subsidize the city to keep the pool open, but we are. I believe the city has lost sight of what a good city should be. The city is forgetting about the people. They cannot see the bigger picture and all the benefits that this pool would bring, especially this is a growing community with a big development going into it. The pool is a reminder of good times, happy times, laughter. It is comforting to see people enjoying themselves. The city needs to bring back the values of goodness, kindness, and caring, and not just be about the money. And if it is about the money, then the city should have budgeted for the pool all these years, as the city had done in the past. We need to start caring again about the impact our decisions make on people. Should children stay in their basements the whole summer? That doesn't teach children life skills. The smaller pool also serves a purpose for disabled people, physically and mentally. The pool is not as noisy and full like the big pools, like the big aquatic centers. Some people have social anxiety and other mental health problems and cannot take the noise and be around large gatherings of people, and so this smaller pool is a safer place to go. Some people with physical disabilities are self-conscious about their appearance, and it is easier for them to go to a place where there is not as many people. By closing the pool, you are creating barriers to the disabled and not promoting inclusivity. Also, we do not have too many pools. We may have more pools, but they hold the same amount as people as one big pool. So our two pools might hold the same as one other bigger pool. So we're serving the same amount of people. We would like the city to work with us for the betterment of the city. By reviewing and accepting our proposal to keep the pool open, the city would have nothing to lose and much to gain by providing the community with a safe place to enjoy this summer. This would be a benefit to both the city and the community.
Thank you. Questions here, starting with Councillor Wyatt?
Thank you, Teresa, for your presentation. So I'm going to just gently, as I said to Tom, push back gently in terms of, so you're aware, you mentioned the deferred maintenance. Now you're aware the public services job is to keep track of the infrastructure deficit, if you like, of our assets. And they're indicating to us that there is deferred maintenance on the facility, which means, okay, that even if, let's say, the city says, okay, we're going to agree with you and we're going to keep it operating this summer, where we've seen it in the past, for example, the Arlington Bridge, like literally out of the blue, you can get a situation where, there's a movement or there's a change or a boiler goes and then boom, you're down, right? And that's really what the public service is saying, that at this point in the lifespan of that pool, the fact that the city has not put in the maintenance dollars that it probably should have, that something could happen at any point, including even this season. You're aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. And you're also aware that, I guess I want to stress that let's say we go down the road, let's say we keep it open, let's say we vote to do that, let's say we vote to, take you up on your offer of the money you've raised, including the provincial money, and let's say we go to an expression of interest. But let's say there's no response to that expression of interest. Come next year, the pool closes. You know that.
Yes. Yes, we are aware of that.
Okay.
We will do everything that we can to
Right.
keep it open, and we're confident that the pool will last for many years. Someone said it lasted the flood of the century, so it's still here.
That's a good point. And you're aware as well that an expression of interest, sometimes we've done expression of interest as a city and there is no response. That the success of the EOI, the expression of interest, if we did something like that, would really depend on how well your community goes out there and beats the bushes, so to speak, to get groups and organizations to respond or pull them together to cooperate to respond. Because at the end of the day, that's going to make a difference. You understand what I'm saying on that?
Yeah, we are aware of that.
Okay.
And we're just waiting, and that's why we need the pool to be open for one more year. It just gives us an opportunity to speak with people, because there's not enough time right now to do it before this summer.
And you're also aware, last question, you're also aware that in the event we do go down that road of an EOI or expression of interest for another operator to operate it, take it over, the city will insist in that agreement that all liabilities, it's like buying a car as is, all liabilities today and going forward will be the responsibility 100% of the new operator, that the city, and that no money, that the not-for-profit group, whoever's operating, can't come start knocking on the doors of the city asking for operating dollars. Can you give us a grant? Can you give us community services, community incentive grant, all that stuff? That won't be allowed. You're aware of that?
We are aware.
Okay?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
One question, just because I obviously recognize you from other times you come in delegation, and thank you again for coming and speaking to the committee. To your area councillors' points, and I guess I'll pose this question to you, what would be the plan for the future of aquatics in your neighborhood and the surrounding area?
Well, we would like to keep this pool open if we can, work out something. We understand that the pool is aging, and I guess we will look to see what the city comes up with pertaining to aquatics. We don't even know if, as you guys were saying, I mean, nothing is in writing that we're even going to get an aquatic center, right? Or if we are, it could be many years away. It could be 5 years, 10 years. In the meantime, the kids in the neighborhood, they will have nothing. They will have no place to go. So we're hoping to keep this pool open in the interim until something else can come along, or unless something does happen to the pool and we do have to give it up.
Okay, well, we do have the, this privilege might be too strong of a word, but I'll give you this, Councillor Wyatt. We do have the privilege of Councillor Wyatt being on this committee and having gone through this experience in Transcona and coming out very successful on the other end of things. Again, I'll restate what I said to Councillor Lukes, is that I'm looking as a chair to steer this Standing Policy Committee towards investment in recreation as other things as well, and that would involve aquatics. So I know that it can't be tomorrow, but we do need to have a plan for the future, and that cannot continue to be a Band-Aid solution.
Yeah, we do have a lot of options that we've been looking at, but like Tom said, we can't really go ahead until we know what the city is planning on doing. We're hoping that you do give us the 1 year so that we can prove that we can come up with a good business plan to present to you early next year.
Okay. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Clark?
All right, next up, I believe we had Michelle Berger.
Good morning. No, correct myself. 11 minutes past the hour. Good afternoon.
Hi, or I should say good afternoon, I guess. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. I'm just going to read what I've already written here. The planning model, the approach taken by Plan 2025 is simple. People drive programs, and programs drive facilities. That is, one cannot plan for facilities without an understanding of the programs that are intended to be delivered through those facilities, and one cannot understand the nature of the programs without understanding the needs of the people. That is the principle that is repeated 8 times in Plan 2025, a planning exercise that was undertaken by the General Council of Winnipeg Community Centres. And it says, it is intended to help support and sustain a volunteer base for recreation services, guide the delivery of recreation programs, direct the development of recreation facilities for this and the next generation of users. When a plan to decommission 4 St. Boniface outdoor pools was recommended 20 years ago, Winnipeg's population was about 647,000. And the prediction was that by 2025, it would be somewhere around 785,100. As of March 2023, apparently Winnipeg's population is around 852,000. 15 years ago, Plan 2025 stated, quote, meanwhile, the other 2 clusters east of the Red River, St. Vital South and St. Boniface East, have gone in the opposite direction, capturing a considerable amount of the city's growth over that period, with 50% growth in the former and almost 90% growth in the latter. Over that same period, the city overall grew by 6.6%. The growth in St. Boniface East will put increased pressure on an area that already has the lowest amount of recreation space per population, unquote. A 4 to 6 kilometer catchment circle plunked down near Happyland Pool will involve a drastically different density and demographic with higher demand on public pools than one dropped closer to suburban neighborhoods where density is halved and private backyard pools are plentiful. Neighborhoods surrounding Happyland have been targeted densification areas for some time now, with duplexes, 3 and 4plexes springing up all over. Near the corner of Desmarais and Marion, 2 large 4- and 6-story apartment buildings have recently been built, and another 6-story is proposed. Soon there will be 2,000 to 3,000 more units at the former Canada Packer site alone. The 2004 Public Use Facility Study, one of the documents on which Plan 2025 is based, describes surveys carried out with a variety of demographic groups. Of particular interest were the results from 2 groups of youth who said that they'd be more likely to use smaller, local facilities because they could then get to them independently by walking or biking without having to ask for a ride. Youth at risk, in particular, preferred the less intimidating and less structured, smaller facilities, as did new immigrants. Understandably, smaller local facilities provide a much easier way to connect more frequently, which allows us to get to know our neighbors, thereby developing a sense of belonging and a sense of community. It's human nature to seek community, to have a sense of belonging. How and where we seek that out, particularly for impressionable or at-risk youth, is significant. What we are proposing by trying to save Happyland Pool does not take anything away from the city's plan for an urban oasis or multiplex aquatic facility that has been in the plan since at least 2004. It complements it. Smaller local pools provide a very different aquatic experience that appeal to many, including those with sensory issues, at youth risk, and immigrants, new immigrants. They also take the pressure of demand off of other facilities, which provide increased opportunity for more to enjoy them. Happyland Pool would help fill the gap in aquatic rec facilities during Bonnie Vital's renovations and until the larger plant facility is built. Happyland Pool is situated on a priority urban mixed corridor in a pretty little park by the Seine River in a targeted densification area with one of the highest population increases and with more to come. It has a new playground, picnic tables, fire pits, benches, disc golf course, skateboard, a river, and a wildlife. It can be reached by walking, biking, skateboard, public transit, car, and canoe. It provides not a paved campus feeling, but a more rural, natural one. It is essentially an answer to complete communities' dreams. It is viable infrastructure that we were told could last until the end of the decade, despite the deferred maintenance that it may be needing. Like St. Vital Pool, whose demolition was stopped some 20 years ago, Happyland Pool would be a shame to waste, only to end up in the landfill. Unfortunately, we have not been good stewards of our facilities, and understandably, they need work. It would be unfair to expect any group to quickly undertake all the maintenance that has taken years to accumulate. We don't have to walk very far in any direction from this building to see that our society is in difficulty. Crime and addiction are ever on the rise, despite current efforts, and many who work in these areas are burning out. Whatever we're doing does not seem to be improving the situation. One simple little outdoor pool will not solve all our problems, but it may represent one small piece of the puzzle. It represents opportunity to connect with others, for making memories, for fun in the sun, a bit of reprieve from stress and anxiety, for employment, for volunteerism, for collaboration. It's an investment whose payoff may well be greater than the sum of its parts. It provides one opportunity to consider either investing proactively in youth, in community connections, in neighborhood building, and giving people reasons to come to live in the inner city and to stay, or to consider investing reactively in law enforcement and damage control. Our system of public consultation and participation often tends to be an adversarial one, where we end up feeling like we're playing poker or chess, trying to position ourselves to the other's disadvantage. We understand and appreciate the difficulty as elected officials of making huge decisions with limited time to retain all the information and fully explore the possibilities. Happyland and the current fundraising present a very unique opportunity to the City of Winnipeg for a real partnership with communities and residents, and the potential to be an inspiring story for the public that is watching the events play out. In the REC strategy document, the word partnership shows up 82 times. That is what we propose, to work in partnership with the city. As the Friends of Happyland, we have essentially laid our cards on the table in all our communications. We've asked for the actual expenses involved. We've asked specifically what we need to do to keep the pool open. We've asked for time to do more in-depth exploration of possible solutions. We've offered to keep everyone updated as to fundraising efforts. The request to keep Happyland open is not a sentimental one. It's a pragmatic one. We will work with the city to provide a cost-benefit analysis once the actual detailed expenses are directly shared with us, as well as the funds required for the minimum amounts of repairs needed in order to obtain a provincial permit to keep Happyland open for the 2024 summer season. At this point, the best we might offer is a benefit risk analysis. On page 15 of the Winnipeg Rec Strategy document, there is a long list of benefits of having access to recreational facilities, which, time permitting, we might list. The benefits with respect to an outdoor pool would fall under the same list of benefits, with crime prevention being one of them. Certainly, real estate companies know the value of parks with pools in attracting buyers. Pools in the neighborhood increase walkability scores. The risk of one less facility, especially during the unpredictable gap before any new facility might be built, would certainly be a diminished return on those benefits. Recently, opinion pieces in the media have also listed the losses of closing an outdoor pool, and to quote only one, it denies a generation of kids access to swimming lessons and safe summer play. To highlight the crime prevention benefit risk, just this past March, the Winnipeg Police announced that it was increasing their presence during spring break due to the uptick in shoplifting that happens at that time. We have to wonder what impact one less facility might have on that type of activity and other crimes during the 2-month-long summer break. In both the public use study and the recreational leisure and library facilities policy, there is this statement, quote, as urban oases and spray parks are developed in communities, outdoor pools will be closed, unquote. This suggests that outdoor pools won't be closed until the new facilities are developed in the respective communities. It also suggests that leaving a gap in services creates an undesirable loss.
Do you need a few more minutes? I can
Sorry,
extension.
how close to?
Well, I'm very close. Actually, I left a page behind, so you might be in luck.
I'll let you finish up. Go ahead, please, and then we'll move on to
right.
questions here. Here is a question for you. Do you have any other information to provide?
I just want to finish up.
Please.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost done here,
Yep,
and
that's
like I
my
said, I'm
question.
missing a page,
Yep.
so somebody else could read that part, I guess. The planning model, the approach taken by Plan 2025 is simple. People drive programs, and programs drive facilities. That is one. One cannot plan for facilities without an understanding of the programs that are intended to be delivered through those facilities, and one cannot understand the nature of the programs without understanding the needs of the people. Yeah, that's all I've got right now, so.
Okay, thank you very much.
Welcome.
See no questions at this time? Oh, sorry, okay, great. Councillor Santos?
I guess I'm wanting to seek some clarity and understanding. As you know, as you're aware, Councillor Eadie and I represent one of the poorest neighborhoods in the North End and in the inner city, just across the red from your neighborhood that you live in. Your community, so I guess I should ask the question, there'll be a couple of questions. The community that your guys are representing has 4 pools, is that correct? Are you aware that the community that myself and Councillor Eadie represents only has 1 pool?
Yeah, well, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how do you suggest, if you're saying that 4 pools should serve, you know, your community, what do you suggest to Councillor Eadie and I to ensure that we have the same amount of services if we're under budget constraints? What is your solution?
Well, one of the things is that, I mean, obviously our pools do take pressure off other pools so that, you know, there's a little more access for everybody. I think that I think it's the benefits that it offers everybody. I think obviously I totally agree there should be more in the inner city, and I can't believe that we're taking out 20 waiting pools like altogether, and especially in the inner city. My thinking is that it's different. We have it here. We're not asking for a new pool. It's already here. Taking it, you know, destroying it is going to cost money, and also. It's a waste. I mean, it's a waste of, you know, infrastructure as well. I don't know. I think it's about our way of seeing things and the value we have in these facilities. It's a short season. Yeah, I don't know, we need to change the way we see it. I think the inner city, of course, should have more, but destroying Happy Land isn't going to bring more pools to the inner city. Yeah, I mean, I don't know all the finance, the finances, but I think the value of
understand that
that,
there's-
because we have also, inner city is now grown. I come from the inner city, but the inner city has grown. So the inner city, it does include St. Boniface. We have some of the same issues. Obviously, not exactly the same maybe, or the amount or whatever, but it all plays a role, I
Thank
think.
you.
Councilor Edie?
Yes,
It sounds like you've gone through the recreation strategic and policy plan that's listed out there, and thank you for mentioning them, because, I mean, I agree, recreation, get the kids involved early, get them involved in something that keeps them away from things that are problematic. There is, and I've been saying this ever since I ran in 1998, well, actually, 2006 was the first. If you look at the continuous cutting of recreation in this city of Winnipeg, you will note that the crime rate has gone up. So funding down, crime rate up, right? So there's kind of a correlation. So thanks for that. But did you, in that master plan, and we had a steering committee getting started on this like years ago, my second term, and then kind of changed anyway, over the years, where the public service undertook consultations. But in there, you are aware that in that whole report that we adopted as our policy, that it also looked at, and many of us councillors were concerned that we do this, including Councillor Orlico and Councillor Rowlands, that, a closer distance to recreation, including like wading pools, would be in the poverty areas. And I don't know if you've seen the map. I think it's attached in there. It's probably hard to see, but you're aware that there was no discussion of closing the pool of Provencher where the lowest incomes are. You'll note that the plan and following that policy, there was no call to close the Provencher pool.
Are you asking if there's no
Did you
policy?
read the part about the distances between poverty areas and, say, more suburban, more, I'm not going to say affluent, because, I mean, Windsor Park is working class, right? And so is the neighborhood around South St. Boniface or whatever it's called. Those are working people. But where the crimes are up, it's right on the edge and part of the poverty area that I just mentioned. There was no talk of closing the Provencher pool because of those circumstances. Did you read the part about the distances between
the
poverty areas?
Catchment areas, you mean?
Yeah, did you
Yeah.
read that part?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay, how come you didn't, I wonder how come you didn't mention it?
Well, yeah, I did. But actually, what I also read was that all the outdoor pools were slated at some point to be demolished. So, I mean, when Norwood Pool was demolished, they were told to come to Happy Land Pool. And then there was no talk then of demolishing Happy Land Pool. We still had 3 pools. Now we're talking about, well, Happy Land folks, you guys go to Provencher. So I don't know what that really, we don't know what to expect, for one thing. The other thing is that, I mean, crime is everywhere. Poverty's everywhere. I mean, except in maybe gated communities. I don't know. So people are moving around all over the place. We're also contributing to, offering some spots for swimming, right? at Happy Land. So I'm not sure, like, as far as catchment areas, what I mentioned was that if you put it where Happy Land is, you know, it does take in that area, and the capacity too. It always comes down to capacity as well, right?
Take the pool away from the people who live by Provencher. Okay, thanks.
Okay,
All right. Seeing no other questions, thank you very much for your time. We'll move
Thank
on
you.
to the next delegation.
Next on our list, we have Gary Tessier. And then I suppose we'll go back to Sandra Dupuis. All right, Sandra is declining to speak today, and then after Gary will be Natalie Kleinschmidt.
Not here? Okay, we can
No?
move on.
Okay, all right.
And then who else do we have in delegation on any other issue, topics?
We still have Tom Billis, Kelly Ryback, David Grant, and Desiree Bremner.
Okay, Mr. Billis, you can make your way down if you'd like.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to come down and speak a little bit. I'm a resident of the Dufresne residential area, which is right close proximity to Happy Land Pool. I've been a resident there for 42 years now. My children learned how to swim at that pool and in La Pataugeuse, or the wading pool that was open at the time. My grandchildren now go to that pool. I haven't gone to that pool for a few years, but I spent an awful lot of time in Happy Land Park. The city has spent money over the last number of years sprucing up that park, and there's a disc golf course there. It is heavily attended year-round now. And but I've seen that pool, in terms of the services at that pool, diminish and wane over the years. In the early years, and we paid at that time for that pool. And I might be contrary to some of my friends here in that I would be open again to some nominal fees for people at that pool, if need be, or for those that need that kind of thing. But we paid about $75 or $80 for a summer's pass for a family, which was nothing. And it was well attended. Now there's less staffing at the pool, less operational hours. There's limited numbers in the pool because of the crisis that they had with the lifeguards. And I know that the city has spent an awful lot of money the last 2 years generating more lifeguards so that they could make these pools operational. It'd be a real shame. That pool, when it was originally constructed, was built in such a fashion that it was supposed to be able to take on a roof. And monies were set aside in 1968 for that pool, for the roof for that, and it was eventually distributed to other community organizations in St. Boniface. That being said, the pool must have been built solidly enough that, in fact, we still have a pool right now that we're told might be good for another 5 to 10 years, and we're told that the container for Windsor Park Pool might disintegrate next week. There are issues from my perspective there that if we've got a pool that is still functionally operational the way it is, and this is not to choose one pool over another pool, I think, and that they should be spread out all over the place. We all need them. Our children need them. And I just want to make that point that it'd be a shame the community has gotten together in a very short amount of time to raise funds to be able to operate that pool for a season, which would allow us time in the area to come forth with a plan or different options. Look at Calgary. Calgary had a sit 20 years ago. They were going to cancel all the pools. An organization was put together, and they're operating those pools now. I know the city of Calgary is still involved in terms of some funding for that, but there might be models out there that we're not aware of, but we need a bit of time to do that, and having us allow us one more summer to operate that kind of pool with funds that won't cost the city anything, basically, will allow everybody a bit of time to see if we can generate other models that will continue to operate that till such a time when that oasis, urban oasis, aquatic park is set up for our area and beyond. The people that go to the pool right now, I can tell you, are from outside of St. Boniface as much as from St. Boniface. If you walk into that pool in the summertime, the last couple of summers, languages spoken there are from all over the world, with a lot of Eastern Europeans there, not just Francophones. And So I just think that, want to thank you for your considerations. It's important to do that. I think the community has done an awful lot of work and is engaged in making something happen here. Alexa, there, that 2,000 or 3,000 units that are going to be built in the next 5 years or so, they've got an aquatic oasis that they're building there, but it's for ducks. It's a duck pond. There's going to be no swimming or canoeing allowed in that facility. So tongue in cheek, we want to work with the city to establish something for our people, but in the short term, I think we've offered some possibilities here where everybody wins, the city and the citizens in our area and beyond that. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions at this time, appreciate it. We will move on to our next delegation. Mr. Clerk?
Next, we have Tom Billis, President, UFFW, to be heard with respect to Report 2, WFPS Overtime Mitigation Strategy.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair, committee members. I'm here today with grave concerns over the city's proposed fire department overtime mitigation strategy. Not only is this concept of removing fire trucks from service, does it recklessly endanger firefighters and citizens alike, it's an all too familiar cycle that the city has had decades to address. In 2009, the city's own audit of WFPS overtime and sick leave usage identified the primary drivers of overtime and provided clear recommendations to council at that time that were completely ignored and remain so. That audit from 15 years ago flagged an inadequate staffing ratio of 1.29 and the need for timely hiring practices as the two main drivers of rising department overtime. You may or may not be aware, but we currently have less firefighters on shift than we did in 1981. 174 versus today's 167 as a minimum staffing. This despite a doubling in population and our city's geographical footprint. I don't have to tell you folks how busy we are, but that's speaks to the backwards way we're trending. The audit then went further, recommending that the staffing ratio to fire be immediately adjusted to 1.35% to put us in line with police and paramedics, where they remain today, yet we are still stuck at 1.29%. This requires raising taxes. I get it. FTEs and positions cost money, but that is what has needed to be done, and we find ourselves in this position. If you want, or in Winnipeg's case, you need to have a first-class fire department, you need to pay first-class taxes. We need the civic leadership to be willing to pay for the coverage and services that citizens require and deserve. We are in this predicament because we have not done so. Secondly, as the department's hiring practices remain reactive as opposed to proactive, this ensures that year after year the service plays catch up and acts surprised when every January another 20 firefighters have retired. And then we have to play catch up trying to fill vacancies, and we run into our peak overtime months of July and August without staff. This year we have the absolute unique opportunity to take advantage of funding from the provincial government. For an additional 40 firefighter positions dedicated for Waverly, where we desperately need them. We are facing cuts to our operations. The obvious thing, the smart thing, and the prudent thing, and the right thing would be to move heaven and earth to hire, train, and get these firefighters into the stations before, again, the summer peak overtime kicks in. This would also help to mitigate overtime costs because there is no fire hall. You heard Councillor Luke speak earlier to the temporary station. That won't be up and running. The lights won't be on probably till November, so we can utilize these 40 firefighters to save overtime. It'd be prevent us from throwing bad money after good. Look, we've worked tirelessly with our partners in the provincial government. It was UFFW that took the lead on this, that brokered this deal and got this, and we need to take full advantage. We shared this possibility of this funding with additional firefighters with the mayor and our various chiefs during the spring of 23. We let it known that we had a verbal commitment from the provincial government. Way back then, we conveyed that this opportunity was likely and would become reality if the election went the NDP's way. We advised the city to start taking steps towards this. to train these firefighters for when the funding, when, not if, the funding is approved. We also reminded everyone that by being prepared and acting quickly, this would doubly serve the taxpayers well, as it would directly help mitigate summer peak overtime costs, yet here we are. Anyways, we then confirmed the provincial commitment with a joint news release with then MLA Canoe and Waverly West on September 19th. We've had much media on this. We've consistently encouraged all affected parties to take the necessary steps and preparations towards hiring immediately after the funding is confirmed. Once elected on October 3rd, the NDP, several more very public announcements committed to the 40 firefighters for Waverly. And again, we urge the city to be ready and to hire ASAP. On February 12th, about 3 months ago, the city, including Chair Duncan, Councillor Duncan, and Mayor Gillingham, were in receipt of a letter from Minister Ian Bushy. The letter clearly stated, and I quote, "This year we are making important progress towards our commitment to hire 40 firefighters for Southwest Winnipeg by allocating $3.4 million to support the hiring of firefighters." Again, the wording is this year, meaning 2024. There seems to be some clarification the city's looking for. Was it 1.7 from 23, 1.7 from 2024? Look, we don't have a time machine. We are in 2024. I have asked the Treasury on Broadway to talk with the chief, the people here at City Hall, and clarify and get this done. We are very frustrated. Anyways, the funding could and should be taken full advantage of by timely hiring, training, and station assignments. Once again, it seems that UFFW is the only party with a true sense of urgency on this matter. We have a group of recruits that have their graduation on Friday this week. We should be celebrating that, and then Monday starting another class. Maybe not the full 40, but maybe 24, followed by a class of 16 or whatever. But this, I can't overstate it. We need to move heaven and earth and get this done. And I don't know what level of bureaucracy is stalling this out, but I've been stuck in the middle trying to communicate. And from Broadway, I'm told the funding is there, go. And you'll hear from Chief Wilkinson later on today. I guess he'll speak to the report. And I know that they are chomping at the bit to get this done too. So I hope we have a commitment from all parties, including this committee, to do that as soon as possible. As to the cuts, you know, back on March 11th, both Chief Schmidt and myself spoke here as delegations. We laid out the impossibility of cutting the proposed $3 million to our operations budget, and we challenged this committee to find the $3 million in savings without jeopardizing safety, yet the cuts were approved. UFFW will be tentatively watching which areas of the city are affected and browned out on any given day. If this goes into effect, we'll be acutely aware as this dangerous practice, again, affects the safety of our firefighters and citizens. And citizens will be made aware that their beloved station in their neighborhood is unstaffed, and the trucks that are in there have nobody to ride on them. You know, at the end of the day, we need to get this hiring done. It's that simple. This would help everybody and do away with a lot of these problems. I hope the council will take a long, hard look at this measure and find alternate ways of savings. If one of our members, one of the members of the public is injured or worse, you know there will be hell to pay. Conversely, you have this opportunity before you. Long term, you need to adjust the staffing ratio to fit today's needs. Secondly, start hiring proactively to plug and play immediately. And as soon as retirement numbers hit a threshold, start that trigger and avoid extended months awaiting approval of FTEs and sluggish bureaucratic processes. I previously spoke to the city's own definition of vacancy. That needs to be updated. It's antiquated and does not fit today's long-term mental health needs, parental, maternal leaves, and so on. And in the short term, the solution is embarrassingly obvious, and it has been before you since you received the funding letter on February 12th from the province. I urge the city to quit looking this gift horse in the mouth, say thank you to the province, get busy hiring and training immediately, and it's irresponsible and dangerous to do anything but. I believe we all, and you guys included, I know you have a tough job, want to keep every fire station's lights on and keep everybody's neighborhood safe. That's the good news. Well, here it is on a platter for you. give clear direction, quit stalling, hire now, act on it today, and let's go. Thank you.
Very much, Mr. Billis. Councillor Santos, and I see Councillor Eady on deck.
Hi, Tom. Thank you for coming and presenting. Probably a couple questions, and it could be just my naivety to the issue at hand, so please bear with me.
Sure.
You had mentioned that in January, I'm assuming this year, you had 25 firefighters retired. That's not including the paramedic firefighters, am I correct?
No, they're one and the same. If there's single role paramedics, and then there's firefighters that are dual trained. So I'm only speaking to firefighters that may or may not be a paramedic.
So the
single.
January is at 25 firefighters that have retired.
I don't have exact numbers, but historically, every January, for tax purposes, right, it's in our members' best interest to retire early in the next year with their reduced income. So on average, it's about 20 every January, February. Yeah.
Okay, so on average. And then you had mentioned that the recruits that are coming on board to kind of, backfill or fill those 25, average 25. How many recruits do you have that are graduating this Friday?
We have 24.
Okay. And these are firefighters or paramedics?
I think it's a combination. I think it's 2/3 are firefighter paramedics, and the other third's just single role firefighters.
Okay. So I guess I'm just having a hard time understanding if you have an average of 25 retiring and then an average of 24, so wouldn't that even it out? So kind of help me explain where that ratio is not being met.
Right. Well, the first part, you're right. We have an average leaving in January. That's the big brunt of our retirements, but they trickle in. We have retirements 2 or 3 a week that are coming through right now, right into June. So the retirements don't stop. There's just a big bunch at the beginning. But the other end of it is that I never said that is on average, that class. We are fortunate to have a class that you people approved. We're grateful for that. But we could have had 2 or 3 to keep up with. Like, we're coming on to summer now. I don't know the exact numbers. That's a good question for Chief Wilkinson, but let's assume it's closing in on 30 or 40 by time this class comes out. So we're already starting in a deficit there for manpower, right? And then the summer is peak months of overtime, right? So, if we had these 40 firefighters, or if we get them trained and out, that's 10 per shift. We have 4 shifts. Right there significantly mitigates your overtime costs, so.
And then you had mentioned, I guess there's a letter, so you ran by it really quickly, so if we can just kind of back up so I can get some clarity. February 12th, 2024, or somewhere around there, you received a letter from Minister Bushy to $3.5 million to hire 44 firefighters?
Correct, 3.4 million. It was addressed to Mayor Gillingham and Councillor Duncan.
Okay, I did not see that letter.
Yeah.
And that is to fill this $3 million hole?
No, it's
Okay,
not
so
for
what
the.
is this money for?
Separate. So that would be frankly disingenuous, right, to take money from the province and add it to the proposed cuts.
Okay.
I can appreciate there are different pools, right, so we want to keep those lines open, but they do affect one another. So you're looking for cost savings of 3 million. You still have to find that. I get it, but this would stop the bleeding by hiring these 40 firefighters with provincial money.
Okay, and that money is different and separate apart from the funding of the Waverly West Fire Hall. Is that correct, or is that encompassed together?
Nothing to do with the building itself, just.
No, I mean, the
Yeah.
Waverly West is getting funding from the province for their 44 firefighters, is that right?
40 firefighters. That's
Okay,
the
40?
same. We're talking about the same firefighters.
Oh, that's the same
It
letter?
is the same, yeah. But, ultimately, they will be placed in Waverly. But in the meantime, they just bolster our numbers, right? There is no fire hall there, not even a temporary one till November. So we could take advantage, hire and train them, use them in our existing halls. It would all offset overtime in the meantime. And then you get past summer, that's your peak overtime every year, for right or wrong, right? So when the lights go on at the temporary station in November, then we shuffle 40 firefighters into there.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you, I
Yeah.
appreciate that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Councillor Eady?
Thank you, Mr. Billis, for bringing your concerns to our attention. I think I'm just going to start with, so the way we firefighters do it, we hire already educated, and then we have to train them in our emergency response. Is that the training that we're providing? So we hire somebody for a certain amount of money, and then they get training, and then they're, what does it take, about 6 months, and then they're out working in the stations?
Yeah, it's about 3 months, but you're correct. They come pre-trained to a certain level, a minimum level 2 firefighter, and some, if they desire, have already attained their PCP license, the dual trains. But then it's about an additional 3 months to get up to speed on city protocols and our Winnipeg-specific training, if you will.
Yeah, we're different, yeah. So, in that we're responding to both kinds of emergencies, right? So, like, the overtime issue has been a problem ever since, like, I've been on this committee, and I've been on this committee since 2010. So, the service did try doing what, well, I started at the Winnipeg School Division as a custodian, but I started as a substitute. So when somebody couldn't make the workday, I would be filling that position. Now, Mr. Billis, maybe you can explain to me again why that became a problem, because I heard that station captains, there was a problem with those substitute firefighter, say, platoon that was there. It wasn't a full platoon, but, you know. So why didn't that methodology work?
I'm not sure if you're
So
referring
rather
to the
than paying
resource
somebody
pool?
time and a half or double time, why you would be paying these substitutes, and there's a lot of reasons firefighters can't make it to work, right? There's a lot of injuries, especially the older you get and stuff.
I guess I don't quite understand your question.
Well, the okay, so we tried to keep the overtime down, right?
Right.
Like the chief at the time, I made a suggestion, they looked at it for a year or so, they brought this substitute firefighter to come in, so they're not assigned to any station, but if somebody can't make their shift that day or for a number of days, they brought in a substitute firefighter paramedic.
Right, okay, thank you.
Now, that didn't work. Apparently, the captains at the stations didn't like it, and so it was canceled.
Right. Well, I think what you're referring to is, was referred to as the resource pool.
Yeah,
Right?
that's
Yeah. And that was an absolute nightmare. Like, look, when you work on the Winnipeg Fire Department, it's not a hobby. It's not a volunteer department. We're very busy. We are a well-oiled machine. Crews trained together. They know what the hell they're doing. When they pull up to a house fire, they hardly have to communicate. They know what they're doing. You can't just plug and play somebody who's new on the job. The resource pool was, the concept was we would have a pool of, let's say, 40 rookies that were hired, and they would wait by their phone, and they would be texted, show up at this station, right? They can't drive, they have no experience, they don't know what the crew usually does in certain situations.
All right.
It was incredibly
Okay. Anyway,
antiquated.
yeah, anyway, so the new method here, well, I think we can agree, I'll ask you this question, but I think we're going to agree on this because you were talking about the ratios. Overtime is an element of not having enough staffing personnel, is that correct?
Absolutely, number one driver. Yep.
Yeah, okay, good. So I acknowledge that, so I'm just asking some questions. We did this, I used to be on the police board, and we did this to police service. You can say they have a better ratio or whatever, but, and you did mention the $3 million under the budget. Every department was told to find what they're calling savings. Some of them are all about service cuts, but under fire and police, you got a similar thing. So my question is, why can't the firefighter, like the police service has been finding savings. What, do you have any idea what the issue is for the fire department? Like,
Why we can't find the savings? Well,
well, I'm not, don't get me wrong, I probably don't agree with, but what I'm saying is though, the expectation, you're comparing yourself to the police service. So the police service has had to find like many millions of dollars over the years of savings, right? Why can't the fire paramedic service work with the unions to figure out where they can save money?
well, if you want to say apples to apples, then give us the same staffing ratio as the police for starts, right? That would, there's your savings right there. Raise taxes, hire more firefighters.
Okay.
And we're there, right?
Okay, raise taxes, there you go. Now, just for clarification now, so the province has said they would provide the money for 40 or whatever full-time positions, which would up your ratio. What ratio would you be at adding the 40?
That's a good question. I know our minimum staffing right now, which sits at 167, by quick math would jump to 177 per shift. I know the department wants to allocate some of that to backfill some positions that have sat empty, like our assistant director of training that has sat empty for 20 years, to get some other arson investigators and stuff that the union would support. So it would probably land, I don't know what the ratio is, but it would probably land about 174 or something like that per shift. So an extra 7.
It's closer to what the police service is, maybe? I don't think it'll quite, what was the police service at,
1.35, I believe.
They're at 1.35? Sorry. That's different, I'm sorry, I have,
Maybe it's a lot higher. Paramedics are 1.35.
oh, I see, okay. So, yeah, okay, so, just following through, so the provinces, so do you have, 3 months of training, how much does that actually cost for 40 firefighters?
You know, that's one for the chief. I don't know those numbers.
I'll
but-
ask them, okay.
Yeah, money well spent.
Well, the province isn't giving us money to train them, right?
Yeah, the province is committed to
They're
the
giving us
long
money.
term. When we brokered this deal, this is long-term indexed funding. This is not unlike what Gary Dewar did with 27 Station, right? Sage Creek. The second pump in Dalhousie, that is still provincially funded. It's probably gets lost in the coffers, but this is 40 firefighters. The 2 other times we did this, my predecessor, Alex Forrest, was 20 firefighters at a time. This is 40 firefighters, 3.4 is the seed money for recruits, right? That's what they cost now, but that will grow and they acknowledge that, so time to hire.
Yeah, well, I was just getting to the point where, so we got 3 months of training before they're actually working, right? So,
Right.
again, I guess we'd have to find the money to cover off that training. And does our training facility have the capacity to handle 40 at once?
Probably not at once, but, you know, even if they went, like the current class did, 24, and a class right after at 16, it's more about doing what you can immediately, and that funding is for training. It doesn't, there's
It is.
no stipulations that it doesn't start till they're in the station or in Waverly West. That's my whole point. Let's take advantage, hire them, get that funding flowing, and get them in the stations while there is no Waverly West. That will help your overtime.
I get it.
Yeah,
Okay. Anyway, thank you.
you bet.
Councillor Wyatt?
Yeah, thanks, Tom, for coming in here. Just so you know, I'm the only member of council who actually voted against the operating budget, and one of the reasons I did was because of the cuts made, or the so-called efficiencies it's been called.
Thanks for
Across
that.
the departments, including fire. I'm curious, so would you, now I have a role on this committee, right, to oversee this. What's interesting, are you aware that this report before us now reads to be received as information? Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And there seems to be a pattern developing ever since I noticed yesterday's meeting. There's a lot of reports that in the past we would have recommendations, and all of a sudden it's received as information, And we're as a committee now left struggling to try to figure out, okay, what are we going to do if we want to do something different? And I don't know if that's been a political direction given to our administration to do that, because that's something new that I've never seen before, just FYI. Now, but as a member of this committee, my responsibility is also to ask tough questions, so I'm going to push back gently a bit, even though I'm very concerned about the $3 million cut. Would you say that your staff your members are not well paid, but are paid for the work that they do in a reasonable manner?
Yeah, reasonable, for sure.
Okay. And in light of that, and the fact that they're paid reasonable, they're not really needing, overtime is not something that they need to make a living, to earn overtime. Is that fair to say?
You know, when we have a class of recruits, we give the speech to them, live within your means, right? And what people, how much, some will heed that, others will not. But you know what, they have our collective agreement, our salary schedule, live within that. So
Yeah.
we always say the overtime is not guaranteed into perpetuity.
Okay, yeah, and that's good. I'm glad you do that. And I guess, I hear you saying raise taxes, but I'm also aware that some of your members don't live in the city of Winnipeg, and that's their right to do that. But, I always believe that if there's a way for us to do different things differently, we should. I'm very concerned in the report about the machines that are going to be off because of the overtime. And I acknowledge what you're saying about the summer, and that makes sense. Every business is the same. Now, you mentioned in the past, we tried to do a project where we brought in floaters, as you call them, or something to that effect, and they're rookies. But the reality is a lot of guys retire, and they retire, some of them leave earlier than others, right? And they still have some experience, some energy. They might want to do something part-time. I realize, I believe in the collective bargaining process, and I believe that these issues have to be raised within that. But is there any kind of willingness or maybe just openness to look at opportunities other than rookies, but maybe experienced retired guys to take the pressure off, even part-time, they would supplement their income, as long as the city does what you're saying, which is to bring the complement back up, right, to where it should be, so we're not at this 1.29 scenario.
Yeah, and I appreciate you trying to find solutions.
Yeah.
We have no appetite for part-time anywhere. Like I said, in Winnipeg, we're proud and we are full-time. It is not a hobby. No disrespect to volunteer firefighters, but we are too busy. That's why they leave. We get burnt out. Guys leave. You don't leave the same as when you started. Your shoulders, your knees, your back, your cancers, all of that, right? That's why you leave. Not only that, a rookie starts at base pay. It's way cheaper to hire there than to bring a captain back at 2 or 3 times the pay. It makes no sense. Just like overtime, it's cheaper to hire rookies, get them in the hall, and rather than pay a guy like myself, a captain, double time to come in for overtime, right?
Well, then, if that's not an alternative, then the other solution I'm thinking out loud of is a buyout. Do a massive buyout, back 5 years, you get the guys out the door, retired early, as you say, got bad knees and everything, and bring in a whole bunch of rookies where you can save money and get it right up to complement now. And we would amortize the buyout as a city, by the way, over many years. That's how we do it. That's another alternative.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, we're in the middle of contract negotiations.
Okay.
The problem is you get rid of a lot of experience then, right? Our job has
I agree.
no replacement for experience, so we need those experienced people. So I don't know if that.
I wouldn't be buying out somebody who's only got, I wouldn't go back 10, maybe, 5 years, right? Still have guys there with 20 years, hopefully, with experience, but, and I was shocked to hear what number you gave on the paramedics. I don't represent them. At 1.3, I'm hearing horror stories right now amongst the paramedics of burnout.
Yeah.
Going on, horror stories. And I know that the chief has been before the budget wanting more ambulances year after year after year and being turned down.
Yeah.
And this burnout rate is not good for them, but I appreciate everything you've come here on. And I find it ironic that the money that the province is giving you is, what was it, 3 point what? 4 is almost in line with the cut that or efficiency of 3 million. But
Yeah.
anyway, thank you.
Well, they were not aware, right, of the cut at the time, right? we
But
we
they
have
could
to
have
deal
looked at
with
what
it.
we did in the past, and they would have really seen what we were doing in the future too, right? The past, the past cuts reflect the future budgets too. So.
Yeah, well, it's not on them. We went to them asking for 40 firefighters. That's just where the number fell.
No, I'm saying in terms of where the money is coming. I mean, I guess the question I would have is, has Broadway picked up the phone to the city and the mayor's office and said, look, we're going to make this subject to you putting your 3 million back in?
Well,
Just a thought.
yeah.
Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Don't have any other questions?
Thank you. Just a couple questions here. You'll get the break, don't worry. We all will here shortly. We're just trying to get through. So you as the president of UFFW, obviously, first and foremost on your agenda is your staff with fire. So just for clarification, this was the direction that we voted on with budget for WFPS. You're aware of that?
Yep.
So Winnipeg Fire Paramedic Service is a $3 million reduction. More information is provided. We can't reduce the paramedic side as it's funded through the
Right.
province shared health. So now we're down to the
Us.
fire side, okay?
Yep.
More information comes forward in this report. 86% is man, woman power, okay? I don't know that, I'm not going to speak for my committee members, but I've made it already clear in the media, we're not looking to reduce the number of men and women on the streets.
Thank you. Yeah, I've seen that.
So now we're left with anything not related to frontline services when it comes to firefighters of approximately $21 million out of the entire fire budget. Do you have any suggestions for this committee? And again, I acknowledge this isn't your role in particular. However, I'm sure you advocate for resources for your officers. Do you have any suggestions on where we could find any funds of that 3 million in the 21 million plus?
No, and you know, I wish I did, but the couple of things that I thought of are, turns out, are capital budget things that can't be cut, don't fall under operations.
Yeah.
But no, you know, when I spoke here last time, I spoke to our mechanics, our pub ed, fire prevention, our other branches. They are already stretched too thin, understaffed, under-resourced. So, you know, I can't in good conscience point anywhere. I know last time we were back at this in the 4-year cycle, we got rid of a forklift, you know,
Yeah.
there were tangible things like that. Look at that, you know, I don't know if there's old boats or anything that we're not using anymore. Those are questions for the chief, but our staff across the board are, as, you know, there's no room to cut there.
Okay. And I'll ask these questions of the administration, not to prolong this discussion, but I will ask for numbers on exactly where capital costs are at and what a $3 million cut to that would look like. I don't personally think it's feasible, but we'll get answers from the administration there. Councillor Eady has a question.
Okay.
Question that Mr. Billis can answer, because he is, actually, you're a working president, that's cool. So the, what happened with the firefighters' pension plan? I know the police service, the members of council, there was a reassessment, and everybody, like the city's commitment to making sure that that's funded was reduced. Did that happen with the firefighters?
No, but we have completely different pension plans, right?
But
And-
doesn't it assess by experts as to it's meeting the demand? No?
Yeah, it does, and as far as I know, it's very healthy and so on. But
Okay.
I know one of the components with police was civilian versus uniform personnel and so on. We don't differentiate, right? Our rate, our split is much different. We have less than 100 maybe civilian people, so we've never gone down that road. Have no appetite to go down that road.
Isn't it, but anyway, I'll ask the administration, but it seems to me that everybody's pension plans are reevaluated every 2 years as to its ability, and your firefighter one would be the same. It is different, I'll acknowledge that, but anyway, I'll ask the administration.
Yeah.
Just, I was trying to help you out here, because I think the city's contribution to it might have went down. Anyway, I'll find out.
Yeah, well, I can tell you, I was at the sustainability, the recent one, and all things are healthy, but yeah, but with the way we look at it, once it passes payroll, it's our members' money, right? And if they reduce the city, well, some smarter people than I have okayed it, right?
Yeah.
So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Billis. Seeing no other delegations with us here at this point in time, we do have a few online. We will,
Kelly?
okay.
I'll move that we break for lunch. Come back at 2:30, please.
We do have one delegation here with us.
I'll move that we break for lunch and come back at 2:30. We can
Why
vote it
can't we
down.
hear the rest of the,
We'll finish with who's in attendance here. We do have a few online as well.
All that, we got a few online.
yeah?
We do have a few online as well.
I'll move that we break for lunch and come back at 2:30. We'll hear them then. We've got a few online.
I'm prepared to hear one more delegation if it's a will of the committee here, and then we'll break for lunch.
We
Please
did-
go ahead.
The chairperson did say that person would come and speak, so, yep.
Yeah, we have him here with us.
Thank you very much. I'll try not to repeat what Mr. Billis said, but I do know as I had a career in leadership, and as leaders' responsibility is for the performance and well-being of their staff. In reference to what Councillor Wyatt said, or a question about, if you do improve the workplace, you may increase retention, and people may work longer, and that would result in a savings of overtime. That was an argument that was used for 311 operators in 2022. It's also the argument used for increasing ward allowances for EA compensation in 2022. Last week in the media, they announced that Winnipeg, per capita, is the fire capital of Canada. Over recent years, especially in the last 2 years, we've had an increase in refugees and immigrants, that if you added up all the people who've moved into Winnipeg in the last 4 years and put them together, that probably result in one of the top 5 cities in the province. And yet, our services budgets have not gone up. There's issues, it was touched on about vacancy management. When I was a leader, if I had somebody going on mat leave, I could term somebody up or I could hire a term position. If I had somebody going on long-term disability, I could hire. The city with the fire department appears not to be doing that. I have a friend who is on long-term disability. He was a firefighter. He lost 1 kidney and 1/3 of the second one. He cannot return to work. It's likely his position was not replaced. As Mr. Bill said, there has been a reduction of staff over the years. With the class coming in, we hope that when you pay somebody less and they're paying at regular hours, regular rates, that is a savings over a senior firefighter being paid overtime. There are savings result there. You come to a tipping point, you need to add staff. And as touched on, if there isn't a recruitment class after this graduation class, the problem is still going to continue. Tragedy does not follow a calendar. You can't, there may be slow times, there's busy times, but when a fire hits or an accident occurs or a medical incident takes place, you can't schedule that. I know September of 2022, when I was doing CPR on my neighbor, I'm glad that the fire paramedics showed up in a really quick time. Just this year, 2 people in my family on separate incidents had to call 911 because of suspected heart attacks. The firefighter paramedics were there. One resulted in a transport. It's actually returned from hospital today. When every second counts, why would you add more time to that? When you don't have the proper complement of staff or you have less units on staff, you are just increasing response time, you're increasing damage, you're increasing anxiety, you're risking lives and property. That for $3 million, there may be opportunities in there to reduce costs within the fire department, but those take time, those take consultation, those take analysis. As this report recommendation is, this report be received as information, and as Councillor Wyatt expressed yesterday, that means it's headed for the wastebasket. I encourage you to vote to send this one to the wastebasket. Okay?
Thank you.
For the city overall, amongst all departments, there is money to be saved that could replace the requirement for this savings. There are many opportunities to reduce costs and not going after overtime of the fire department. Several quotes within the report itself on page 2. The option creates operational risk depending on the number and severity of fire events in that day. As a result, this is not recommended from an operational perspective. There'll be operational impact to fire response, fire training, and fire resource availability. This will arise mostly in areas where apparatus are removed from service and therefore may negatively impact response times. In order to achieve this, and then we talk about not having a class next year and losing another 24 to retirement, that I cannot express strong enough. You cannot decrease the staffing on any particular shift because lives and property and future livability depend on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing a question here, now to questions. We'll start with Councillor Wyatt.
Yeah, thanks for coming again today, sir. I would suggest, yeah, I agree with you that receive this information historically meant in the past that it goes into the waste paper basket. But my concern now is that we have reports coming forward, receive this information. However, if you read the detail of the report, and this is what's ironic about it, I guess, or confusing, it's still written in the way that the old report was. The complications or implications of the recommendations that are here is that we are receiving this information. However, we are de facto agreeing to what is in the report. We're not throwing it away. We're actually, so unless we as a committee now move a motion contrary to what the administration wants to do to accommodate overtime, the way I look at this now is that, well, you've been advised as a committee, this is what we're doing, and well, you had your chance to do something different. It's not like the administration is being challenged here to come up with different scenarios like we did in the past or different solutions and have the discussion here in the committee. They're telling us this is what they're doing, and you're going to have to live with it. And the same thing goes with, you know, what's confusing in terms of the rec complex in Southwest Winnipeg is that they actually have options in there, but then they don't give the options in the recommendations. They receive it as information. It makes no sense, which is a new style of reporting here that causes me some very serious concern in terms of transparency and openness. And so that's my concern. I might move to receive this information, but now I am de facto been bought into what their scenario is when I agree with a lot of the concerns that Mr. Bilius raised. You see what I'm getting at?
I view this as the fire department was asked to find $3 million in savings.
Right.
Their response is, the only thing that we could find is we cut overtime, which means we have to reduce units, we have to reduce staffing levels. But if we do that, you increase your risks and there will be repercussions. Right. What I view this is, right now for the decision today is, if you want us to save $3 million, this is what's going to happen. Right. So what I'm asking you as a committee and to take forward to council is, if that's the only option, don't explore it. We're not going to save $3 million with the fire department based on this only one recommendation. Take time to look for other recommendations, but do not touch staffing levels on fire department because they're overwhelmed, they're overworked. That is leading to mental health issues. They need a better mental wellness support service. And these are things that I've actually appeared before this council, this committee at the budget review stating that two months ago.
I hear what you're saying, but unless we move that, we're not going to achieve that today, what you're suggesting.
What I'm saying is, if this is the only solution to save $3 million with the fire department, we're not going to save $3 million for the fire department. Yeah. There are other things I could live with in reductions than this.
But I guess the other part of that is, this is partly being done, right? Because the budget was written in such a way that any budget tax increase was not going really, none of it going to the bottom line of the city. The increased operating costs, fixed costs go up every year. It was all going to capital. And so we're left with this predicament where we have to impose these so-called efficiencies on the various departments to balance the budget. And that's really what we're faced with here today. That's great.
Yeah. And there may be other efficiencies to obtain, but
well,
don't pursue this one.
Let me ask.
Well, yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna ask the que-
Counselor Eady.
Mr. Ryback, I always respect your coming to present and you use your past experience in your workplace and, so you didn't quite say it, but you can't, like in that field, if somebody generally knows how to, program or, provide computer support, they're trained. As long as people are learning Microsoft and all kinds of different things, right? But you could hire somebody on a term. You understand, the firefighters can't do that. We just heard from Mr. Billis. You understand that even if they've gotten their education and stuff, they still require 3 months of practical training on the job with the department, right? So you understand that problem, right?
No, I understand that. And the jobs that I led, they required training too. But we also had formulas that determined even what percentage of our workforce would be going on mat leave, what percentage would be retiring.
Yeah, and they do that.
When you heard today that
Our service does that.
we have actually less firefighters than we had in 1981.
But our service does that too. It's, anyway. Our service looks at those things too, right? So, and they also project and look at injury, right? Because injury is a serious situation for emergency services, right? So, the other thing I wanted to mention, every department, except I think we didn't do it to community services this budget, but every department, every division is called upon to help balance that budget by offsetting the corporate efficiencies negative account. So you're saying cut, like, you understand we're at the bare minimum in this city. Did you not hear the recreation complaints? So where are you saying we're going to cut services? Because that's all we do. It's not efficiency, it's cutting services. So tell me, where?
There are discretionary spending items.
Discretionary?
There could be areas of efficiencies. I've appeared many times speaking of some. There's also what is essential and what's critical and what's nice to have. And we've gone through that before. We just had street cleaning on my bay.
Yep. Okay.
We didn't need 15 applications of sand this winter. And I've had discussions with the councilors about let's put a new category in of 4P roads in order to save money.
Let's keep to the fire.
Well, he asked for examples.
Anyway, no, I asked.
He did ask for
Anyway,
examples.
thanks.
And that's why I'm
That's
stopped.
good.
Thank you.
You gave me one example, that's good. It's fine.
But there's many, and there's performance improvements that would
Yeah,
help
that's-
reduce
okay.
costs.
Yeah, performance, and yeah, okay, yep.
But specific to this report
Yeah.
is I'm asking you not to go, receive it as information.
We're not receiving it.
OT mitigation in this is going to be detrimental to lives and property.
Yeah, we understand that. Thank you.
That's what I want to make. Thank you very much.
We actually understand that. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions, thank you for your time today. With that, we will break for lunch and reconvene at 2:30. Good afternoon, and welcome back to the Standing Policy Committee on Community Services for this May 8th, 2024 regular meeting. We are still in our delegations, and I'll turn it over to our clerk, Mr. Prinsloo, to guide us through the remaining delegates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Next up is Mr. David Grant to be heard in respect to two items, reports 1 and 4.
Thank you. It's been a long day for you guys, folks. Anyway, on topic 1, I support the WPS and their essential roles in our community. In this report, there are boasts of governance and accountability. While we now have a police board, your SPC is still responsible for police spending and governance issues, and that's why they are reporting to you. City officials have proven to be indifferent when gaps become apparent in both of these important topics. Your SBC has the opportunity to fix that. For 20 years, the city, the WPS, and its board have been willfully in violation, utterly, of the law regarding their authorization for the photo enforcement program. In this way, governance and accountability have failed. On new topics, when WPS staff brown jacket innocent residents by incorporating the untruths of third parties in written reports, and senior WPS staff claim that nothing can be done, there's a clear lack of accountability and perhaps of good governance. When the WPS board turns a deaf ear to delegations who are concerned about home safety, they show disdain for crime prevention and harm the city's reputation. On topic 4, the rising costs. Had lots of discussion about that today, perhaps half your time. Anyway, initially, like most taxpayers, I wanted to commiserate with City Hall on the unfortunate news of the price escalation. As I read about the Class 5 numbers in your agenda, I was reminded of the years that I spent as an engineer planning and building industrial facilities. Our process involved getting prices for all discrete components, which were firm. None ever went up by more than a couple of % with changes. For new structures, we used the actual cost of analogous work and firm estimates from builders. We never used formulae and guesswork and never faced this sort of price escalation. Have any of you read any staff report that compares costs here with costs elsewhere? There are two big reasons to do comparisons and do them often. One is to avoid price surprises, which is obviously would make everybody at City Hall look better if we didn't have these things, these surprises. As pointed out today, some estimates are very high, perhaps far higher than they should be. In those cases, when the job costs less, the team gets accolades that they do not necessarily deserve. When the estimate is far too low, but is approved, and that may be the case in this, in the case of this rec complex, but too low and approved, the city is on the hook, and more funds tend to flow because we need the thing and we're sort of counting on it. Most of you will recall that local projects often climb in price a lot. I'm also reminded that journalists analyzed the cost of building in Quebec several years ago. They found that similar routine work, like road and bridge building in Ontario, cost about half as much as in Quebec. Similar wage rates, similar material costs, but twice as much. Soon the journalists proved the link between the biggest construction companies and the regulation of their industry. The government of Quebec solved their problem by putting the OIQ, the regulator, into a receivership run by government folks. That just lasted a few years, but it fixed the problem. While I'm aware of your decorum rules and the fact that Manitoba's whistleblower protections do not apply to insiders who know about the situations in Manitoba, I can simply say that no one should be surprised that prices in Winnipeg have climbed so much. When the problems seen in Quebec were noticed and raised here, the only reaction by our regulator was to remove deception from the list of prohibitions in their code of ethics. In everyday terms, they dealt with a speeding cars problem by removing all the speed limits. Not the sort of thing that inspires confidence in that engineering regulator. Did the people that you paid for your Class 5 ever compare their estimate with the actual cost of work done here or elsewhere? Saying 70, but meaning somewhere between 35 and 140 million should have raised alarm bells. How much did the most recent rec complexes cost in Canada and the USA? Calgary spent about 200 million each on 2 such centers recently, but that's about 10 times the price paid in the US. There are many thousands of rec complexes being built and planned. Surely there is data that could have been provided in the report that included the Class 5. And anyway, I recall the analysis of cost escalation explained to Council a couple of times in the past year by Councillor Schreier. Did the advocates for the new complex understand Jason's concern about profit escalation? And I will leave it there, and thank you very much for granting me this time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grant. See no questions at this time. Appreciate your time this afternoon.
Thank you, sir.
Next up, we have Desiree Bremner to be heard with respect to private service providers in city-operated recreation facilities, which is report 5 on our agenda today. Hi, Desiree. If you want to start your audio and your video, you'll have up to 10 minutes to make a presentation. Thank you.
Sorry, Desiree, you're still on mute there.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm here in regard to the PSP agenda. And so I'm just here to kind of like, I guess, advocate for it a little bit more. I've been doing it for about 10 years now. And I realized that with the pandemic, you know, the landscape kind of changed a bit because like we're not really involved in it anymore. And a lot of PSPs either built pools, found other places, or they just kind of left the industry. But I'm here because the demand is still there, even though we're not active. And I went through the report, and I feel like a lot of the problems that we're coming across with PSP, such as like equipment use, overcrowding, those kinds of things, I feel like, well, the equipment part, that was kind of addressed. We now bring our own. So that was already kind of addressed. But I feel like the crowding, the fees and things like that, I feel like that could kind of be solved with looking at the policy around that, you know, maybe setting a ceiling to how many PSPs are allowed to teach during public times. And I also wanted to mention that like there is the concern about the competitive advantage, but I just wanted to kind of point out that yes, we are offering swimming lessons that, you know, the same with the city. But I feel like that's, how do I put it? Like, so I've been doing it for 10 years, right? And the city, we all know how it's like to register for swimming lessons. You know, it's kind of like everybody's waiting at 8 a.m., hoping to get their spot. It's always filling up. And we also have places like the YMCA, the Rady Center, and other places that provide lessons as well. And there was even those other really big PSPs that were offering lessons. And I'm just like a smaller PSP, like I didn't have many instructors, but even I was experiencing wait lists. And so I think we're still providing something that's essential that, you know, the demand cannot be met for it yet. And I feel like what we are offering is a little bit more personalized and one-on-one, something that, you know, I don't know. But yeah, so that's pretty much kind of like what I wanted to say. Yeah, so, and I know I submitted a comment, but that wasn't really, I unclicked it and then it submitted it anyway. So I was wondering if we are going to be moving forward with it, you know, if there is like a date or something like that. So that's about it. I don't know if you guys have any questions or anything like that or feedback. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. I'm a little bit of a fast talker. I
Yeah,
apologize.
It's okay. I appreciate that you are offering that service to, I'm assuming people of all ages. I do have
Yes.
3 young ones that, to your point, I cannot get them into swimming lessons either all at once or all in the same
Yeah.
session. So it is painful and definitely something that's needed across the city. We have had discussions on how we could potentially work with the province on going back to the old ways of doing it where the city and province work together as a part of the academic program. But I think we're a ways away from that, but stay tuned. Hopefully we can move in that direction.
Okay.
Thank you for your time. See you no
Yeah, thank you.
questions. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Yeah, you too.
And that concludes our delegations for today.
All right. Thank you for everybody's patience this morning and into mid-afternoon now. We'll move into our report with item number 1, 2024 Winnipeg Police Board Strategic Plan Update. Good afternoon.
Is there
Good
here today?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Well, I'm here to present the strategic plan update for 2024. It comes to this SBC in order to get up to council. And I thought I'd tell you just a couple of little highlights and then see if you have any questions.
Thank you.
So one of the things that we hadn't done in the past is consider council's strategic priority action plan.
because you didn't have one before, but you do now. So the board has added that. The other thing that you will see on page 10 of the report is demand. So upwards of 700,000 calls came in looking for service last year, and well over half of those were dispatched. And that is one of the things that informs how the board develops the update. This is the final year of this 5-year plan. The other thing you'll see that's a little bit different is that the Downtown Community Safety Partnership and other partnerships are highlighted throughout, as that is a strategic value for the board. The other thing I'll just mention very quickly is the board did complete this year a survey of the public. And this is a survey that's been running for over 19 iterations, so longer than 20 years. And that report provided information on photo radar on page 12. Just indicating that public still overwhelmingly support that. There's other information in the report as well. We report quarterly on the business plan, which is the operationalization of the strategic plan. And is there anything that anybody was interested in or wanted to ask about?
Councillor Wyatt has a question?
Yeah, Councillor Duncan and I have more than once been before the Police Commission and Police Board asking about the hours of public operation of the East District Office and the West District Office. And we've been, to be quite honest with you, quite frustrated with the lack of uptake from the board and the need for them to recognize that the pandemic is now over and that the pandemic is over and that there should be regular office hours. Now, we have also recognized that the police service has been affected by the city's budget and everything else in terms of so-called efficiencies, and that affects their ability to deliver services or requests for efficiencies that are millions of dollars. However, I do know the size of the police budget, and I do know there are some discretionary spending items there. And we would see it as a major gesture of goodwill to the community in the event that regular office hours, operating hours could be reestablished both at the East District and the West District station, even if it was just 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. Because right now you show up, you got a buzz to get in, you can't make a police report, it's not the same, you got to go online. It's just we spent millions of dollars building these facilities not to be locked up and not open to the public. And we're building another one now up in the Northwest. And it really, you know, I remember a time with Keith McCaskill and we did community-based policing and we were in the opposite direction of what we're doing now. And it's been extremely frustrating, to be honest with you, to go before the board, which is supposed to be representing also the community, and then, you know, not getting any kind of response. It's like walking in, I mean, it's like dealing with another country almost, to be honest with you. So, just wanted to give that feedback. I don't know, her screen's frozen or is she there still?
Weak signal, it looks.
No, I'm listening.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I just, you know, and again, I want to stress, we stress that it doesn't come out of rank and file, it doesn't come out of frontline services, but that the two major district offices, and folks have said to me, you know, we go downtown and they don't want to go downtown. It's not safe. They don't feel safe. And they got to line up outside and they're on the sidewalk. That's a whole other issue now. And so, you know, if there's anything I want to communicate in terms of your strategic plan, everything's nice, but I can tell you right now that that's what we're hearing about. We're hearing about the need to get back to community-based policing, to be accessible, to be open. So I'd just like to get your feedback on that.
Okay. So,
Or you can get back to us on it.
well, just as I just indicated, this is the final year of a 5-year plan. And I think that the board actually has heard you on the topic of service, because that's what you're talking about, accessibility and people feeling like they are receiving a service. That I think is one of the things that you had mentioned very early when you had introduced the topic of these stations not being open or accessible. So that said, the board is going to be launching an effort when they conclude this recruitment process, the effort will be to establish a new 5-year plan. And there has been quite a bit of discussion, so you may not have heard about it, and I appreciate that that feels a little bit like there's no communication going on. Nonetheless, I can assure you that in terms of this very important issue, that is service, the board has heard you and is considering that in the next iteration of their plan. And conversations have gone on with the service as well regarding how to demonstrate that that services are being offered. So just as an example, I just referred to 798,000. I'll just go to page 10 of the report. Give me 1 second here. So, the context of discussions around service is certainly that people expect to receive service, and the board would like to have people feeling that. I am looking, page 10, 783,000 calls for service. As all of you know, there's only 800,000 some citizens living in the city. Those demands are being met, and I would say, that is, calls are being answered, people are being dispatched, responses are being offered to reports of crime and or public safety unrest. And so it's not that that service is not happening, and it is not that the service is not in the community. They are. But I appreciate what you're saying, and I can assure you that the board has heard you.
I appreciate that, and I certainly hope, I know our outgoing chief is leaving in September, I believe it is. And I think he's done a good job. I hope he considers maybe something like this prior to him leaving. I just think it would be a good way to I think of General Eisenhower when he was stepping down as president. He gave his famous swan song speech, beware of the American industrial complex. A leader, when he's leaving, can sometimes do things at the very kind of to set in motion certain things that would be very positive. But one of the things that's frustrating is that you mentioned all the statistics. I would suggest to you the statistics are lower than what they actually are, because I think a lot of people don't make reports now, especially on property items and stuff, because they can't get in and make a report, or they don't do it online, right? And so if you look at it this way, to make a case in terms of greater funding of the Winnipeg Police Service, and I also know that we per capita now have less officers on the street than we ever did before, and that's outrageous, considering the challenges facing Winnipeg, that the statistics would be driven up further to justify exactly that if those offices were open, because people would come in and make more reports that they're not doing today. They're just not bothering to do it. They've told me that quite frankly. And they're not going to go downtown, and they're not going to, a lot of people won't go online, or they've tried to go online and can't figure it out. So just some thoughts. Thank you for your response. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Santos.
Yes, thank you. I've sat on this committee a few times and seen a few of these different type of strategic plan updates. I believe you said this is the last iteration of this particular 5-year strategic plan.
Yes.
Moving on to the next 5-year, can you just quickly highlight you're working on the next iteration, or yourself, or is it going to be somebody else?
It'll be whatever iteration of the board is sitting after November. So the idea would be, the reason that the board hasn't, they had a 5-year plan. This is the final year. Yes, the board will be engaged in public consultations, and consultations, of course, with council in regard to what should be in the next plan. They were hoping to get to really engage that work once they have a new chief.
Okay. I guess what I'm seeing is just, the document itself has, quite a few paragraphs and words, but nothing of any substance in my opinion when it comes to more data, what has gone up, what has gone down. I'm seeing a lot of percentages in words, so I hope with the new board and the new chief, when they start doing their reiteration, that we have a little bit more statistics versus just language in paragraphs, because I feel like it's just the same as every other year and not any of significant value. So I'm just putting those comments on the record.
Got an answer for that.
Yeah, I will just let you know that where you will find the statistics is in the business plan reporting, which is provided quarterly. And what the board has a service doing is the documents are to be read actually as one, but I am going to let them know that you might prefer to perhaps to see it in one document. The current business plan provides environmental data about why a particular activity is supporting a strategic objective, and it does provide, once again, quarterly information on how the dial moves on some of those things. So, for example, downtown foot patrol. Another example would be disc stops or like outreach to youth that might be at risk. Others might be, I could pull up the business plan, but bottom line is the stats are not in the strategic plan because that is a high-level document that sets the objectives for the service, and the operationalization and the data that support whether or not the work is going forward is in the business plan reporting.
And the business plan reporting only reports to the board, not this committee?
That's correct.
No, it reports publicly, yes, to the board and up to council.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Councillor Eady?
Thanks for coming to speak to the report. I did have, well, my first question, we can get the stats, but back when we hired Chief Clunas, we established a our first police board-driven strategic plan. And I think at the time, or actually maybe it's more when Chief Smythe was hired, but over 700 calls for service. If I recall, that's like pretty well double what it was in like 2015. Do you know? So, but just on this 5-year strategic plan, what was it in the first year for, I guess 2019 was the first year of this plan. What were the calls for service then? Do you know?
No, but I can come back to you. You were right. It was certainly less than half of what it is now.
Yeah. Okay.
The rise in the calls for service has been dramatic.
Yeah, and the complement hasn't gone up that much, if I recall correctly. But
the complement went down.
Yeah, yeah. So the other question I had is, and I'm glad that the SPAP is being incorporated, or the City Council's strategic plan or whatever. And we're going to be having reporting on that. It's somewhat different than the way the police board's strategic planning with the business plan kind of works, although, but there are measurements that have been associated with each of the SPAP goals or trends, whatever you want to call them. So when we talk about the foot patrol, so they are out there. And one thing was difficult, so we added some complement for foot patrol, but while we were waiting, we lost a couple of foot patrols in the north end for downtown. But that was temporary though, but still, it still happened. I guess what I'm trying to get at is, like, were the measurements in the business plan, so if we establish this many foot patrol, and I know we analyzed the data from a downtown perspective with some other outside organizations and data is collected, but can we say, well, when did the foot patrols only started this year, right? Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we don't know if it's going to have an effect on calls for service out of the downtown area yet, do we?
Well, there's a couple of things about that. One is when calls for service go down, like, I don't know that that is the measure that will reflect the value of foot patrol.
Right. So what's
Like,
the
calls might
measurement?
not go down because, in fact, if you got foot patrol out there, then you may call and they would be responding.
Yeah, no, they would respond to a response, but just them doing foot patrol does kind of hold people back when they see a police officer, right? So,
Yeah, preventative.
what is the specific measurement in the business plan for the downtown foot patrol?
I'm just going to get it right now, Counselor, one sec.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right here, and I actually have the fourth quarter report. So the measures on downtown safety include number of foot patrol hours in the downtown core, in the downtown foot patrol zone, and there were 9,970 hours over the course of that period. Number of special events attended in the shed last year, 313, because this is the wrap up for 2023.
Yep.
Number of hours deployed in the downtown transit corridor, 1925. Number of streets in the downtown foot patrol zone, 770. Number of individuals diverted to social supports, that would have been 42 altogether. Number of downtown priority offender arrests, and those are repeaters,
Yeah.
45. And number of interview case assessment processes is the work that the service does with the Crown on frequent offenders.
Yeah.
And those that can be referred to support services, and that's 22. And again, you've got a graph showing you how that has varied from 2021, 22, and 23.
Yeah.
So what the foot patrol hours were, as well as the hours in the Winnipeg transit corridors.
Right. Okay. Thank you for that detail.
Sorry.
What I find most interesting, some of those measurements, I mean, but I'm hearing the last three you mentioned are results-based.
Yes.
Which is what I would hope would happen due to increasing foot patrol in downtown. Anyway, thank you very much. It's good. And, the last question I just had. So generally, though, the police board is given an idea of one thing you did say is customer service, which is in our SPAP as well, improvement on delivering customer service, right? That's across the whole city. So I'm glad that's kind of being considered as a thing. But do you think that the board will be seeing some of the pillars in this strategic plan moving forward?
Hard to say, but I think that certain things, so just for example, protection and crime prevention. Well, the directions may vary depending on what the circumstances are in any given time and on what the members of the public say in terms of needs, values, expectations. But the large protection and crime prevention, I don't know that it would change very much. Community partnerships, just listening to your meeting today, I think community partnerships are probably more important than they have ever been. So something along that line is very likely to continue. Healthy organization, that work will definitely be continuing. I don't know what it might be called, but certainly training and professionalism is a value and it's important. And quite a bit of work has been done and is being reported upon again in the business plan in terms of morale of the service and internal processes related to promotion, advancement, training, all kinds of things. So those things are probably at a high level going to stay the same-ish. And effective and efficient service, I think that's something that, again, right across the city, that's a thing. So I don't think that's probably going to go anywhere either.
I agree. That's a given. Okay. Much appreciated. I forgot. Wow. So there must be some concept at the board who are going to be, I guess it's committee of the whole that's going to be part of that recruitment. That's the way we did it with Chief Smythe. I'm wondering, so what was interesting is that the first 5-year strategy, a lot of it was based on the perspective of who was hired as the chief. So Chief Clunas came in, and it was crime reduction through social.
Development, yep.
Yeah, right? So is that kind of where the board's going? They're looking at a new chief? Help
I
them
think
take a certain direction, or?
No, I think what they are wanting is they're wanting innovation, they're wanting collaboration. And they've had those things. But, they're looking at what is the state of the city right now? And again, just listening today to your meeting, we've heard lots of different things. I think on a go forward, they want to work in partnership. This board wants to work in partnership with whoever the chief may be. And if that individual has other ideas on innovation or strategies that we haven't tried or might be new, I don't know. We'll have to see what they say.
All right, thank you, Ms. Curtin.
But thank you.
Seeing no other questions at this time, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
This is the report itself, right?
Yes.
So I'll move to receive, I think we're receiving this as information.
That is
Council.
correct. So that has been moved by Councillor Eady to be received as information. Called to question, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That's carried unanimously. Item number 2, WFPS overtime mitigation strategy. We're joined by 2 gentlemen from the public service here in WFPS. I'll allow them to introduce themselves and provide the committee with the overview.
I'm here with Deputy Chief Scott Wilkinson of the Fire Rescue Operations and Training, here with John Hall, our financial controller, and Chief Schmidt is joining us online at this time. The report essentially does speak for itself, but this, as a synopsis, we are just providing this as information because of the potential impacts on service delivery regarding our attempts to minimize costs in relation to the efficiencies or budget efficiencies that have been requested in the 2024 budget. At this time, the service relies primarily, the bulk of our financial or our operational budget is consumed by wages and benefits. So service delivery and person resources are our number one area of 10. We have a minimal amount of other operating costs. We are quite a lean service with a small amount of percentage operating costs. Only 8% of our workforce works outside of operations, and only 1% of it is administrative. So in the other part of our operating budget that's outside of the wages and benefits is primarily dedicated to that which supports operations in vehicles, equipment, leasing costs, and other capital costs. Therefore, we are looking at options to reduce our overtime expenditure to meet the efficiencies requested.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions, starting with Councillor Eady.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to have these discussions, and it is a difficult situation for fire paramedics. So I talked about it, well, I don't know how you change it, but was there any way of reducing the capital expenditures and maintenance of your equipment or anything like that? Is there any way of sort of reducing the cost without removing the effectiveness of the equipment?
Quite difficult at this time. I mean, the operating costs, purchasing costs, and equipment costs have gone up in the vicinity of 30% over the last few years without corresponding increases in our ability to pay. We are relegated to certain operating and leasing costs through FMA with regards to our equipment, and we do have limited options. We are actually extending our current apparatus well beyond the NFPA or standards estimated lifespan already. And operating them into excessive times, and to the point we've actually had to replace engines on quite a few of our fire apparatus rather than actually putting to new. So we have made those efforts to extend and control costs there, but we only have so much room to do so.
Okay. That's our older equipment. The newer equipment, some of it falls under, the supplier, do we pay them money to maintain the equipment? Like mechanics and stuff to take care of sort of day-to-day issues with the equipment?
We have our own mechanical services branch with specialized mechanics who manage our heavy fleet equipment. There is warranty that obviously we take advantage of, but beyond that, they're monitored and managed by our own fleet mechanics.
Right.
But there is obviously, with our high volumes here, there is a fair bit of wear and tear on that equipment.
Okay, so in terms of warranty though, the cost would be covered, but you don't have to go to the company for the work? Like I know I can, my car, once it's out of warranty, I can take it to a much cheaper mechanic shop, you know, close to home, rather than going to the dealership to get that maintenance done. So you're saying our agreements for new equipment and stuff, warranty will cover it, but we can do the work ourselves?
Some warranty items are sent back to the dealers to cover at their cost if it's based on initial warranty, to my knowledge. But at this point, all our ongoing repairs are handled by our emergency vehicle technicians within our mechanical services branch in-house.
Okay. Anyway, I don't know. Anyway, other than, we heard already from the UFFW, I mean, all that stuff stands. We've tried different things. So essentially, if we add 40 new firefighters, do you have any idea, like, is that going to help our overtime situation?
Well, just to clarify, we do have some discrepancies in the information on that proposed funding at this time. Their initial offer through the communications through the political side was 3.4 million. We do not currently have that level of commitment in writing with the CAO's office at this time. So until that is secured, we'd have no ability to go forward. Mr. Billis did indicate that there was some promises made, but that has not come to us officially at this point, so we are unable to move forward. 3.4 million does not cover 40 new staff. Unfortunately, there was a bit of a misnomer there. It's significantly less. And what we would be doing is looking to improve some of our capacity in the regions indicated, as well as support positions in our master plan due to some of the issues we're facing in the community, including additional fire investigators to combat our arson problem, and a few other entities within our training division to support our operational staff.
So what, for a new recruit for the service, what's the starting salary?
I do not have the starting salary directly in front of me at this time. I mean, as I pointed out earlier in the conversations, it's substantially less than in senior members or officers within the service. There is a point it takes approximately 5 years to reach their first-class firefighter salary rate.
Okay, but you're saying 3.4 isn't enough for 40 officers, but, or 40 fire paramedic human resource. It's hard for me to understand you saying that's not enough if I don't know what a new recruit for the first 5 years they're going to be making X. I'm not talking about negotiations of pay increases. I'm just saying sort of like how can you actually say 3.4 isn't enough?
Well, we have done the accounting processes. Mr. Hall has completed those determinations showing the cost of equipping the firefighters, training the firefighters, the cost of wages, the cost of benefits, and also when we replace staff, it's not just bringing them at the initial rate. When we're staffing apparatus, it includes officers and other personnel at those higher rates as well. So after doing all the tabulations, we do know that we cannot provide 40 firefighters for 3.4 million. It is substantially less in the 32 to 33 range at maximum, I believe. And at this time, we do not have a written commitment for that $3.4 million.
Okay, anyway, it's an interesting concept. That's why I was trying to get the idea. How much does it cost to train a firefighter paramedic? And, you know, like, I know they're being paid wages for 3 months and they're not delivering service, so that's a cost, right? can you give me an idea of some of the other training costs? I know there's an unfunded capital program for your training center, sorry about that, but,
I don't really have a complete breakdown in front of me, but, you know, in synopsis, I mean, we have training officers' wages that are having to be provided to cover recruit training costs. We have the equipment and facilities, and as you said, they are in place for approximately 3 months without being on the operational front lines. So we're looking at all those support costs while they're in training.
okay. I think that's all the questions I have. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt?
Yeah, just out of curiosity, you mentioned we haven't received confirmation of the province of the 3.4 million. That was announced last fall. Have we requested confirmation?
I believe that's being worked on through the CFO and the CAO's office directly with the Treasury Board, but I have not received an update unless Mr. Hall has.
Yeah, I can provide an update. We have received the funding letter that sets out the 3.4 for funding over 2 years, and we have received 3.4 million. That means we have 1.7 million available in 2024 and 1.7 million available for 2025.
So we have now received it.
We have received that
And
money.
was there any strings attached?
Strings attached in terms
Yeah,
of,
like, is there any obligations on the money that it has to be used for this or that?
well, it has to be used for firefighting services.
Right, but beyond that, is there any other strings attached?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
And the discrepancy, Councillor, is regarding the, as Mr. Billis pointed out, their thought process was that the 3.4 million was all available
Was
at one
through
time.
Waverly West, yeah.
But their process was that you're suggesting that 3.4 million was available immediately, and as Mr. Hull pointed out, it is broken up over 24 and 25 based on our current letter.
Right, but the province didn't say it has to be used for Waverly West.
It said it was for purposes of firefighting services and as
In
under
Southwest
discretion and staffing under our master plan.
Okay, that's good. So that's pretty open, I guess, is what I'm saying. I'm asking the question because in the past, sometimes the province places some strings, eh? So in light of that, then the report we have, maybe this is new information. I'm assuming it's pretty new information. The report we have before us today is not accurate. Because now you could look at other options because you got 1.7 million. That wasn't there when the report was written. That's the way I would hear that.
I understand what you're saying, Councillor, but I don't believe the intention of the funding was to cover reductions in staffing or to make up. The intention from the indications we got was that they were looking to improve and add staffing. So
No. You didn't say that there was strings attached.
Well,
You said there's no, I'd like to get a copy of the letter from the province. Because the province says it can be used for staffing, then that covers half your problem in your report, or it covers part of it at least.
well, we can certainly provide a copy of the
Yeah.
letter.
Well, I'm just curious, because if there's no strings attached, then the report technically is not relevant right now because we have funding available.
Well, we don't have even at this time, as Mr. Hull pointed out, we don't have $3.3 million
No.
of available funding.
No, you have half of that, but I'll take a half of a pie versus no pie, right?
Well, I would certainly have to leave that conversation up to our CAO's office.
Make it
and
be
working
apple
with the
pie.
provincials.
Yeah, no, I just think it's important to note this because, you know, I don't think Broadway has been very restrictive on us on the funding. They've actually been pretty much the opposite. They haven't been prescriptive as the previous government was. And I think we should welcome that and thank them for that. And that might help us with this overtime issue this summer. But anyway, okay, I don't have any other questions, Mr. Chair. But I do. I'm sorry. May I? You heard kind of the Q&A with the leader of the firefighters. Not too excited about the idea of having kind of a standalone group, let's say a former retiree is coming back and working in the summer as a pool, even though they are experienced and some of them would like to make some extra money. But that's a contract issue, I understand, that would have to be raised. So I guess I just want to note that I think it's something that should be flagged by the administration for the future in light of this, as Councillor Yee has said, it keeps coming over and over and over again over time, all the time. We have to push back gently as administrators or as leaders to say we need a little bit more flexibility. Maybe this is a way to do it, considering now that people are living longer, they're retiring more maybe earlier because the benefits are there. there might be an opportunity. And the second part that was interesting was the opportunity to do a buyout, looking at our pension plan, looking at how much money's in there right now. Maybe there's an opportunity there. In light of the fact that you have 5-year employees or less, you're saving money, you're buying back, you know, out the end of the cycle, right? Helping guys retire. Matter of fact, you could probably do both. Actually facilitate both processes. But those are just some things I want to make a note of that we kind of came up in the committee. It was interesting, the dialogue with Mr. Bilius, and I thought he was more receptive, I sensed, to the second idea. You know, looking at that option, but it would have to involve looking at all of our pension situation and whether or not there's room there to do something like that. So,
Well, I do believe that would be.
and we need cooperation with the union on that, of course.
Right, and it's a bigger conversation, being our staff are all just members of the civic pension plan, unlike the police service, it's not a dedicated fire service pension plan, so that would have to be an ongoing conversation with the board.
But these are issues sometimes we walk on eggshells, we don't want to talk about going, but you know, we have to be realistic. You're taking machines off of operation this summer, and that's a concern too, right? So, thank you.
Councillor Santos?
Yeah, I got a couple. Just looking for some clarity first on the report itself. Well, it first recommends that the report be received as information. So I'm just seeking some clarity on what that means. If we receive this as information, that means we're not looking at $3 million overtime recovery mitigation strategy, or you are going to be doing the overtime mitigation strategy? Because sometimes that language gets kind of lost in the weed, and I'm just trying to understand where we're at today.
Certainly, I mean, the intention of the report is to make sure council is aware of the potential impacts of the plan that's in place. But our intention is to move forward with this to help manage the required reductions that have been placed in the budget of $3 million.
Okay, so you are going to move forward. If this report is to receive as information, that means you guys will be moving forward with this mitigation strategy.
That is the plan at this time to manage the $3 million efficiencies requested.
Okay. Second question then, I've been through a budget process before when I was first elected in a multi-year budget, and I guess my concerns are is when we look for efficiencies within the department, we look at everything, right? Expenditures, capital, staff. I guess I'm having a hard time why the department chose the operations versus, I think you'd mentioned 1% administration, 8% outside support equipment. Like, how come you didn't end up looking at targeting that area?
Well, we certainly did look at all areas, but as indicated, we have very little room to maneuver within the 14% that is not operational staff and wages. Okay. There is, and a lot of that 14% is required to help support those operational needs. So we don't have a lot of latitude with our costs to upgrade equipment, our leasing costs with FMA, and our other capital costs for municipal accommodations. Those are set costs. And with regards to the other aspects of it, most of it is just standard operating costs. And with some of the equipment and other pieces, we actually have been doing expenditure management over a period of time by lengthening the time that we keep some of that apparatus and equipment in service.
Okay.
Councillor Eby.
I had a different question, but I got one question now. Actually, I wasn't, I forgot. I can't remember what happened in the budget, but as we were moving forward to vote on it, we had a new provincial government with the 14-cent reduction in the cost of, I think, all fuels. Did we, I can't remember, we incorporated the first round, but did we incorporate the extension into your budget, or is the extension that the province is offering, is that we'll call it a savings option? Does that help you with your budget?
I'm not sure what the impacts that would be or the savings options. I mean, certainly we pay the fuel rates from FMA. We don't control those rates, so whatever our usage is, and again, our usage is extremely high due to the call volumes. But if there was a reduction in that, hopefully that would be reflected in FMA's fuel rates. I don't think that would accomplish the bulk of the savings that have been requested.
No, I know. The other thing I want to point out to you is, like, the police service has been subjected to this for years and years, okay? And they don't always find the full amount. And then at the end of the year, they have to say, well, we're over budget, but whatever, you can, the technicality of it is moot, but I mean, I'm just saying, my inclination is not to support this mitigation, to support this, okay? But in our budget though, over the whole year, by the end of the year, you were told to find $3 million, you might only find some of it. So you should find out, I guess Fleet is the one who sells you the fuel. They should be reducing that cost of your fuel, which is an operating cost, right? And I don't know how much that is, but I know Mr. Hall can find out pretty quick. So I'm just throwing that out there because there are extra months of savings there, so.
The fuel rate that's included in our budget is the guided rate that's provided to all departments. So that's based on a future prediction over the year as to what that rate will do. I believe it was an average estimate rather than a high or low.
Anyway, I know it's helped the police service in past years when gas prices go down. Anyway, thanks very much.
Just have a couple questions here. Okay, so in the report, it indicates that 86% of, and let's be specific here for fans watching at home, that 86% of the fire budget is for salary. Is that correct?
Wages and benefits, correct.
Wages and benefits, 86%. What does that leave us with?
Well, it leaves us with 14% dedicated to all the other capital and supporting costs that we've already indicated,
Okay.
which is,
So I appreciate that that's equals up to 100%. What dollar amount does that leave us with?
It's about $21 million.
21 million.
Yeah,
okay.
excluding the expenditure management item.
So those are non-salary
Yes.
dollars, okay. So then we have, I'm assuming, commitments that we just cannot get out of that 12, or out of that 21 million?
Yeah, we've spoken already about the capital program and the effect that has on operating. Our budget out of that $21 million is $4.5 million related to capital. In 2024, the approvals for 2024 add $107,000 to that. So the bulk of that money, $4.4 million, relates to prior capital approvals, bearing in mind that any station work is funded over 30 years or 15 years, and the equipment obsolescence and those more short terms are funded over 5 years. So the cumulative effect of all the prior approvals makes up the bulk of that money. So it cannot be avoided.
Okay, so you spoke about the capital allocated costs. Are there any other total for all allocated costs?
Well, when we talk about allocated costs, there are things that have happened that we continue with and programs that are continuing as well. So the next biggest item we have are vehicle leases to the Fleet Management Agency, and that totals just over $4 million.
Okay.
Now, we could stop replacing our vehicles, but that would put us into contravention with NFPA around the lifetime, front life, spare life of apparatus. It would increase the maintenance load on our mechanics, and they're already struggling because of the age of the vehicles we have currently. We're being compromised in the timing of when we need those apparatus replaced because of capital limitations placed on the Fleet Management Agency already. But that's where we are with our existing replacement and our future plan, $4 million in 2024. Then we get to vehicle maintenance, which is a cost that we incur through our mechanical services branch. That's $2.3 million. So at this point, we have $10.5 million out of that 21 that's now left undetermined. We then get into personal protective equipment and uniforms, which are self-explanatory and also required through the collective agreement. They total $1.7 million. Then we get into things like property leasing, so the stations and the offices we occupy. That's $1.5 million. Is there opportunity to consolidate that so we have less space to reduce cost? We could look at that, but I can say to you that our academy and our mechanical services branch and all the other services that work out of McPhillips are bursting at the seams. So the ability of that being consolidated is quite low, but certainly something that we could look at. Then we get into things like utilities that run the stations. That's $1.5 million. And then we get to vehicle fuel, and that's another $1.2 million. At that point, I'm at $2.8 million remaining. So if I cut every other dollar out of the service, I can't meet a $3 million saving. And I haven't spoken about operating and safety supplies. I haven't talked about the certification of our paramedic firefighters with the College of Paramedics. I haven't talked about the professional training for firefighters and officers. I haven't talked about the mental health nurses, all of which comes out of that $2.6 million. The telephony that supports the comm center. I can go on and give you the full detail of the items that sit within that money. But
I think we get the gist of it there, and it's important, that we don't just throw percentages out at people. Percentages of what would be my question. So I appreciate all those numbers being provided. Essentially, what we're looking at here, even if we were to start at the 21 million and ask for a $3 million reduction to go back to the percentages, we'd be asking fire, strictly fire, not paramedic, to do a 14% reduction. Is that correct?
About that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Councillor Santos had a comment prior to.
Yeah, just kind of tagging on a little bit of what Councillor Eady had mentioned earlier about the $3 million and possibly not supporting the mitigation strategy. So devil's advocate, like say we don't, do you still have the $3 million in your budget to continue on with the operations?
We have the current funding, but the reality is without managing some of the overtime costs, we're quite likely to be well overextended our budget throughout the rest of the year, and that's one of the reasons we're trying to mitigate those overtime costs.
Okay, sorry, say that again. You speak so fast.
Sorry. We do have the money within the budget now, but we're going to have to look towards the rest of the year as far as how to manage our cost expenditures. And as Mr. Hall pointed out, we do not have a lot of latitude there. In order to, the likelihood is that without overtime mitigation strategies, we will be overextended significantly by the end of the year due to overtime costs. That's the only area after extensive evaluation, that we feel we have any latitude to address the $3 million.
Okay.
If I can add to that, just to be clear, we're talking about a $3 million reduction on our budget. Our operating budget for overtime is $2.4 million in total.
Okay, say that again. So $2.4 million in overtime.
Budget.
In total. We generally spend between $6 and $10 million on overtime every year. So this overtime mitigation is just reducing our over expenditure ask in 2024. We're not able to get anywhere near a $3 million reduction on budget, even with this action. The only way we can save budget is to reduce the number of firefighters. And $3 million equates to about 24 firefighters.
And that's due to the overtime issue that we're facing today. Because the humming and hawing is just really distracting. I'm sorry, please be patient with me. I'm really trying to understand. This is a really difficult decision I have to make. And I don't appreciate the humming and hawing beside me. It's very distracting.
Okay.
If I can help,
I'm trying to understand, you gave me two different numbers now, $2.4 million and $6 to $10 million in overtime. I'm trying to understand the overtime. So you have the $3 million. Let's say I do not support the negative $3 million. Moving forward, as the months go on, you have enough money to currently manage and deal with the overtime. Or no? Okay, so are we coming back to this committee and let's say in a couple of months' time looking for an over expenditure amount of $6 to $10 million? You see where I'm trying to understand this? I'm trying to understand that.
yeah, we go back to the Standing Policy Committee Finance for an over expenditure. We wouldn't come here.
Okay.
And last year, we came and asked them for $4.2 million extra related to overtime and 6.9 million in total. So there are other factors other than overtime that caused us to be overexpended.
Okay, so that was last year in 2023.
That was 2023.
That was 4 point.
The overtime element was $4.6 million.
Okay.
The total over expenditure was 6.9.
Total. Why is there two different, I'm not understanding. If you're, okay, the total, I see 2 point.
So in addition, we had significant WCB costs
Okay.
that caused us to overexpend as well.
Okay. I'm understanding. Okay. And now in 2024, you're expecting to be roughly around the same amount. By the end of 2024, you're going to go back to finance and ask for an over expenditure of $4.6 million by the end of this year. Is that what I'm expecting to see this later on this fall?
My very early estimate is around $6 million if it carries on as it is. What the $3 million saving would result from, i.e. putting in place this mitigation strategy, would take that 6.3 million overtime expenditure down to 3.3, but still an over expenditure.
Okay.
Still more than our approved budget.
So if the chair will please bear with me. What is the cause of the overtime? Why are we not finding solutions to this ever-increasing problem that we're seeing? Obviously, I think I've heard from, the delegations has been happening since 2009. What are we doing?
So our overtime results from a number of factors. One of the significant factors, and it's been mentioned throughout the meetings today, is our call volume and our burnout level. We have a lot of people experiencing mental health issues, physical injuries. Our WCB costs have expanded significantly, and unfortunately, we have limited control over how those are interpreted through the Workers' Compensation Board. On top of that, we do have ongoing levels of absenteeism, in many cases likely related to the same issues. We do ongoing performance management with staff, but ultimately, we have been unable to fully manage that over time. As President Billis mentioned earlier, our staffing ratio does not allow us to have as many people overtime or available to fill slots and reduce overtime. So it's a little bit of either or. In the event that we had more staff, there would be a higher initial budget cost and less overtime. Without the additional staff and support, we end up calling in more overtime.
Thank you.
Councillor Wyatt?
Those are excellent questions by Councillor Santos. I just wanted to ask, so in the past, what happens is yes, as you point out, come to the budget at the end of the year, and you present through finance that you had this deficit, and that the organization as a whole, typically through other departments, through their own efficiencies, offset that. Now, where the rubber hits the road is whether you as an organization, and the chief who's on Zoom there, indicates to the CAO in writing, or vice versa, the CAO to you, that we do not have the ability to cover off your shortfall at the end of the year, and therefore there shall be layoffs. Has that occurred to date, and is there any indication that that will occur between now and the end of the year, either from one end or from the other side? Has there been discussion to that effect, I guess is what I'm asking?
I'm not aware of any discussion regarding the potential for layoffs, and of course, that would potentially result in higher levels of overtime if we did, so there would be certainly concern in our service delivery if that was to occur.
And if you were to do that to save money in your operating budget, you'd have to do it pretty soon.
And again, if that was to be a factor, the resultant would still be increased overtime unless that was resulting in removing apparatus from duty.
Right, you'd have to come up with a revised system, probably.
Correct.
So, okay, well, that's what I wanted to know. And then so I'm glad to hear that. However, I think it's fair to say, correct me if I'm wrong, that the existing policy that we've had for the last number of years of politically imposing a so-called efficiency is slowly coming to an end, because it's becoming more and more untenable to do with every passing budget cycle, with the rising costs that you have of, by the way, council-approved contracts that we all agreed to, around the table unanimously, I might add. And that pushes pressure, which, as you mentioned, 86% or whatever your operating cost is staffing, right, through your budget, that will, in and of itself, make it harder and harder for the politicians, being City Hall, EPC, whatever, to come and say, well, I want a savings of this automatically, you know, without adjusting things for inflation and all your fixed costs being gasoline, maintenance, and not to mention ever-increasing salaries through a collective bargaining agreement where contracts are awarded, typically through arbitration, right? So, my last thing to say is this, is just a thought. Like whatever issues you're having with our, what I'm hearing from our paramedic side is not good. Like the burnout rate, I'm really worried about those guys. I'm worried about the firefighters too, don't get me wrong, and they're getting lots of calls, but I know the paramedics are running from hospital to hospital. They are going strong. I got to see it firsthand one time last year. But anyway, I really have, you know, there's a special place in my heart for those guys just because they're being pushed so hard. And if you have to bring anything forward to us, please do so. You know, I think I want to thank you guys and the chief who's on Zoom there. And I know you're trying to make you know, a purse out of a sow's ear, so to speak, in some ways. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Eady, I think you,
I'm going to move a motion.
Motion?
I just have one comment to say it's quite clear. There was discussion leading up to the council's budget vote. Mr. Hall will recall that there would be a great difficulty in trying to find $3 million. So, if anything. So, and I'll just make another comment. Miraculously, the overall city did not have a deficit as of 2023 because guess what? All of a sudden, ridership on transit went way up. So I think that'll be the same circumstance for 24 because we passed a budget based. No, I'm just saying. No, I'm just saying, and that helps the overall situation. So that is, Mr. Chairperson, that is why, like, firefighting is integral. The amount of, like, you know, anyway, we're trying to do stuff from the city level, but you know what? The north end, central, and the west end is burning down. And we got to have the staff to meet that, to take care of that. So I'm moving that we do not concur with this overtime mitigation plan and just receive the report as information.
But could I make a amendation? Small one?
Go ahead, what do you?
That the standing committee appreciates the ongoing work and diligence of our management.
Yeah, I heard some people questioning our management, so that's a good point. But that's a comment, thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
all right, for clarification purposes prior to calling this to question, I'll just turn to the clerk just so that I'm understanding here. With Councillor Eady's motion, this would mean that the current path forward here by WFPS would not be implemented?
So, yes, so the critical path on this report is to proceed up to council. So Councillor Edie's motion would be that the SPC on community services recommends to the EPC and council that the overtime mitigation plan as outlined in the administrative report not be concurred in, and that the report be received as information.
That's my amendation.
That is my intention, because if we just receive it as information, this plan will move ahead. And,
Okay.
it's not tenable. Maybe if we do get 40 more people, that will help it will, because your general staffing in firefighting, there's a lot more injuries and stuff, right? So.
All right.
Just looking at to the administration, does that language, is that good? Because I know it sounds like double speak, but the intent of this committee is we do not want to support the overtime mitigation strategy outlined. Do we just leave it as that and not receive this as information? Like quite the opposite. Like I hear what Councillor Edie is saying, but it feels like that's a little bit of a double speak. So could we just state that this committee does not concur in the Winnipeg Public Service recommendation? Just say it like that? And is that enough information for you to?
You know, Councillor, I believe, I mean, I'd let the Chief Schmidt speak to this as well, but I believe that your intention is clear.
Yes.
I would have to leave it to council to use the appropriate wording through the clerk.
Yes.
We also want to signal that if there's any means, take equipment off if necessary, but not necessarily take equipment off. Right?
Thank you, Councillor.
So the motion on the floor currently is what Councillor Edie has moved. I would just clarify if, with his concurrence, if he would like to add Councillor Wyatt's amendment to his motion. And then lastly, with Councillor Santos's motion, we can move that motion, though we do not concur in the administrative recommendation to receive as information. However, typically, this committee would provide some kind of guidance or recommendation to provide some direction to the public service on what they should be doing. Whereas a recommendation simply to not receive as information.
Can you read the motion with my amendation, Councillor Edie's motion?
Hold it, I got a motion on the floor here.
That's right.
Hang on. So I want to clarify something, right? Our management here, that's here, and on Zoom, they have to manage this stuff day to day.
Right.
I don't see how, I'm not giving any direction to the experts in firefighting and paramedic service. What I'm saying is, the plan here, which they put together because they've been told to save 3 million, plus they've been asked on an ongoing basis, we're trying to reduce the number of overtime hours. And by increasing the complement, we heard from Mr. Hall, that will help. So, I'm not getting into giving specific direction. I'm sorry. I'm just saying this plan as it's laid out, recommendation by the public service, because they were, under the budget, were asked to do so. I'm saying simply, and we should just say then, I move that we do not concur with the recommendations of the public service regarding this overtime mitigation strategy. And I'll just leave it as simple as that, and then it goes on to EPC anyway, okay? And I don't think anybody on EPC is qualified to say, here's an alternative. No, really, because.
Can we just reread the motion, please?
Absolutely. So the motion in its entirety would read that the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service not be concurred in, and that the Standing Policy Committee on Community Services recommend to the Executive Policy Committee and Council that, one, that the do not concur with the overtime mitigation plan, and that the report be received as information. And then Councillor Wyatt suggested that the Standing Policy Committee on Community Services place on record its appreciation for the ongoing diligence and work of the WFPS management.
All friendly amendments, so there you go, Chairperson.
Clear as mud?
Clear to me, anyway.
It doesn't end here, so we will see it at, I will see it at EPC, and then we will see it at council again, so.
Call the question.
I can support this and call it to question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It's
Move a
unanimous.
5-minute health break.
Opposed? That's carried. Item number 3, verbal report, 901 Day Street.
I'll move that. I want to thank the staff for being here waiting.
Yep.
I had a look at the property. It's been remediated
Thank you.
to my satisfaction in the communities, and I want to thank the staff for following up and doing enforcement, so I'll move that matter be received as information.
All in favor? of
Aye.
receiving
Aye.
information?
And we don't
Opposed?
want this to show up
That's carried.
anymore, right?
We will
No, it
take,
doesn't have to come up anymore.
we will
Unless I'm a-
take
unless I'm a good
a realistically 10-minute break here and be back at 5 minutes past 4 o'clock. Welcome back to the Standing Policy Committee on Community Services for this May 8th, our regular meeting agenda. We had dealt with item 3. We're moving on to item number 4, South Winnipeg Recreation Campus, new recreation center budget status. I'll
You
turn it
wanted to
over.
move a motion, Mr. Chairperson?
Oh, we don't want to hear from the administration.
Would we like a brief overview from the administration?
I've read the report.
You're not interested? Anybody else on the committee? I'll give you an opportunity. Sorry,
No,
Councilor.
we have that motion. Do you want me to take the chair?
Yeah, I will hand the chair to you and we can move on it.
All right. We'll have to have the clerk read it out.
Absolutely. One moment here. I have it in front of me. Okay, I've circulated a motion here, and if I could have the clerk read that motion to the record, that'd be much appreciated.
Absolutely. That the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service not be concurred in, and that the Standing Policy Committee on Community Services recommend the following to the Executive Policy Committee and Council. 1, that option 1, as outlined in the report of the Winnipeg Public Service, be approved, and that the project budget be amended to include an additional $23 million financed through debt funding. 2, that in an effort to defer additional use of debt, the Winnipeg Public Service be directed to continue consultations with the provincial and federal governments with regard to ISIP funding and principles. And 3, that the proper officers of the city be authorized to do all things necessary to fulfill the intent of the foregoing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk.
Call the question.
Well, maybe the mover wants to speak to it?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Appreciate the right into the motion here. I think at the end of the day that we have these projects that are on the table. I turn to the public service to look. We have a lot of projects on the books. We are often delayed by budgetary restrictions, by resource restrictions, and we've come to the point in time now where I feel like this is either we move or we wait. And I don't think that Waverly West, I don't think the city of Winnipeg can wait any longer for investment into this type of service, especially when they are do not have a complement that is appropriate to the growth in that area. So I'll be supporting this. We did not recognize as well at this point in time the value engineered piece. In a brief discussion we had, looking at it as we want what we build in Winnipeg to shine, and we want it to be a staple in the community, and we need to invest in those things to have in our communities, so that also involves to make sure that these things are there for, as Councillor Lukes was asked, how long, 50 years plus. So with that, unless there are any other comments.
Go ahead, I'm the chair. Councillor Santos, did you want to say anything?
Yes, thank you for that motion. I do support the motion and moving this forward with the additional $23 million. As a huge fan of affordable and recreational amenities throughout the city, I do understand there is a necessary evil that, we always say that the north end gets the short end of the stick. Well, that's not true in this case at all. the south end does require a new rec facility. I want to commend Councillor Janice Lukes on her tenacity and her perseverance in getting into the budget and finding funding from other levels of government. She's done great work, and I do look to her for that experience, and hopefully we could do something similar in the north end as well, with partnership with the federal government and the province. So with that being said, yeah, I will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
All right. Councillor White?
Yeah, I too will be supporting the motion, so I guess the decision will be unanimous. And as a suggestion going forward for future budget working groups, in the past, when the city of Winnipeg had a major capital project coming down the road, and this is now speaking decades ago, and we did longer term planning, we would set up a reserve fund, a reserve account. I recall, for example, the water treatment plant, where council years in advance set up a reserve, start setting aside money through tax increases to pay for the water treatment plant, which is now out in the arm of Springfield on the other side of the floodway, not far from where I live, and provides us fresh, clean drinking water. The same could be done for these sorts of amenities, recreation. We could start setting up reserves, building them up, so that we have a form to finance and doesn't necessarily have to just be debt. But those are my comments, a suggestion, hope it's noted. But other than that, support it, and again, value engineering bad, RFP, get construction going good. And I'll support the motions.
Before I call the...
Yeah, if I may just add one more comment on it.
Yes, please do.
And it's to do with the piece about calling on the other levels of government. A friendly reminder again, and I made note of this, that 36.8% of the project was the City of Winnipeg. 44.6% of the project was the Government of Canada, and 18.6% of the project was the Province of Manitoba. If we're doing honest brokering here and partners in this, those percentages remain, especially with the increase. So I would ask the other level of governments to please honor that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Maybe yes. I don't want to.
We're not changing it, the motion is...
No, but in the spirit of the chair, or the, I guess the former...
Councillor Duncan.
Yeah, Councillor Duncan thing. Maybe going forward on these rec facilities, that if we're going to secure agreements with the federal level, federal and provincial governments, we do it where the agreement is in place that they honor upfront. Because what I think she already had her announcement from the governments on this stuff, eh? And then that ship sails. But they got to recognize, look at federal government, they go to tender on a submarine or a ship. They never come in on time and on budget. Helicopters. So what the heck? We try our best, and I think we do a better job than them. So
there you go.
Thank you.
All right, I'll just make just before I call the question, I'll make my comments. There was a promise in 2003, some members of council voted against, but the majority went through, and Waverly West and provincial lands as well as private developer land was put together, and they were going to call it Waverly West, which was going to be, I think once complete, was supposed to have about 50,000 people. But there's nothing for recreation services necessarily. And I would point out what the decision is being made here, which we wouldn't put up with when it comes to recreation, our community centers, is, especially in the North End, West Gladone, is a regional facility. That's what this is. There's a commitment to a regional facility. So the people who will be moving into new housing, which, the east side Waverly West is pretty well, there's the last chunk of land being developed in terms of building residential and so on. But I believe west of Kenaston, there's still a lot to build there, if I recall correctly. And so all those people who live west of Kenaston, they're going to have to use motor vehicles or some sort of transportation to get there. Some people will walk, but, you know, or they ride their bike, yeah, no, that's right. But that decision was made a long time ago that it's regional, and I think, well, Councillor Lukes has pushed for this project, as did Councillor Swandell. He wasn't exactly opposed to doing this kind of stuff. And so, he wasn't. And the last thing I just wanted to say is, when I spoke to the budget, this is a project moving ahead, but I mean, at least, well, we're talking about our next reports. There's some very difficult things, but I just wanted to say that if we could keep this going, recreation also improves this country, this city, on the happiness index, because people are happier when they have proper recreation facilities and so on. So, and I'll leave it at that. All of those in favor?
Aye.
There's nobody opposed. That is carried.
Our happiness is.
Councillor Duncan, you have the chair back.
Thank you very much, Councillor Eady. Seeing the members of our public service here, I will move to item number 9, which is extending operations of Happy Land Outdoor Pool. So Mr. Patton could speak to that. We'll hear from the public service. Thank you.
I think I'll defer to our director, Cindy Fernandez, first, and then Brad Satcher and I, Brad Erickson and I are here for any questions.
Thank you.
Got my Brads mixed up, sorry.
So also with me is Jen Sarna. She can come down. She's our Manager of Recreation Services. Hold on, let me move in. That's better.
Thank you.
Okay, Jen Sarna is here from our Manager of Recreation Services, and Sandra Swatsky, our Asset Manager. So this is a motion that's been forwarded from the Riel Community Committee to this Standing Policy Committee to consider the opening of the Happy Land Pool using privately raised funds. It's not necessarily this was a budget decision, as we all know. We heard a lot of people talking about their love for the Happy Land Pool and recreation, and so I guess essentially is a decision of the Standing Policy Committee whether or not they want to consider reversing that particular decision. But to clarify, what is required between the two departments of municipal accommodations, assets and project management, and municipal accommodation is $190,000 to open and staff and do and proceed to get a public health permit. 190,000.
Okay.
That is what has been communicated.
We're there every week, but okay.
Yeah. So it's really a decision of this committee, what they want to do, and make that decision moving forward to EPC and council, because it would need to be referred to council to overturn that decision.
Questions? Councillor Eady?
I'd like to thank Ms. Fernandez for giving us the dollar value related to keeping it open for one more year. And I also wanted to thank the public service who works for community services, that when they were looking at these outdoor pools versus the outdoor wading pools, that there was great consideration given to people who are living in lower income areas, and that there was part of what got changed, there was a plan to make the Provencher outdoor pool a better experience for St. Boniface, while at the same time it was going to close 2 pools. And I just, Ms. Fernandez, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I just wanted to thank your public service. And that's how you were looking at our recreation policy and moving forward. That's not what the budget working group and council voted on necessarily, but is that correct? That was kind of
Yes.
the original plan?
Yes, that is correct. Certainly, we're aware of how many outdoor pools we have throughout the city and how many there are in the various wards and which wards have more than others. Obviously, it's different. But one of the things that we did consider was a redevelopment into more of a regional outdoor pool facility at the Notre Dame, no, what is that? Provencher Pool. So that, and then that was based on some statistics and some data we have relative to newcomer populations and areas of higher poverty.
Thanks, that's the only question I have.
Go ahead, Councillor Santos.
Yes, so I guess this kind of goes outside of the scope of what was discussed during the multi-year budget process, right? That's correct, with some of the pools that were slated for closure.
And part of the rationale also has to do with the long-term capital needs of the facilities. So I know in this particular motion, it is just talking about 1 year, but it's more than just the operating costs, right? It's 1 year of operating costs and then what would be required longer term in order to keep the outdoor pools maintained.
Okay, and then at the same time too, we were talking about the city's recreational strategy, which did highlight and recommends rationalizing older aquatic amenities, right? And we did that with the spray pads and the splash pads and these pools as well. Are we looking to, I think we've already updated, or that's the current strategy, right? We're not updating it, or we're not looking at doing some kind of master plan with aquatic facilities? Have those discussions occurred?
Yeah, we have our Winnipeg Recreation Strategy, right? That was approved and adopted. It has a number of plans associated with the various portfolios, including indoor pools and outdoor pools. So we know where we would like to go. It's a matter of how we get there. And
Funding.
with the funding that's available.
Okay, okay. Yeah, Mr. Chair, if it's okay with you, at this time, we do, because we have a strategy that kind of lays the land and we have funds committed already in our multi-year budget. I'd like to move this for information.
Motion that I've already tabled.
Okay, I have a couple questions, and then Councillor Wyatt did circulate a motion. So we will take his after my question. This question would be around the MA piece of it. So we heard from delegations talking about rallying funds from the community for the operations side, which is quite commendable. Obviously, there are certain groups that would like to see this open. The general public obviously never wanting anything to close. But again, as I asked of one of our delegations today, what's the future plan? There is no plan at this point in time amongst the community. So hopefully with whatever comes of today, regardless, we can figure out a future plan. But should this pool open this year? We've heard the number of 190 now. From a MA side, what are the costs to, capital costs to open the pool July 1? What are the capital costs?
So I'll start, Councillor, and Brad can fill in. So of that 190,000, $100,000 is the opening costs, this one-time opening costs for 2024. These are annual cost estimates based on what shape the pools are in through the winter and as they emerge through the spring. So
comparatively to another pool, similar vintage, what would that capital cost be to open? Is it, when you get into these older infrastructure pieces, is it always 100 grand plus?
No, so it depends on the pool. So I think during the budget discussions, Windsor Park had a significant estimate of $200,000 to potentially open that pool. Those discussions occurred. But yeah, it depends on the facility and the inspections that occurred by Brad's experts as the snow melts away.
Okay, so if a community group were to take over operating and the capital responsibilities, what would that group be responsible for? Can you give me specifics on what the capital investment would be towards?
Brad can get started. Yep.
So, Councillor, the annual operating costs, aside from the startup costs, are typically around $62,000 based on the previous 3 years. So just doing a weighted average, we would expect that once the pool once it's received its operating permit and we're running through the summer season, we're going to spend around $62,000 to keep the pool in service. The startup costs, we initially estimated approximately $100,000. It may be a little bit less than that, it may be a little bit more. We won't know for sure until we get the work underway if we were to continue with planning to operate the pool this year. A private sector entity would have to ensure, they receive the appropriate permits each year, which in any given year, given the age of this facility, it could fluctuate widely from year to year.
Is there a cost associated with that permit?
I don't believe there is, no.
Okay.
I just want to add, if the city is still the owner of the facility, there might be some other considerations as to whether a third party would be able to get that operating permit from public health, as the city is the still owner of the facility.
Okay.
So there would be some potential risks and liability associated with that.
Sorry for interrupting you, Mr. Erickson.
No, that's okay. And Councillor, I can confirm for you if there's any permit fees, there may be some nominal fees. I'll do that. But other than that, I mean, this isn't a usual or a historically well-known scenario to try to project what the cost would be to them. We're making some plans right now for initial work there if we were, directed by council to open. But, there's probably a useful life on the building on this asset of maybe 5 years. The critical building systems like the tank, for example, we don't believe that past 5 years, you'd be looking at significantly more than a $100,000 investment to get underway in any given year.
Okay, so we're looking at $100,000 this year capital investment into opening up this pool. So now we shift to the remaining approximately $90,000 to staff this. Would it even be possible to staff at this point?
The remaining 90,000 is 28,000 in staffing and 62,000 for utilities, cleaning.
Right.
Like that's another cost that MA would incur that community services would pay for. So there's 100 in capital, there's 62 operating, and about 28,000 in staffing.
Okay. And has that process of staffing all of our pools begun already?
Yes,
With the exception of Happy Land
correct.
and Eldon Ross. Eldon Ross is open.
Eldon Ross, we
Thank
are staffing for. So, Jen can elaborate more, but our internal process is we have already started the canvas for hours for staff.
Okay, so in a world where now this group can come up with $100,000 in capital and 28 in operations and 62 in maintenance, all that goes through, there has to be some sort of legal agreement, I would assume, if this money is going to be accepted. Where does that put us on a timeline to actually open this pool? Seeing as July 1st is now 7 weeks away.
Yes, Council. So yes to the question, Council would need to authorize us to accept that third-party funding. So there would need to be a contribution agreement, and we'd have to work through that process. It does put us in if we, wait till council's meeting at the end of the month, if we don't start work very, very soon after the council meeting, the July 1st date is at risk. It would take us, so if council's will is to direct this and accept the funding, we'd have to run really hard to make that first July opening. It would be difficult, in my opinion, to get it done, but we'd have to run a lot of processes concurrently. Typically, that we would wait till a contribution agreement, it would go through legal hands, and it would, usually these agreements take a fair bit of time, but we'd have to find a way to accelerate that.
Realistically, less than 60 days?
Not in the agreements that I've been involved with, no.
Okay, and I think this might be my final question. If the demo is not this year, and this group continues to push towards raising funds, what happens in the future if they come back, February of 2025 and say, oh, we have $200,000 now to open it up, and we have not demolished the pool? What happens in that scenario? Should there be a will to revisit this yet again?
So I just, maybe I'll start and then Brad can add in. Certainly, the pool systems will degrade. If we do not make this investment now, the pool systems will further degrade through this year and through next winter. So there potentially is additional costs. The most optimistic scenario to go through a demolition process would be in the last quarter of this year, but more than likely into early 2025 if we continued on the same track. There's a number of permits that we'll require in order to proceed with demolition, some geotechnical work and a waterways permit, given its proximity to the Seine. We'll need those permits in place and then secure a contractor. So if it comes to next February and we still haven't proceeded to demolish it, it could still be paused. But I would imagine we would continue on the same track and begin council's will currently of proceeding with demolition. And the best scenario is the end of this year, but more likely early next year.
Okay. Yeah, continue, Councillor, to Jeff's point. Not starting the cycles, not running it this year. Typically, again, it would all be subject to that inspection in that beginning of 2025, but it certainly wouldn't be any better than if it hadn't opened. I mean, sitting an entire year in our seasons is not probably conducive to a better news story for opening the pool. The other thing, just to confirm for you quickly, there is no fees from the province respecting the operating permit.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, there appears to be a motion circulated by Councillor Wyatt. You'd like to move forward with that, Councillor? Yep, we'll turn to the clerk to read Councillor Wyatt's motion here into the record.
Absolutely. Moved by Councillor Wyatt that the Standing Policy Committee on Community Services recommend to the Executive Policy Committee and Council, 1, that Happy Land Pool shall be operated by the City of Winnipeg for one more season, namely 2024, and that the City of Winnipeg shall work with the community in order to receive the following third-party funding that shall be used to offset some of the City of Winnipeg 2024 pool operating costs, with the following funds being received by the City of Winnipeg no later than December 31st, 2024, namely, A, $75,000 from resident group fundraising, Friends of Happy Land Pool and South St. Boniface Residents Association, and B, $50,000 from the province of Manitoba. 2, that the Winnipeg Public Service be directed to issue an expression of interest for the purpose of reaching out to the greater City of Winnipeg and province of Manitoba community to operate Happy Land Pool in the 2025 season and beyond, such as, but not limited to, marketing to the attention of not-for-profit organizations, faith-based organizations, and existing not-for-profit sporting groups, and A, that said EOI process shall create a resident advisory role during the EOI process, in brackets, writing, issuing, and analysis and awarding, close brackets, that shall include the area city councillor for St. Boniface, in brackets, or his delegated representative, close brackets, and 2 representatives from the South St. Boniface Residents Association, and 2 representatives of the Friends of Happyland Pool, and B, that the said EOI process shall be concluded and awarded no later than end of February of 2025, and 3, that the Winnipeg Public Service be directed to provide written reports to the Standing Policy Committee on Community Services to provide updates of said above process with an interim report to the Standing Policy Committee on Community Services in October of 2024, and a final report being provided to the Standing Policy Committee on Community Services in order to approve an EOI award no later than the end of by April 2025. 4, that in the event the EOI process is unsuccessful with little or no response, the pool will be permanently closed effective the 2025 season. And lastly, 5, that any extra outstanding operating costs related to the 2024 pool season, above and beyond what is received from the community, in brackets $125,000, close brackets, funds, shall be referred to the CAO to secure said funds from the existing 2024 operating budget or as a first call against the Community Services 2025 operating budget.
May I speak to it, Mr. Chairperson?
Yeah, Councillor Wyatt.
Yeah. I think what we're facing today in the city is kind of the chickens coming home to roost. It's the best way to put it. For years, we've been deferring our maintenance on facilities. These are facilities that we inherited thanks to the vision of elected officials who were in municipalities prior to Unicity. We as a city chose, and I say chose, because it's a decision not to fund is also a decision. We chose not to fund the maintenance of these facilities. And it's right across the board, not just this pool, but rec facilities and pools and playing fields and everything else that we inherited thanks to Unicity. Ironically, the communities that built those facilities were very proud of what they had built. And they actually had done a lot of fundraising, believe it or not, with not-for-profit groups, like the Kiwanis and the Kinsmen and the Optimists, to build a lot of these facilities. A lot of these facilities, rec facilities we have, for example, are centennial facilities they refer to. In the centennial year of Winnipeg, in the centennial year of Manitoba, 1970, in the centennial year of Canada, 1967. And we have let that inheritance, if you like. We've spent it, kind of like what the second or third generation does to a family inheritance. We've spent it all the way up, and we have not maintained it. We've just used it, okay? And we did not put anything back in. And what's interesting about the entire process is that all of a sudden now these things start coming up. And so we could say, well, you know, we can't do this because of this or this and that. And I'm going to leave that to the bean counters. I call them the bean counters. If we leave our vision to the future of bean counters, boy, we're in trouble. But I appreciate all the bean counting done in this meeting just now. So I got to know. So, because we needed to know that. But, you know, the vision of the city has to be bigger than that. And I speak to what one of my colleagues mentioned, but I also know that to the credit of the public service, they did come forward with a plan, not just a closure, but they wanted to see a plan where there was investment, a significant investment in this budget, money on the table to create a Transcona equivalent aquatic park in this area. And that one part of the plan was taken up by the budget working group in EPC, but the other part wasn't. And again, the bean counters went out. And that, I'm now talking about the political ones. And that, to me, is unfortunate, because in the past, we've always come up with plans, whether it be closing an arena, building a new arena somewhere else. We try to do it as part of a plan. Even now with the wading pools, it's part of an overall plan, right? You're getting splash pads in return. And I guess that's my concern And I'm very sympathetic. And the other part of this too is just, you know, we're living in a city where we see mental health issues, and you could just step out the doors here and sit in the square for a bit and see what's going on outside of these very city hall doors. And to have facilities for young people and rec facilities in neighborhoods, I think is crucial. We know we spend per capita less probably than most major cities of our size on recreation as it stands right now. And that's not something to be proud of. It's not because we're doing things efficiently. It's because we underfund everything on recreation. We don't have a Parks and Rec department, you know, and we have been living off the proceeds and the leadership thanks to those prior to Unicity. The idea of giving this group a reprieve for 1 year, I don't expect this motion to pass, but I would now take this opportunity to appeal to the mayor and his staff, members of EPC, to think about this one long and hard, to give us some thought that maybe the original plan of investing in rec facilities in that area should be ramped up and brought forward sooner. And in the meantime, at least keep the pool going until that happens. I don't think that's much to ask for from the neighborhood. At the end of the day, they are going to have to give something up. They're going to give up this pool. And in theory, Windsor Park got a reprieve, but they're going to have to give up that one, outdoor pool. But they are going to get a regional type facility, much like the Transcona Aquatic Park or the Kelowna Park. But to give it a reprieve like you did Windsor Park, I would appeal now in this committee to somebody who's not in the room, but I know his staff listen, to the mayor and his staff and other members of EPC to think about that bigger picture that was entertained behind closed doors of the budget working group, and to really think about bringing that forward sooner. Because I don't think I recall a time when a sitting mayor closed rec facilities like this on kids in working class neighborhoods without another alternative. I can't remember. I was trying to rack my brain over that. I couldn't think of it. So we're setting a precedent here, and we're setting a dangerous precedent because we've got a lot of other rec facilities that we haven't started talking about yet out there that are of this age, if not older. And yeah, maybe it's Councillor Lar's ox that's getting gored right now, but it's going to be somebody else's possibly tomorrow. And it's not a way to budget, it's not a way to plan. And I'm not moving this motion to embarrass my colleagues on the committee of anything, just the opposite. I've been very consistent, I think it's fair to say, on this issue, as the only member of council who did not vote for the operating budget, nor the capital. Councillor Schreier joined me on that one. So I've been consistent, and I couldn't just have a motion coming out of Real and not move something at this committee. And so I want to thank Councillor Lard for bringing that forward. I want to thank the resident groups here speaking today. And thank for our public service. I think they're in a very hard, tough spot because here they are. You know, they're kind of like the bad guys, but yet I know behind closed doors, you've been advising us over and over and over again, and in public sessions, about the need to invest in rec facilities or at least increase our maintenance dollars. I mean, in previous budgets, we know real estate was in P&D. We do that off-site, as Brad knows, that off-site charge back goes into P&D for his staff to maintain, right? And there were years where that was slashed dramatically. And what happens then, it basically means that you're not maintaining the facility like you should be. And that was consciously done by previous councils, especially at a time when we were freezing taxes or cutting taxes. But we've now had, you could argue, a tax freeze because everything we've been charging in terms of our taxes has not been going to fixed operating costs. It's going to create capital funds for roads and stuff like that that's needed in rapid transit. But we have to get around, as Councillor you said earlier today, speaking maybe on another matter, or maybe it was on this, we have to get to the point where we say, look, I mean, my school division sent me a flyer to everybody in the house, in their household recently, 6.4% for Reefs Transcona. 6.4, right? And part of it's to the fixed costs that are going up. And we raised ours, what, 3.5? So they doubled our rate. And I'm saying we have to have the courage and the leadership to say, okay, and this is where the money's going, and this is what we're going to fund, and this is what you're going to get in return. And if we don't do this, this is what's going to start happening. We're going to city with more congestion, more rundown roads, more rec facilities closing. And it is a bit of a tale of two cities today with the fact that we approved, and I supported the motion, $23 million for South Winnipeg Rec Campus, but it's kind of ironic You got a working class existing old neighborhood going through this, but a brand new neighborhood getting something like, which is great, right? But those are my comments, Mr. Chairperson. I think I worded the motion. I appreciate all the questions you asked the administration because I was listening to them all the answers. I think the motion I worded it was to give time for an agreement to be done in terms of flowing the money, namely the 75 and 50,000. Enough time for them to just operate the city to operate one more season. But recognizing for the first time, I think is important. I want my colleagues to recognize point number 4. I have never put this in writing before, and that is in the event the EOI process is unsuccessful with little or no response, the pool would be permanently closed in 2025 season. So I am, I kind of debated putting that there, to be honest with you, because now I'm supporting the agenda of the mayor who should have been supporting the 7 million or whatever it is for a new rec facility or a new outdoor aquatic park in the area. But I'm trying to be honest and realistic to present a motion that says, okay, if the EOI, and I've been part of EOIs that have failed, that haven't succeeded. However, there's a lot of goodwill in this community. A lot of people out there are doing stuff for kids already, especially not for profit, especially faith-based groups like Youth for Christ and others. There may be a surprise. We might be surprised who takes us up on this in the meantime. And we might want to have it in a scenario where it doesn't go on forever in terms of them operating it, but it's tied to the new rec facility that comes online, which I hope happens sooner rather than later, the new outdoor pool. So those are my comments, Mr. Chairperson. We've had a long day, and it's warm in here, and I took my jacket off.
I just wanted to add a couple comments. I won't be able to support this motion today. Just looking at the numbers here again, and especially with the hard work that was put forward by the residents, I commend them for that, $75,000 in a very short period of time to raise the money, but also to get organized and raise that money. It obviously shows that there's a love affair with aquatics in St. Boniface, and I hope that that love affair continues and they push their area councillor to get a real solid plan in place for the future of aquatics in their neighborhood, because I think that it could be a great candidate for that, seen as the infrastructure is so dated in St. Boniface. The piece around the monies that in Councillor Wyatt's motion, the $50,000 from the province, I have never actually seen that amount in writing. I've seen that it has been promised. I've seen that there is a fund out there, but I have never seen that offer come to the city of Winnipeg. And just around, the process that went through with the budget working group that I was a part of, and then as chair of this committee, and then ultimately the vote from council, there was nothing on the table for an aquatics park or a revitalization of any of the existing aquatics infrastructure in St. Boniface. So to say that, we should have given 7 million, that was not the area of focus for the area councillor at the time. He was very focused on saving this existing 2 pools, one of which has been saved for this upcoming year, and then obviously Happyland now falls victim this year, unless of course there's support from this committee to save it for 1 more year. But just for the record, there was no plan in place. However, I'd be happy to support Councillor Allard, and for that matter, any councillors throughout the city who want to invest into our community services as a whole. So with that, I will turn to Councillor Eadie now for comment before we call the question.
I did participate on the budget working group and stuff, so just to clarify, first of all, there is a lengthy list of unfunded capital projects that were put forth by all departments, actually. And there was one related to what I explained, that the public service had looked at that improvement expansion Provencher on the Notre Dame campus area, where the community center, the hockey rink, and other services are immediately around that area, anyway. But it's too bad that a plan didn't move forward in that regard. That's what I was just trying to get at. I would have preferred that, but anyway. So I just want to speak to this general issue. Because, I mean, the rec strategy, it's there, it talks about all these different considerations given to providing rec services around the whole city, which, you know, we are a unicity now, and like I said, over those years, things have developed the way they are, but you know, some of the most impoverished areas are in my ward, Councillor Santos's ward. The Kildonan Park pool, the outdoor pool, there's lots of waiting pools in the old city of Winnipeg, as Councillor Santos and I have inherited. But there is, like, the pool facility is a regional park called Kildonan Park with a regional pool. I just, I don't want to, I didn't, just given what we have today and working on the budget, there's many other projects, like I said, that exist that I need to happen in my ward and other people have them in their wards. And so given how this four-year budget has gone, and don't get me wrong, I think Russ has put together, as he usually does, a quite elaborate plan in this motion. It doesn't get down to the real problem that I have with, if you want to, like, they want that pool, they don't ever want it to close. That's what's happening in this particular neighborhood of St. Boniface. It's adjacent to the other neighborhood in Old St. Boniface where the Provencher pool does exist. Capacity is an issue, but, you know, when something new opens, like the Transcona water facility, the lineups were huge, right, Councillor Wyatt? Huge. Beyond capacity, beyond capacity. And if you go to Kildonan Park, it's beyond capacity. The lineups are always there. Especially when the improvements were made to an existing outdoor pool. So I just, it's very difficult, but I'm not going to be able to support Councillor Wyatt's motion. Ultimately, I see a real big problem in that if that pool was to stay open, just like the hockey arena plan, the old decks and Vimy were set up. They were to be, and Roland Mitcher were to be sold off, but not the old X arena. And the reason for that, which came from an answer from the former director of P&D quite some years ago, we're not selling the old X arena because it's in the middle of open park recreation sport facility in the area. It would have required a subdivision in order for it to have a separate ownership, just like they had to subdivide the old X grounds for a police station. So that's a complicating factor, and as I was told with my wading pools, if it remains to be an existing city asset, it still remains a City of Winnipeg liability. And so, anyway, for those reasons, I can't support this, and I would only be supporting to receive the Riel Community Committee's motion as information.
Thank you. Councillor Santos?
Yes. Well, this one's a very difficult conversation because as someone who believes in affordable recreational and community services and have been a staunch advocate for the department and always wanting to get more money for them. We are always faced with certain challenges year to year to year. In my first term, I didn't support any cuts. In this term, it was nice to see for the first time in a long time, new mayor, new council actually put more funding towards recreation and community services. So that is why I supported the multi-year budget this time. We, as a committee as a whole, had done a lot of work to find balance between being fiscally prudent but also socially fiscally responsible. So I want to still support the multi-year budget. I commend Councillor Allard and the community for coming out to try and find ways to reopen Happy Land Pool. But as we can see with the financial constraints within other communities such as my ward and Councillor Edie's ward and the other one, the West End, they're also facing some very financial constraints. And so that's why I posed that question. Yeah, we do not have the ample recreational opportunities that St. Boniface benefits from. So, you know, I know it sounds harsh and I try not to be ward-centric, but it's trying to find that balance between some of the inner cities in the North End where they're lacking in recreational amenities versus those that have a very high amount of recreational opportunities. So when we worked as a committee, we tried to find a balance. So that is, you know, keeping Windsor Park open, keeping Provencher Park open, investing in Bonnie Vital, and then also supporting Councillor Allard's public engagement so that he can have future aquatics in St. Boniface. They're still going to have 4 aquatics in St. Boniface. And the North End and the inner city are still going to have 1 or 2. So it becomes a challenge for me to support Councillor Wyatt's motion moving forward. I want to stick to what we had supported in the multi-year budget and cannot support this motion. But I appreciate Councillor Wyatt's trying to move that forward. So thanks.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for your comments. With that, we will call to question Councillor.
No, just, you want to hear something funny?
I'd like a good joke, yeah, go ahead.
So the air conditioning is broken in this building, pre-Unicity. But the fans are on.
Okay,
just
good.
so you know. But the air conditioning is broken. So that's an example. But anyway, it's not just pools. We inherited this also, by the way. This building's inherited. Oh, yeah, call the question.
Call the question here. All in
right.
favor, Councillor Wyatt's motion. Councillor Wyatt recorded in favor. Opposed? Aye.
Yep.
And that is defeated 3-1 with Councillors Edie, Santos, and Duncan in opposition. Do I have any other motions here?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move item number 9 to be received as information.
Councillor Santos moving to receive the item as information. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Councillor Wyatt in opposition. That is victorious, 3-1.
Would you like me to record you in opposition, Councillor?
Councillor Wyatt will be recorded in opposition. All right, let me get myself back in order here. We were number 4, we jumped to number 9. That brings us back to item number 5, private service providers in city-operated recreational facilities.
Hi, thank you. So the report in front of you on private service providers in city-operated recreation facilities actually started as a motion in September of 2019. And then in November 2020, the Standing Policy Committee of Protection of Community Services and Parks, as what it was called, did grant us an extension of time to report back on this particular motion once our recreation facilities were reopened to the public in full capacity following the pandemic. So this report is essentially satisfying that 2019 and 2020 disposition. And the reason for the report was to provide a status of the private service providers that are using our City of Winnipeg recreation facilities, and that is aquatics private service providers and fitness. So we have them in both. And then whether or not we felt that a policy recommendation was required. So before the pandemic, the private service providers in both our aquatics and our fitness facilities They had been going on for many decades, but essentially, since the pandemic, there has been a major shift in the private service providers wanting to use our City of Winnipeg recreation facilities. And currently, there are no PSPs, as we call them, operating in our city pools. And with our non-aquatic fitness instructors that we have operating in our fitness facilities, they are limited to a 1-to-1 ratio. So given that, the Community Services Department is currently managing the situation within our existing operating budgets, and we don't feel that a policy or a fee is any longer necessary. So this report is being provided for information.
I just have one.
Sorry, yes, go ahead, Councillor Eady with a question.
One question. And Ms. Fernandez, you are community services, not parks, but I thought we were also concerned with parks and private users using like athletic type outdoor facilities. Was that not part of that or no?
That wasn't part of this particular motion, so if there is an issue related to that, I unfortunately would need to defer to Jim and Jim Berezowski.
Okay. And we're going to be voting on another report. Manitoba Swim or whatever, their agreements aren't, that's a totally different thing with the tank. I think they helped raise the money to put that tank in too, if I recall correctly.
We do have number 8 on the agenda is the Pan Am training tank agreement with Swim Natation, but we don't consider Swim Natation or Swim Manitoba, as they were formerly called, as a private service provider.
Right. Okay. Okay, thanks.
All right.
I'll move his information. Or
Okay, Councillor Wyatt moves to receive his information. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That is carried. Item number 6, community and...
Item 6, it's self-explanatory.
Which one's that? Sorry?
This is CIGP
Oh,
funds being
the bylaw
redistributed.
modification, yeah.
Yeah, I'll move that, Mr. Chairman.
Good motion, yeah.
No comments, questions, or concerns? All in favor?
It's a great motion. Aye.
Okay. Opposed? That is also carried. Moving on to item number 7, which is the Winnipeg Library's attendance and incident report. This is our quarterly report for the months of January, February, and March of 2024.
Self-explanatory. I'll move that as well, Mr. Chairperson.
All right. Any questions? Does not appear to
Thanks
be any
to staff
questions
for
for
what they're
public
doing.
service. I would just want to comment. This is very thorough, and I appreciate all this information brought forth by our library services branch, headed up by Ms. Borland there. So we will move to receive as information. All in favor?
Oh, I just had one comment.
Yes. Councillor
Just-
Eady, comment?
These are library numbers and they're very important, but it does reflect what's happening on the buses, out on the streets, in the libraries, and any other public spaces where people are allowed to come in and partake in those services. So, but anyway, I vote yes to receive this information.
All in favor? I'll call the question one more time.
Aye.
Opposed? That is received as information. Moving on now to our final item on this agenda, should there be no new business, I should say. Item number 8, which is the Pan Am Swim Natation Manitoba Agreement, Terms and Conditions. We do have a motion that has been circulated. Does anybody need an update from the public service on this?
No, I think it's pretty straightforward.
Councillor Wyatt,
I'll move the motion if you wish, Mr. Chairperson, or do you wish to move it?
I'll turn to you to move if you would like.
Sure.
Okay.
I'll move that the Standing Policy Committee and Community Services recommend to the EPC and Council the following. The decision of December 14, 2023 be amended as follows. A, the recommendation 1, as approved by Council, be replaced with the following. 1, that the Winnipeg Public Service be directed to negotiate the terms and conditions with Swim Nation Manitoba for a 20-year user agreement effective as of 2023. for near exclusive use of the training tank located within the Pan Am Pool, known as the tank, with rates increasing annually, with the intent to accommodate as much as possible, but also reflecting the historical capital and operating contributions made by Swim Nation Manitoba to the facility. And B, that recommendation 2 as approved by council be replaced with the following, that the terms and conditions related to the operation of the canteen operated by Swim Nation Manitoba from time to time be formalized in the user agreement for the purpose to secure use and operation of the canteen to assist the organization and to promote the tank. And number 2, that the Winnipeg Public Service be directed to report back to the Standing Policy Committee on Community Services 120 days on this matter. And 3, that the proper officers of the city to be authorized to do all things necessary to fulfill the intent of the foregoing.
May I make a comment, Mr. Chair?
And make no notation.
Notation.
Not nation.
Yes. There's a comment from the public service here I'd like to hear.
Oh,
I just have a question relative to the motion. Do you want it to be retroactive to 2023, or shall we make it effective as of September 2024?
My automatic instinct, and I'll turn to the mover here, would be to make it active when the agreement is finalized.
If in the event it's not retroactive, what's the issue, if any?
There you go.
Are there any issues between, other than maybe they've had insurance in place since then?
Well, I guess.
There's no liability issues? I guess my concern is there some issue that we need to know about between now and the past?
No, I guess my thought was whether or not any new rates would then be effective for, like, based on whatever the new
But we wouldn't
agreement
want
is
we
and
wouldn't want
whatever
them to
the
go
rates
back
are
pay,
going to
no.
be. We're not
I
going
think
to go
we want to say
retroactive.
it's as of now. Yeah.
As of the signing of the agreement?
That's
Yeah.
correct. That's the year.
We're
in
saying
which-
here a 20-year
as of the
user
year in
agreement
which the agreement's-
effective as of 2023. We're not saying what date in 2023. We're silent on that, right? But a 20-year agreement, we're saying as of now. Negotiate. So it does say going back.
Councillor White, I think the issue is that it's 2023 and not.
So should we say 2024 is what you're suggesting?
Yeah.
My suggestion would be September of 2024,
Right.
or such time as when the agreement is concluded. and
Yeah, because they really
executed.
haven't had an agreement for some time.
Let's move on. Okay.
So we'll make it effective.
September 24th.
We'll make it effective as of 2024, comma, upon successful conclusion of said negotiations, comma.
So I see it as
I would have made lots of money.
effective as of September 2024 upon successful conclusion of negotiations for near exclusive. We're okay with that then?
Yep.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So now may I make a comment before I vote?
You may.
I think that this is the proper way to go. I was so uncomfortable the last thing this thing came to the table. It is not our place to negotiate from the governance side what the contract should be. It's just not. We don't do that with labor agreements. We don't do that with, we give the public service some direction. The direction's there. So, yeah.
And I know, if I may, Mr. Chairman, I don't think I'll see you for that. I know the intent from the public service. I know you guys want to protect the interests of the city. You're hired to do exactly that, and we thank you for that. But from discussions we've had as a group, we really want to get us to a point, ideally, where we can set up these user agreements, we're calling them, move away from treating third-party groups that are not-for-profit groups where we have like 50 daycares in the city and everything, and then we send in real estate. And I've talked to Gord Chappell about it. He says, they're nothing but, and can we get to a point where we have a 5 or 6 or 7 page or even an 8-page agreement where we say, okay, here it is. These are the main issues you've got to look after. And get us to that point where we can say, you do this, here's your agreement. And that's pretty standard and straightforward. Now, every agreement will be a little different because of the type of facility, we understand that. But it was interesting that I had scouts in Transcona that used the, you would be familiar with Cindy being from Transcona originally, the old Oxford Heights Community Club, right? Off of Tom there, and what's now called the Arts Action Center. And they showed me a one-page agreement that they had signed, a user agreement 30, 40 years ago, like right after Unicity. And of course, I understand, the world was simpler back then, and we didn't have all these other issues. And so it has to be longer, but we got to get it to a system where it's more user-friendly, and where they're on our team, and that we're all trying to do something in terms of the good of the city. So that's the kind of thinking we have, just so you know. We don't want you to drop anything in protecting our interests, but I think what Councilor Lukes likes to keep saying over and over in her committee, I hear, which was just yesterday, was plain language, right? Not legalese, plain language, simple, boom, and understandable. That's kind of what we're trying to get at. So thank you. Thanks.
And on that note, just the clarification, the change to this was at the direction of this committee, so I'll take note of that, and we will not be quite as prescriptive in the future to allow the public service to negotiate these deals. With that, call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I move adjournment.
Just before we move for consent agenda and adjournment, I will also note to thank the public service. There was a lot of heavy items on the finance side of things and operations side of things, and as the sun blinds me, I look over there to say thank you. So moved by Councillor Santos. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Meeting adjourned. Thank you for your time. We'll see you back in June.